see it. I see it. It's hard to headbang with wet hair. Good morning, chat. Ooh, a little dizzy. Ooh. How are we doing? Good morning, good morning. It's good to see ya. I see it now. Oh, and the possibilities, chat. Good morning. It's good to see everyone. Hello, Annie. Hello, Kai. Hello, Dorella. You're so close to second, but it slipped right through your fingers. Oh. Whew. Cut the music. Chat, I'm going to be honest with you. Today is a day I would not normally be live. I am very sick feeling. However, I'm here for you. That's right. Nothing stops the PUPATHON. Nothing stops it. I see it. Oh, God, Sonic music is too goddamn good. It makes me feel happy on the inside. It makes everything feel better. At least gives me energy. Ugh. Let's go, PUPATHON! You know what? If we're going to talk about the PUPATHON, the lady of the hour, she's in her little rainbow shirt today. Oh, little tie-dye. Little tie-dye. Wow. Oh, good morning, everyone. How are we doing? It's good to see you again, my friends. Oh, God. Okay, you do not want to be helped. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Why are you bothering me, Dad? For free? For free? Oh, good morning. Today's stream is going to be slightly low-key. I apologize. Low-key as in low-key, not low-key from Marvel. You know, we ain't playing Marvel Rivals out here. But today is going to be a spooky day. That's right. We got one of our redeems done yesterday for Subnautica, plus the Red Plague mod, making it a horror game, as if it wasn't already one of those. And I am excited for it. And okay, well, I mean, if we're being honest, I'm terrified of it, but I'm excited to be terrified. And before we do that, we're going to be doing some, you know, morning stretches, waking up, getting some creepypasta read. Ooh. Professional voice actor voices some creepypasta. Bark, welcome in. How you doing today, my friend? How you doing? It makes me feel brand new. Well, I mean, the shower did at least. Hey, I promise this isn't grease, chat. I promise. I know, hey, I know I ate a pizza last night. And hey, pizza last night and cinnamon twists. But I'm not just covered in pizza grease. I did wash myself this morning. Did you? Any stinkies in chat? Anyone feeling a little, oh, someone in chat smells. Oh, who's that? Who's stinky in chat today? Hopefully it's not you. Hopefully you're taking care of yourself. Oh, what's some good ambient music to have on in the morning? Not ambient music, because I will fall asleep, but ambient. How about you? Yeah. I returned to work today, so feeling hyped and hopeful. Ooh, you're Stimky? Dorella, why aren't you getting showered? At least put on some deodorant. Gotta get the stinky away. We don't want to be stinky gamers. We don't want to go into our local hobby shop, stinking up the place, have the receptionist behind the counter spray you with some aerosol, or is that just in Card Shop Simulator? Overslept today and almost didn't make the therapy, but you made it. I'm proud of you for that. Skipping therapy is easy. Getting up late and going to it, now that's impressive. Stinky for therapy, how dare? You know, maybe her therapist likes it, you know? Maybe. You don't know how stinky they are. Hey, Belle, what's going on? You want your heat pad? Oh, yeah, you do. You want your heat pad, don't you? I asked her if she wanted her heat pad, and she just right underneath her desk. Didn't even wear makeup? How could you? You're not wearing makeup in my stream? What? Y'all don't dress up in like fine attire whenever you come into my stream? This is like, hey, chat, this is like church. You wear your Sunday best. Come on. Come on. The Church of Madigan. Oh. So, we are going to be having a somewhat interesting day. Ya Papa is feeling sick. It's one of the normal days where he would unfortunately cancel stream. But today instead, we're going to keep it nice, and we're going to keep it simple, and we're going to keep it spooky. Do you want to get into some horror? Not horror. Not that. Don't be mean. But I'm thinking we might read some creepypasta. Let's see. What's some background spooky music? Three hours of scary, ominous, and creepy horror music. Let's see. Maybe it's good. Oh, that's kind of ambient. What time is it for you? It is 8 a.m. for me. I had to take some medicine last night, and when I take my medicine, ooh, it's rough. I spent, I think 2 hours getting out of bed this morning. That's why I was about 2 minutes late to stream. I know. It is inexcusable that I was 2 minutes late for stream, but I'll have you know that I walked my dog, I fed her, and I showered. So, I'm at least doing something right today. Your EST time, I forgot. How could you? How could you not remember my time zone, Annie? You're like, what, 1 hour behind me in Texas? I think. I always get them confused. Time zones and myself do not mix well. Oh, all right. It's time. We're going to start the timer. We're going to start our Pupathon timer, keep things rolling. We'll do a little announcement. We'll do our morning stretches. And we will absolutely, positively scare your pants off with some crazy stuff today. All right. Man, nothing is going well for my music today. I'm just trying to get some, like, background music going, and everything is too low-key. Here. Oh. Returns to the Void. Well, Flash, I hope you enjoy your time out of the Void, but I had to put you back in there. I had to lock you in. It's for everyone else's containment. You know, like SCPs, when they breach containment, it's kind of like that for Flash. All right. Pupathon, day 2, starts now. So, if you don't know what we're doing, you don't remember, or if I just need to say it, we are doing a subathon for my beautiful dog, Belle. She's getting sick. She needs to go to the vet. And yesterday, we got 100 subscribers. It was an absolute blowout. So once we get the Twitch payout on the, unfortunately, because Twitch is mean, the 15th, ignore how childish that looks. On the 15th of next month, because of y'all's generosity, we are able to get Belle her medicine. Then, once we hit our goal of, I believe, 250, where we're going to do It Takes Two with my wife, that will give us enough money to bring her to get testing done. So we'll be able to, once we hit 300 total subs, just need to triple it. We'll be able to do as many tests as we need to make sure she's healthy. And then we're actually doing things right for her. We met some sub goals yesterday. I wore a maid outfit all day. I didn't want to. Hey, I didn't want to. So, not me. I don't like wearing women's clothing. The next sub goal is to wear my wife's clothing. And today we're going to be playing Subnautica plus the Red Plague mod, which I'm terrified about. But we're going to start this morning with some stretches. Everyone up and at 'em. Get out of your chair. Get out of your desk. Stand up. It's time. Oh. Whew. Time is but an illusion. Time is a butt, and butts are illusions. I got you. Oh. All right. Start off with the most important ones, stretching out the arms. Ow. One of the best things about stretching is not only does it make you healthier, it also lets you brag. Think about it this way. If you're flexible and you stretch, people are impressed that you can touch your toes, Oh, that would explain BBLs. Chat, fuck it. 1,000 subs, I get a BBL. Oh, get the behind the back stretch going. Ooh. Lose your balance. Oh. Oh, wait, no, I'm showing feet for free. Oh, no, don't look at the calluses. See, this is what happens when you only walk on your tiptoes your whole life. You have beautiful, soft feet behind, and then just all of the callus that would be on your foot normally, boom, right there. That's right, I'm a tiptoer. I tiptoe through the tulips. Strutting, posing. Oh, right. Keep the lunges in. Make sure your back leg is straight. I know that's hard for some people. Oh. Sniffa, oh my gosh, wait a minute. We got a foot person in chat? Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Free feet for the sniffer. Oh. And hey, maybe even some free belly here. Oh no, he's indecent. Oh no, his sides. He's showing off his hairy belly. Chat, oh no. I'm pregnant. And it's yours. And then, ultimate bragging rights, chat. This is why we stretch. This is why we do it here. That's right. Touching toes. My main goal, is to be able to put my hands on the ground. I can't quite reach it there. Can't quite reach. Or, hey, double up. Another one is got back your legs and bring your head as low as you can. And no, it's not to learn how to suck my own, Gotta remove a couple ribs for that. Isn't there an actor that removed a couple of their ribs so they could, fellatiate? Oh. All right. We're going to start stream with some creepypasta. This is one of my favorites. One of my absolute favorites. And that is the left-right game. And if you've never heard of the left-right game, well, you are in for a treat. I feel like, while we're on a little bit, don't haw me. While we're on doing creepypasta, I could put it on screen, or I could have it like this. I think it on screen's better, although y'all are going to be reading ahead, which is not good. Not good. This is... Has anyone heard of the left-right game? Written by Neon Tempo. Performed by Madigan. Last name. I can't read, don't worry. Reading's for scrubs and I ain't no scrub. Ugh. Oh. Cries in mobile. That shit's too small to read. Well, it's okay, Annie. I'm reading it for you. Actually, you know what, chat? How about I go take a nap and you can just read this? I'll like set this to scroll really slowly and then, you know, I'll just go take a nap. That's good stream content, right? Has anyone heard of the left-right game? A few points before we start. Firstly, I'm not the protagonist of this story. I just went to university with her, and though she went on to become a professional writer, I most certainly did not. She'll be taking over for me in the future down, but until then, please forgive my slightly awkward delivery while I give you guys the necessary context. Secondly, I don't know what you'll make of the following events. I'm pretty sure many of you might consider it all some kind of hoax. I wasn't present for any of what transpired in Phoenix, Arizona. Phoenix mentioned! Any Phoenixers in chat? I wasn't present for the events that happened in Phoenix, Arizona, but I can vouch for the person who wrote the following logs. She's not... Oh. That was a little bit too much of a zoom. She is not, and has never been, a fantasist. Which is a funny way of saying, she doesn't make things up. Okay, so, I once knew a girl called Alice Sherman. She was an undergrad at Edinburgh Uni, the same time I was. My education poison was history, a degree which has greatly benefited my career as a bicycle repairman. Alice Sharma studied journalism, though perhaps studied isn't the word. It's not an exaggeration to say that she lived and breathed the subject. Editor-in-chief of the campus paper, recognizable voice at the student radio. She was frustratingly tunnel-visioned. And she was a journalist in her own right before anyone gave her a professional shot. Bro's waffling. We met in student halls and became friends almost immediately. A meandering waster trying to stay off his parents' farm and an intrepid, ambitious reporter. May not seem the most obvious pairing, but I learned not to question it. She was inspiring and smart, and she proofread all my essays. I'm not too sure what she saw in me. We were eventually flatmates down in London, where she chased her dream, and I chased my tail. Yo, wait a minute. A PUPATHON? Chasing tails? This is... It's kismet. It all makes sense now. We were eventually flatmates down in London, where she chased her dreams and I chased my tail. She got a few jobs here and there, but nothing befitting of her skills. After months of fruitless internships and rejections, Alice called a flat meeting, telling us that she was moving to America, accepting a position chasing stories for the National Public Radio. The job had come out of the blue, the result of a Hail Mary application she thought had been dismissed out of hand. But we threw her a bittersweet going-away party and put the room up for rent. Do you think they still showed the room while she was living there? It's like, yeah, just like keep your room clean so we can show it off. Like, make sure that you can like leave the room while we, you know, we want to make sure someone gets in right away. God, that is the worst when landlords do that. It's like, yeah, you know, I need you to pack up and get the fuck out of here exactly on the 30th. But also, make sure there's no boxes in the house because I want to show it off. It's ridiculous. The party was the last time I saw Alice Sharma. She dropped out of contact a few months after departure. Complete radio silence. I assumed she was just busy, so I carried on with my small but happy life and waited for her to pop up on television with some important words below her name. Chief Correspondent, Senior Analyst, something like that. The radio silence was broken last week, and, well, for reasons you'll glean further down, I'm less happy about it than I would have thought. Arriving home from work, I found a lone email in my otherwise bare inbox, an email that would later be described as suspicious by my tech-literate friends. Yeah, it's a link that said Alice Sharma, and it was spelled wrong, and it was like Alice Sharma at Gmail / not a scammer / 8462537, and it leads to a spoof website that steals your IP address. I've never been hacked before. Despite being born in the early 1990s, I didn't own a computer until uni, and I've missed several important lessons in the world of cyberspace, like, don't call it cyberspace, of course. And more importantly, don't open emails with no text, no subject, and no sender's address. Or do that on a company computer chat. You know how they always go through those like security seminars, like, hey, make sure you don't fuck up. Just do it. What are they going to do? Fire you? You already fucked up. I realize most of you would have deleted this anonymous blank email immediately. My friends certainly would have. But beyond my basic ignorance about online safety, something further compelled me to open it. The only thing of substance in the entire message was a zipped folder labeled left.right.as. I don't have to explain what I was hoping those final initials stood for. Yeah, he was hoping there was an extra S in there. It's like left, right, ass? Oh God, either that's two asses, one on the left or one on the right, or I'm in between two ass cheeks. Oh no. Opening the zipped folder, I found myself staring at a stack of text files, each one titled with a date, continuing sequentially from the very earliest file, 7/2/2017. To any Americans in the room, this is 7th of February. I'm glad he clarified, because I assumed it was July. I've since read the files a few times and shown them to some friends. They don't know what to make of it either, but they certainly aren't as concerned as me. They think Alice is just a creative writing phase, and if I didn't know her, I'd have to agree. But the thing is, I do know her. Alice Sharma only cares about the truth, and if that's the case with these files, insane as it may sound, then it's very possible my friend has documented her own disappearance. The people who suggested this forum said you discuss strange occurrences. If you guys have come across anything to do with the below, or know any of the people involved, please send any information my way. Has anyone heard of the left-right game? I am so ready to get into it. Part two. Oh, nope, I read that wrong. It's, you go down here and part 2 is after this. Right, we are now being introduced to our actual main character, Alice. I'm going to voice her in a British accent, and I'm going to do my best of my ability. If you don't like it, I'm sorry, but there's nothing I can do for you. You are stuck here with me. You're stuck here with me. Oh, not enough stretches. Not enough early morning stretches. All right. I'll wet my whistle real quick. Little British. They say great stories happen to those who can tell them. Robert J. Guthard is an exception to that rule. As I sit at his table, sip his coffee, and listen to him recount the past 65 years, it sounds like he's reading off a shopping list. Every event, his first job, his second wedding, his third divorce, none of them receive more than 1 or 2 sentences. Rob plows through the years, the curt, dispassionate curator of his own personal history. Yet the story itself is so fascinating, so rich with moments and so wildly meandering, it somehow stands on its own merits. It's a great story, no matter how you tell it. By the time Rob was 21, he'd gotten married, had a son, and worked as a farmer, a mover, a boat engineer, and grown estranged from his spouse. Here's him talking about that. Of course, my wife started to get dissatisfied. I was away a while. For work? Vietnam. You were in Vietnam? How was that for you? I ain't been back since. That was everything he had to say concerning his first divorce and the entire Vietnam War. Rob had 4 marriages after that, and even more professions. After the war, he worked with a firm of private detectives, got shot once by the mob, then he became a courier, which is how a poor boy from Alabama got to see the world. I've been to most of the continents with that job. Been to India? You from India? My mom and dad are from India, yeah. See, I can tell. Are you saying that the guy I'm voicing as Southern was racially profiling this poor girl? Come on. He'd been arrested once in Singapore after one of his packages had been found to be full of white powder. He spent 3 days locked up before someone got around to checking the substance. It was chalk. A friend he made during his brief custody, Hiroji Sato, invited Rob to stay with him in Japan. Just getting over the breakup of his 3rd marriage, Rob took the offer. He stayed in Japan for another 5 years. Japanese are good people, good manners, but they got all these urban legends about ghost stories that Hiroji was crazy for. Spent all his free time chasing them down. Like, you ever heard of Joro Gumo? I don't think so. Well, she's this spider lady, lives in the Joro Falls around Izu. Meant to be real pretty, but real dangerous. Hiroji took us out there to get a picture of her. Did you ever meet Joro Gumo? Nah, she didn't show. None of them did. I didn't believe it all until we went to Aokigahara. You mean Aokigahara, affectionately titled the Suicide Forest. Next stop in rides... God, I cannot think of Aokigahara without thinking of goddamn Logan Paul. Like, how is he still on the internet? How is Logan Paul still on the internet after... Affectionately titled the Suicide Forest, the next stop in the Rob's adventure is an area of woodland at the base of Mount Fuji, a notorious hotspot for young people looking to take their own lives. Hiroji, Rob's ghost-obsessed jailmate turned best friend, took him to Aokigahara to chase Yurei, ghosts of the forest. Did you find anything in Aokigahara? Well, I ain't gonna ask you to believe me, but I was a PI, professional cynic. Even I can't deny there's a spirit in them woods. Same true. It's crazy to me. Not only does he have fans, not only are people still following for his goddamn scams, but they're like celebrating him online. It's like, hey, let me make some moldy lunch food for children that's low calorie and bad for them. People love having a common enemy. See, I wish it were that easy, Annie, but people are like giving him money still and be like, I think he's scammed on 2 crypto scams so far. He did like Dink Doink, which goddamn, what a horrible name. And then MetaZoo. Funny. Good morning, I'm snowed in for the day so I can't work. Oh no. Oh no, you're snowed in? Oh, your job's gonna be so upset that you can't go. I'm glad you're here with me, Fane. How you doing? We're doing some creepy pastas today. Well, I ain't gonna ask you to believe me. I was a PI, professional cynic. Even I can't deny there's a spirit in those woods. From that moment on, Rob's sentences started getting longer. A childlike excitement creeps into his voice. I get the distinct feeling we're moving beyond background, beyond Rob Guthard's old life and towards his new one, the one he wants to talk about, the one that led him to contact the show. It walked up to me through the trees, looked like static you see on a TV screen, but it had an almost human shape. Almost? It was missing an arm. It reached out to me, but I pulled it out of the forest so fast. Hiroji never saw it, holds it against me to this day. Hiroji had good reason to be annoyed. Rob says that Mrs. Sato had been going to the forest for 2 to 3 times per year for 3 decades. To have a rookie come along and claim to have seen a Yuri on his first trip, I'd be more than a little cranky. But Rob didn't stay a rookie for long. In fact, it was in those woods he discovered his current passion, the supernatural, or more accurately, the documentation and investigation of urban legends. Legends like Bloody Mary, the Jersey Devil, Sasquatch. Rob had looked into them all. I figured if one was true, then who knows how many others could be. How many have you proven so far? Since Aokigahara? Sorry, I need to make him voice things incorrectly, because he's like a 65-year-old man from Vietnam. I guess maybe he was in there and had a friend from Japan, so maybe he does pronounce things correctly, but like, Aokigahara? Since Aokigahara, ain't none of them had any proof to him, except one. That's why I called you guys up. At this point, Rob can't hope to repress his smile. The left-right game appeared on a paranormal message board in June of 2016. Only a few people frequently visited the forum, and one of these regulars, only Rob, took an interest in this post. Whole thing at a level of detail you don't see in other stories. What details grabbed your interest? Logs, high-quality pictures. The guy documented everything. Said he was going to play the game anymore. Said he wasn't going to play the game anymore. I think he wanted someone to keep investigating. And you? Was that somebody? That's right. I said about trying to verify his information right away. And how did that go? Well, didn't take long to realize the left-right game is a real thing. I've never seen snow? Wait, really, Annie? Not even like while traveling? I guess my Tejas, wait. Didn't Texas get like a huge snowstorm like the last 2 years that took out like the whole power grid? How'd you dodge that? Lamau, right? They're sad I'm not risking my life over the icy roads. Fane, honestly, how could you? Don't you understand that their bottom line is more important than the fact that you could die? Come on. This is America we're talking about. If you're not working, then you might as well be dead. Come on. Says the man who's unemployed. The rules of the left-right game are simple. Get in your car and take a drive. Take a left, then a right, and the next possible left. Repeat the process ad infinitum until you wind up somewhere new. The rules are easy to understand, but Rob says they're not so easy to follow. There ain't all that many roads where you can turn left and right and keep going. Most of the time you find yourself at a dead end or needing to turn in the wrong direction. Phoenix is built on a grid system. You can keep going left and right as long as you need to. Did you move to Phoenix for the left-right game? That's right. Neo, how you doing? I don't count flurries as snow. Hey, I don't count furries as snow either. Unless they have a furry OC named Yumi, hey, I don't count it. Belle, can you come here? Come here, Belle. Come here. You want a treat? You want a treat? Yeah, that'll get your attention. That'll get my little girl's attention. That's right. That's right. Can you speak? Speak. You are playing the tsundere game today, huh? No? No speaking? Okay. I'll let you be Eepy. I'll let you be an Eepy girl. Sorry, my dog was like wanting attention or something. Ooh. I think I used the wrong. Oh no, you didn't. You didn't use the wrong word. I was poking fun. Ugh. Where I'm at, we just got ice roads and flurries. That sucks. That's terrible. Like icy thin ice, not really snow. Oh yeah, there's a big difference. That's like snow has so many different forms to it. It's beautiful. And terrible. I'm looking forward to snow, but also I don't have to, I don't know, shovel. That's my wife's job. I'm a taking care of man. All right, where were we? The left-right game. So you take a left, take a right, take a left. Keep going. Did you move to Phoenix for the left-right game? That's right. I try not to seem incredulous. Selling your house in another state, packing up and moving your whole life to Phoenix, Arizona, just to play a game you saw on the internet. It seems like insanity. Rob smiles as he reads my expression. I can clearly read his expression too. You'll see, it says. Just wait. I wouldn't have to wait long. Included within the 9-page submission Rob sent to our show was a long list of suggested items that chosen reporters should bring with them. Clothes for 3 days, a pocket knife, matches, bandages. There were also a set of qualifications a reporter should have. Ability to drive, basic vehicle maintenance, and its human equivalent, first aid training. He didn't just want to talk about the left-right game. He wanted to take one of us along. Rob leaves a short while later to embark on a few errands. Prepping the run, as he calls it. He showed me the guest room, and we part ways on good terms, but very much aware of the other's poorly veiled opinions. He knew I saw him as a charming obsessive chasing after a fairy tale. He saw me as a naive cynic on the cusp of a new world. All I could think as I heard the front door close, that afternoon tomorrow, one of us would be right. More after this. What do we think of my voice for her? What do we think? You shoveled the other day? No? Okay, Neo, I got in a lot of trouble for that, though. Trouble for, trouble from y'all, and trouble from Amanda, and trouble from my body. So, I don't know. Maybe next time I'll actually be responsible. Probably not. Oh. When I wake up this next... Okay, did anyone ever in school take chorus and do, like, the scale practice? One of them that my chorus teacher had us do was, like, you know, like the do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do, you know, like that. Instead of doing that, to be funny, she decided to make us sing this. Mommy made me mash my M&Ms. Mommy made me mash my M&Ms. And she had us do that as vocal warm-up every time. Scott the Gamer. Where I just join into absolute cinematic beauty. Welcome on in, Scard. Scard. Now, you say you're a gamer, Scard. But is that true? What's your rank? Says the guy who peaked gold in League of Legends and then never plays any PvP games. Welcome in. We are doing some creepypasta this morning, and then we're transitioning a little later to Subnautica. Oh, you did that too, Fane? Hell yeah. I wasn't sure if it was something that she made up or something that was widespread. It's a great vocal. Oh, it was a great vocal exercise, but it also made me feel like an absolute dumbass doing it. When I wake up the next morning, Rob is in my room, holding a tray which he'd knocked on the bottom to rouse me. I don't manage to recall the start of our conversation. I got bananas, strawberries, chocolate syrup. We got more downstairs, but I wanted you to wake up to something good. Won't be eating this stuff on the road. Rob has made me waffles. He sets them down on the nightstand and talks through the coming day as I eat. I'll admit it feels a little uncomfortable, waking up in a stranger's home to find said stranger already standing over me, but I quickly move past it. I tell myself he's an older man, accustomed to living alone in his own house, not usually having to think about boundaries. Anyway, he certainly knows his way around a waffle iron. Dude, my wife makes the best waffles. We have a waffle maker, and we always do, like, thick Belgian waffles. And one of her specialties is doing, like, a spiced waffle. Like, kind of making it similar to a... Not actually pumpkin spice, but more of a, ooh, kind of like a carrot cake style, where it's like a spice cake in the waffle. It's so good. Well, thankfully the whole class did it with you. True. Very true. Mostly play TF... Well, shit, we got a TF2 play... Y'all are rare nowadays. Welcome in. I tip my hat to you. Now, the question is, are you an old dog or a new dog? You start playing that when you were younger, or is that something that you've gotten into recently? Bit of cloves and cinnamon goes a long way. Yeah, we use allspice, cinnamon, cloves, and nutmeg is what we usually use for it. And a little bit of vanilla extract. Kind of necessary, kind of necessary. We hit the road at 9. I want to give you time to get ready before everyone shows up. There are other people coming? We got a 5-car convoy on the road today. They'll be here in about an hour. This is the first time I've heard of a convoy, and to be honest, I'm surprised. The game is Rob's obsession, and I'm here at his request. The idea that anyone else would have an interest in today's drive is a little perplexing.
Half an hour later, sated, showered, and dressed in the functional clothing Rob had so painstakingly outlined, I take my pack out to the porch. Rob's already there, waiting for his associates to show up. I thought you'd be conducting a few more errands.
If you ain't prepared by the morning of, you ain't prepared.
Okay, I guess that's fair. Oh, Rob, is the garage locked? The inside door won't budge, and I wanted to mic up the car.
Yeah, it's locked up. I'll open it for you.
Thank you.
In fact, it's about time I wheeled her out. Fair warning, Miss Sharma. She's a thing of beauty.
To Rob Guthard, beauty took the form of a dark green Jeep Wrangler. Rob climbs in and lets it roll out of the garage, where it dominates every inch of the driveway.
Size queen. Hey, Rob's a size queen. I'll take it. When it's, holy shit, 2021. Damn, I'm playing a long time. What's your, do they have ranks in TF2? I, unfortunately, did not have much PC gaming when I was younger. It was I was a PlayStation household. We have a PS1, PS2, and PS3. We had the original Xbox as well, but that's about all we had when I was growing up. So I didn't start doing PC gaming till, goodness, I was in my early teens, and at that point, I was playing World of Warcraft. Formula World Champion. Spamming flags. Welcome in. I don't know what flag that is, because I can't really see it because it's so small. Welcome in. How you doing? Pumpkin pie spice is in the pancakes or waffle mix. Sounds incredible. We don't usually do pre-made pumpkin spice when we do stuff like that. Amanda likes to like season it herself so that she does her level of the ratios.
The car is large, 4 doors with a roof enclosing the entire compartment. It's also been modified extensively, yet another example of Rob's dedication to the game.
What are you thinking?
I think you're 2 caterpillar I'm sorry, what is this? I think you're 2 caterpillar threads short of driving a tank.
Yeah, I fixed her up good. I put the winch in, heavy-duty tires, the light rig on top's LEDs. They'll make midnight look like noon, but they don't hardly use any power.
Aren't Jeeps open top usually?
Not all. This is the unlimited. I like to have a covered car when I head on the road.
I climb in, stow my pack. Rob had removed the back seats to afford more storage space. The place is packed to the brim. Jerry cans of gasoline, barrels of water, rope, snacks, and his own neatly packed set of clothes. I wonder if the rest of our convoy would take the game so seriously.
We got Apollo coming in 10 minutes. No one else gives me a time. I set the schedule weeks ago. This always happens. Yeah, everyone fucking RSVPing. Israeli and South Africa.
Why are we spamming flags in the chat, Formula? Are you a real person?
His name's Apollo.
That's his call sign. Apollo Creed, I think he said.
Why are you using call signs?
Did I not tell you? Oh yeah, we're going to use call signs on the road. Keep communications clear.
What's your call sign?
Ferryman.
What is my call sign?
I thought about it. I was thinking London. You're from London, right?
I'm from Bristol.
Bristol? That's fine, I guess.
It takes less than 10 minutes for Apollo turns the corner. Rob jumps out of his chair and paces briskly over to the edge of the property as his first guest pulls up the steps to the sidewalk. Apollo vaguely resembles his namesake, dark-skinned, tall, and noticeably well-built.
Ooh. Oh my gosh, Chad, I'm fanning myself. The rank system is different to most other games. In a good way? Hopefully.
And noticeably well-built, though it's clear he could be less of a fighter. This Apollo Creed is all smiles and seems to have a penchant for laughing at his own jokes. How far have you come?
I come out of Chicago. Took 3 days hard driving.
And you know Rob from the forums?
Everybody knows Rob. Rob's the god.
Rob walks over to Apollo's car, gesturing him over to talk shop. Rob's clearly impressed with Apollo's choice of vehicle. A blue Range Rover packed to the ceiling with kit. I was more impressed with Rob himself. Somehow this 65-year-old farmer's son had become respected in a vast online community. My dad is Rob's age, and he's just discovered copy and paste.
I actually had to teach a couple of my older coworkers
how to control C and control V. They understood, like, you know, highlight, copy, highlight, paste, but keyboard shortcuts, trying to teach them control Z to undo what they did, that ain't happening. They wouldn't even highlight and hit the delete key. They had to delete one letter at a time. It was wild. However, my most played game is Destiny 2. However, due to Stadia's shutting down, I can no longer play. Wait, shit, you had Stadia? I think you were like, you're one of the few people to ever own it, Scarred. Holy moly. Like, that was like cloud gaming, wasn't it? I'm one of those old people. I'm sorry, Annie, you don't know Control C and Control V? I will hold your hand and guide you through the internet world, Annie. And by that, I mean, I know slightly more than you, so I can lord it over you in superiority until someone else, like Flash, comes along to put me in my place. If you're voice acting, always make sure, keep your voice hydrated as often as you can. Browser version, by the way, I had like 4 to 5K hours in Destiny. Okay, how much? Scarred, this is me asking, not because I don't believe you, but because I play a lot of like online games. How much of that is downtime? How much of it is playing? Because I'm guilty of leaving my game open for 8-9 hours at a time and forgetting I logged in. Is that 5K active hours? Because if so, gee, goddamn. Hello, I heard I was called. Yeah, Flash, I was talking about how I had to teach my older coworkers about technology. And that is kind of like you swooping in to be like, hey, Madigan, you're doing all this dumb shit. The rest don't take long to arrive. 2 Minnesotan librarians, also around Rob's age, pull up in a gray Ford Focus. They're brother and sister, and they've shared ghost hunting as a hobby their entire lives. Find it hard to suppress a smile when they meekly introduce themselves as Bonnie and Clyde. Minnesotan. We would have gotten here soon. Nope. Oh god, it's gonna switch into fucking British while I'm trying to do it. Minnesotan. We would have gotten here sooner had we dropped by for some blanket. Nope. Would have gotten here sooner. We had to drop by for some blankets. Pleasure to meet you, ma'am. Pleasure to meet you, too. Would you be the journalist? That's right. You used to write for a town paper, didn't you? He's talking to his sister. She nods. Clyde is clearly the spokesperson for their pair, yet they both seem incredibly shy. Whether they admire the famous outlaws or just the names, it's pretty clear they couldn't be more different from the real thing. Next to show up are Lilith and Eve, English lit students at New York University and proprietors of the YouTube channel Paranomicon. Unlike Bonnie and Clyde, Lilith and Eve have no issue holding a conversation. As soon as they learn who I am and what I do for a living, they attempt to conscript me for an expedition to Roswell. We have a friend there. She's been seeing some... He's a seismologist. Yeah, he's been recording readings over the years that show subterranean movement, predictable movement. We're going to see him in July, but we can work it around if you're free. I'll have to check my schedule. Okay, cool. Let me get my email. They quickly hurry off to film an intro for the latest video, featuring a quick interview with Rob, who seems pretty welcoming to the attention. The last 2 cars arrive within a few seconds of the other. A lithe, strong-willed older lady who goes by Blue Jay, and a younger man by the call sign Ace. Blue Jay has arrived in a gray Ford Explorer. Ace, much to Rob's annoyance, has arrived in a Porsche. Boo! We got all these big old trucks over here, and you're driving a goddamn Porsche? How could you? Older people still. Oh. First step doing any Midwestern accent, you're just going, oop. Back in the before times, using AOL. Goddamn, AOL chat rooms. Holy moly. I haven't thought about AOL in years. I didn't know any of the key shortcuts in like 20. I mean, hey, it means you're learning them, though. I'm a digital artist. I've Control Z'd when I'm drawing on regular paper. On regular paper, Fade. That's so good. Yeah, active. I was playing like 15 hours daily? Damn, Scarred. I'm assuming you had a lot of the nice loot. In the loot. Ford, boo. Yeah, me and my homies hate Ford, honestly. I worked for Ford for about 4 or 5 months. I worked at their call center, and as someone who was doing callbacks for people who are interested in buying a car, and when I asked them, "Hey, are there any cold calls for this job? Will I be calling people who aren't interested?" Like, no, you're calling from a list of people who signed up. No cold, no cold calls at all. You're fine. The calls were like 90% cold calls. They just lied. They just lied to me. So, yeah, that was terrible. I hate Ford. I hate Ford so much now. Wait, so people still use AOL? That's wild. I'm a free-to-play, so meh. Damn, dropping that much time as a free-to-play. Scarred is honestly impressive. The fact that your name is Scarred the Gamer, I think you've earned your moniker. I think you've done it. Not a lot of people call themselves gamers, but I don't think they are. I think my automatic curtain opener saved my bacon this morning. I forgot to set up my alarm, but the light day woke me up. Is it actually that good, Neo? I know you were bragging about him yesterday, but like, I mean, I get hit by sunlight and I want to die. Did you? Okay, let's read the last line. A lithe, strong-willed older woman who goes by Blue Jay and a younger man going by the call sign Ace. Blue Jay has arrived in a grey Ford Explorer. Ace, much to Rob's annoyance, has arrived in a Porsche. Did you think that's gonna help on the road? I didn't write that. It's my car. What am I meant to do? It's my car. You didn't read my itinerary. You got nothing packed in there. I didn't read it, okay? Sorry, I did read it, okay? Calm down. I have a bag. I won't ask for anything. Well, I know that's true. Ace and Rob are off to a bad start. Ace takes a phone call, and despite my best efforts to get an interview with Blue Jay, he doesn't seem interested in talking to a journalist. With 5 cars and 7 travelers waiting for the green light, Rob hands out radios and charging packs, then launches into a quick safety briefing. Wear seatbelts, stay in position, communicate clearly and often. At this moment, I start to feel a little dismay. I like Rob, and clearly so does everyone else. He's convinced all of them to drive across the country. The country? I'm crunching into that country. To join in his game, I start to worry what will happen in the likely event that the whole thing isn't real. Would Rob lose the respect of his peers? Would he accept failure when it comes? After seeing the effort he's put into these runs, the next few hours have the potential to be wildly uncomfortable. With a smile and a few encouraging words, Rob ends his briefing and beckons me over to the Wrangler. I clamber inside and make myself as comfortable as possible. How high off the ground do we think the Jeep is? Do we think he raised it? Or do we think he's, low to the ground, wants to make sure that he doesn't like tip over it all? I don't know. I have both the YouTube and the Twitch stream open, and the Twitch is delayed like 3. Yeah, unfortunately, multi-streaming does a little delay. But hey, thanks for coming over and following, Scarred. I have sheer curtains behind. Oh, okay. That's good. That's okay. Sheer curtains blocking the sun. I'll take that. I'll take that. Smooth, how you doing? Reddit. Oh, yeah. This story was originally posted to r/no sleep, so it's written like a true story, which is pretty fun. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of love r/no sleep because it forces writers to kind of frame their stories in a way, and oftentimes a limiting factor in creativity makes something more interesting, in my opinion.
Oh, Destiny. I remember who was hard into it. Even had the guys who made raid report as part of my clan died out. That was good times.
Which country is the crunchiest? Probably... Is there any country that's mostly desert? Because probably that. I mean, you ever have sand in your teeth? That shit crunchy. Jeep is jacked 100%. Just like... get it all up, raise tires. I got pissed when Destiny turned free-to-play. Did they introduce a lot of monetization? Let's see. I bought Destiny 1 on launch day with the, I think, $120 pack that was supposed to include all the expansions. And if y'all remember Destiny 1, it was a shit show when it launched. The game was terrible. Just terrible. And I kind of swore off it after then. Australia. Hey, you know what? Australia then. And you know what? There's a lot of like scorpions and big spiders and stuff like that. Yeah, definitely be crunching that. Oh. Your husband did that too? Oh, God. It's terrible.
Where are we at? You ready, Bristol?
I'm ready.
Let's hit the road.
The Wrangler pulls out of the driveway and the convoy follows in order of arrival. Apollo, Bonnie and Clyde, Lilith and Eve, Blue Jay, and Ace keep a steady pace behind us as we come up the first corner. Rob slowly and deliberately turns left, checking on the others in his rearview mirror. He looks back to the road as Ace's Porsche completes the first turn of the game. Shortly afterwards, Apollo checks on the CB radio.
This is Apollo for the ferryman. How many more to go, Rob? As many as it takes.
I can tell Rob wanted to reserve the radio for something other than Apollo's quips, but he seems to like Apollo enough to let it slide. I'm not sure Ace would have received the same treatment. We take the next right, and another left. Now safely assured that everyone's following correctly, Rob speaks my thoughts aloud.
You're wondering the same thing Apollo is.
What do you mean?
You're wondering how many turns we're going to take before we hit a wall or something, where you find out it's all just a story.
Does that disappoint you?
I'd be disappointed if we weren't thinking something like that. But now we're on the road, I gotta say something. And you gotta listen.
Okay.
We're coming up to a tunnel soon. Any time before we reach it, you can get out, walk in any direction you like, and you won't be in the game no more. Once we go through, you gotta retrace the route we took to get yourself back out that tunnel. That's when you're home, and you gotta convince someone to take you back in a car, 'cause I ain't ferrying you back 20 minutes in. You got till the tunnel to skip out on this. Understand?
I understand, though I have to say I'm getting a little nervous.
Ain't nothing wrong with a little nervous.
We've taken 23 turns at...
Actually, read chat. Bon Beasley. Thank you for the follow, Bon. How we doing today? Australia is a 80% inhospitable desert. Ooh. Played Destiny 1 only for the campaign and a little bit of the multiplayer. Even the campaign was hard for me. I don't know. Spotted you on YouTube while watching on my TV and had to hop over to Twitch to follow. Hell yeah. You're incredible at voice acting? Well, thank you, Bon. I appreciate it. I am a voice actor. I've done a few gigs. Unfortunately, a lot of places want you to self-edit before submitting to them, and these guys don't work too well. So I've been out of it for a little bit. Hoping to get back in soon, though. But for now, we're doing a little bit of voice acting streaming, doing some story reading. Welcome in, Bon, though. I appreciate you coming.
We've taken 23 turns at this point. Already I feel like we're traversing the city pretty effectively. Rob's heavily modified Wrangler solicits a few impressed glances from passerby, as well as several honks of respect from other Jeep drivers. Other than those few moments, everything seems completely indistinguishable from a regular morning drive. I even start to worry there'll be anything at all for this story. A reporter takes drive with interesting man isn't exactly Pulitzer-worthy. Turn 33 leads us onto a short, unassuming street. A row of small businesses in a quiet Phoenician neighborhood. Liquor, second-hand clothing, tools, and, at the end of the street, a little shop selling antique mirrors. 10 or so people shuffle along the sidewalk, smiling, talking, planning their weekends. The only lone person is a young woman in a gray coat. I briefly glimpse her at the end of the street, standing on our next corner, the back of her coat reflected in 50 old mirrors. Even from a distance I can see she's sullen, wide-eyed and nervous. She sifts constantly on her feet, tugging at the button of her coat. I look away to write some notes as we roll down the street. When I look up again, the woman is standing by my window, staring right at me. She's smiling a wide, unflattering grin that seems almost offensive in its complete insincerity. Lambs at the gate, hoping for something better than clover when all they find are things worse than slaughter. Rob, what's happening?
Ignore her.
He wanted to leave me, so I cut him out. The lake was hungry and it drank the wound clean. Miss, are you all right? The smile vanishes. It snaps from her face as suddenly the woman's furious. What do you think you're doing? Have you gone mad? I reflectively press myself back in my chair as the woman, wide-eyed and gaunt, slams her fist against my window, every intent of breaking through. Would you dance down the lion's tongue? It will shred you, you whore! It will shred you down to your sins, you fucking bastard! Rob puts his foot down and the Wrangler rolls defiantly away from the woman. As we turn the corner, I watch her as she retches, her every movement cradled in abject hysteria. She yells despairingly at the rest of the convoy, bursting into tears when the last car passes her by. As she shrinks into the rearview mirror, I see her turn to the large mirror at the side of the shop, which the owner is in the process of polishing. I watch as she walks up to it, and with convulsive screams, she slams her head into the glass. The mirror cracks around her forehead. The owner jumps back in shock as the woman pulls her head away from the mirror surface. A fractured spider web is dripping red. It all happened in the split of a second, and she quickly swerves from my view. We take the next left. Rob, what was that?
She's there sometimes.
On that street?
On the 34th turn.
Who is she?
I don't know. She's never acted out that much before, though. Must be a special trip. What do we think? Did I do well? Did I do well? My cat's shaking between my legs, demanding I drop my hands so she can rub against them? Oh, sorry, snaking. She's petting herself with my hands. That is so cute. That is so cute. But I'm not allowed to pet her. Char does that so much, where she'll want attention, I give it to her, and then she runs away because she wants attention somewhere else. Yeah, hell yeah. Yes. I wasn't sure how it would come through on the mic. I wasn't sure if I was being too loud, if it would like pick it up. I got kind of into it. Whew. I didn't know if I said lurk command right, so I tried to Google search and my browser crashed. No, you did, Scar. Don't worry, I saw you lurking.
I find Rob's lack of concern a little unpleasant, and his implication that the woman's ravings were the symptom of an internet game leaves me more than a little perturbed. As I see it, there are a few explanations for what just happened, and none of them lead to a comforting conclusion. If we had just encountered a bona fide crazy person, then one could argue that Rob is just seeing what he wants to see. Maybe he'd bought into the game's story so much that every strange but inexplainable... As I see it, there are a few explanations for what just happened, and none of them lead to a comforting conclusion. If we had just encountered a bona fide crazy person, then one could argue that Rob is just seeing what he wants to see. Maybe he bought into the game's story so much that every strange but explainable occurrence could be rationalized as the next step in his favorite paranormal narrative. Alternatively, the woman could have been an actor, a more elaborate theory, sure, but not unheard of. People have lied to the show before, and Rob was receiving a ton of publicity for this attempt from Lilith, Eve, and I. I admit, Rob didn't seem like a liar, but good liars never do. There's a third alternative, however. An alternative which, if you put logic aside, explains the all troubling little details I couldn't help but notice. 'Cause, as strange as the Grey Woman was, isn't it stranger no one on the street would react? I couldn't recall a single glance at her direction by anybody on the sidewalk. Perhaps the theory falls apart when you consider the shock on the mirror seller's face, but when I think about it, he only reacted once the mirror shattered, and even then, I feel like his attention was on the mirror itself. The radio clicks. Lilith to Bristol, Sarah, Eve, got that on camera. Do you have audio? I think I picked her up. My God, that was so weird. Can you send us the file when we stop? Can you ask Ferryman when we're stopping? When's our stopping point?
For them, about 30 minutes. For you? Well, you tell me.
Rob turns on a busy street just before a large intersection onto a much quieter stretch of two-lane road. Ahead of us, the road slopes downward, leading into an underpass, which disappears into darkness. We'd arrived at the tunnel. What is this supposed to pass under?
Ain't supposed to pass under anything. It's just there.
And if we weren't playing the game?
It won't show. Question is, are you playing the game or not? Oh, Lord, I'm lurking.
Rob turns to me. It's the first time he's taken his eyes off the road since we started. He pulls the car to a slow stop at the mouth of the tunnel.
You get out now, you can go wherever you want to go. But through there, you need a car to get yourself home. And like I said, mine ain't turning around for a long while. You understand?
It's a dramatic statement, but unsettlingly, it doesn't feel like he's attempting to dramatize. It feels like I'm having something genuinely asked of me. Am I ready for what's to come? Do I accept the risks involved? Do I consent to be taken down this road, and the next road, and the next? Am I prepared to see this game through, real or otherwise, to its end? What are you waiting for? Rob smiles and turns back to the road. He picks up the CB radio, holds down the button on the side. Then the microphone crackles.
This is Ferryman to all cars. Anyone want to step out, then pull up to the side now. Otherwise, stay in formation, have some supplies to hand. We got a long way to go.
Much like the game I'm so tentatively playing, my view of Robert J. Guthard seems to change direction frequently. I'd heard all about his life, but I'm sure that I know him. I like the guy, but I'm not certain I trust him. And though I admire his dedication to the left-right game, I'm not sure I'd like to where it might lead us. Yet, as he takes us into the tunnel, his face vanishing and reappearing under the dim sodium lights, I can tell he expects this trip to be a major step in his already impressive story. And for this time, for better or worse, I'm along for the ride.
End of part 1. What are we thinking, chat? Are we feeling intrigued about the left-right game? Are we feeling interested in Rob? Ooh, is it gonna get paranormal, supernatural? Not the TV show, don't worry. Did anyone watch Supernatural? I am? Hell yes, move. Supernatural to me was one of my favorite shows up until, spoilers, I guess, for a years old season. When the angels fell from heaven. At that point, I stopped. I wasn't really that into it at that point, and then it, But the original Supernatural, like the first 5 seasons, that shit was, or as Neo might say, très magnifique. Did I say that right? I watched Star Trek. May the Force be with you. Now, I know it's live long and prosper. Chat, I want to show you something. You know how nowadays I talk about how my hands don't work and all that yada yada. I used to be pretty dexterous. You know, you got the Spock hand. You got the Spock hand. But can y'all do this? That's right. Independently move these fingers. Or how about this? Whenever my wife tries to do this, she gets very frustrated at me. She's like, how the hell are you doing this? Why do you have so much control over your fingers? And then I say, did it for you, babe. I'm sorry. I don't think I've ever had a TV show to tie myself to that wasn't a short anime. I feel like most of the loves of my life are anime. I can barely do the Spock hand. Yeah. I can do it, but not as fluidly. Based. I can do the first, but not the second. So you got this down, but this one's hard. I practiced this for like 2 weeks when I was younger, just because I was like, I can't do it. I want to try. You can do both. Okay, Spock, high five then, but we're going to change mid. All right, Dorella, we're going to high five, but as this is traveling towards the screen, we're going to click to the middle. Are you ready? Whoosh. Ready for part 2, everyone? Ready to get into it? Are we tucked in? Are we cozy? Everyone got a little drink to have? Everyone got a little tea, a little coffee? Maybe a Monster Energy, which I wish I had. Dear God, I wish I had a Monster Energy. Hey everyone, I got the day off work and I wanted to start by posting up the next log. I also want to thank you for all your responses so far. A few people have linked me to the sites Rob J. Guthard may have operated on. Someone even offered to look up the mirror shop in Phoenix and try to retrace the route to Rob's neighborhood. I'm gonna spend the day making a few international calls, and I guess he's British too. Hi. No, fuck it, he's not British. I'm not voicing him British. I'm gonna spend the day making a few international calls and sending emails out, but if you guys have any other ideas about how I could pursue this, I'd really appreciate them. In all honesty, I'm gonna need all the help I can get. This horror deal has proven pretty categorically that I'm no Alice Sharma. Speaking of which, I'm gonna let her take it from here. Thanks again. I can do the index finger and pinky, but not the ring finger. And mad bro finger? Is that... I'm sorry, what? I don't think I've ever heard to a finger referred to as the mad bro finger. You mad bro? Oh. Oh, this one? Are we talking about the middle finger? Shit, okay. Chat, this is a debate I've had with my friends for years. Which is the more impressive middle finger? Do you hit people with the... like this? Or do you hit them with the... or my specialty, this. A little bit of the thumb up. When I'm hitting someone with the middle finger, bah, that's how I do it. That's my favorite middle finger way. It just feels more insulting that I put more effort into it, you know? With a guava flavored Monster, okay, well, to be clear, is it sugar-free Monster? Because I don't like sugar in my drinks, unfortunately. I like the lipstick middle finger thing. Whether you like twist it up. Is that what you mean? The DB salute, the offset. Damn, I've never heard of any of these. So remember my first VOG compilation from Destiny 2. Like you made a compilation of the stuff you did in Destiny and uploaded it. Is that what you're saying, Scarred?
Left Right Game, Part 2. The next turn comes immediately after the tunnel. We've been in the dimly lit passage for almost 2 minutes, but at the pace Rob likes to travel, it's hard to figure out how far we've actually gone. When we've descended into the underpass, we were just nearing the outskirts of Phoenix. Scrutinizing the rearview mirror as we leave, it's fair to say we aren't that much further out. Everything else, the temperature, the time of day, the weather, all seems exactly like it had been before we ventured into the tunnel. I'm not sure what I was expecting, of course, but it certainly doesn't feel like we're anywhere new. The tunnel itself had been similarly underwhelming, especially considering the importance Rob seemed to place on it. In fact, the only thing of true interest as we passed through was something Rob said once we hit the halfway mark. As the tunnel's mouth loomed towards us, Rob picked up the CB radio transceiver and issued a casual warning to the convoy. The message itself was straightforward. His choice of words, however, was curious. I decided to ask him about it. Rob, just a second ago, when you told us the next turn was coming up, why'd you use the word trap? Huh? I have it in my notes. You said, folks, we're coming to the end soon. First little trap's coming up. Our next turn is a sharp left as we leave. Look out for it. Is there a reason you used the word trap? Yeah, they got a bunch of femboys on the corner. I know that I shouldn't be using the word trap anymore. A lot of them find it offensive, but you know, I grew up using the word trap, so sometimes it just slips out. Then you apply your lips to it all sassy? Oh, okay. Neo, y'all are introducing new things to my lexicon. Yeah, it's sugar-free. Yay! Trying to move my pinky alone and it keeps bringing my mirror. Oh yeah, your pinky being connected to your ring finger is so annoying. Like I'm trying to do it too with just the one, but you can see it wobbling. Oh, there it goes. You twist the top of the lipstick. So you like this and then you raise your, how do you like, and then when, how do you, I don't get it. How do you twist the bottom for, I'm twisting it. I'm grabbing it, I'm twisting. In middle school, we had Perry rhyme about the middle finger that went like, loves, respects, and sends to the dick. You had to turn the palm 90 degrees, which is a thing, and then, interesting. So do this, and then this. Okay. Lurkin, no problem, Kai. Oh, excuse me. Oh shit, those are made, damn, Bonbon dropping some fucking bangers off the top of their head. I guess Bonbon, I didn't ask. You and Scar, what are your pronouns? I want to make sure I don't misgender you. Just one of them things. A fella wrote all the original logs. Like to think the road would try and trick you into making a wrong turn. Small roads off large highways, roads obscured from view, sharp turns like this one. You thought the roads were trying to deceive him? Yeah, pretty much. Gotta say, I agree with the guy. By this point, we'd taken the offending corner and the next right a little further on. I can't help but feel that Rob is spreading a great deal into what is, essentially, an abrupt turn in an ordinary road. The level of conspiracy he's able to place behind such a simple thing, going as far as to describe some mischievous quality to the asphalt itself, it's hard to take seriously. In fact, I'm starting to wonder less about whether Rob can convince me this game is real, and more about whether I'd ever be able to convince him it isn't. Perhaps this story will be less about where a magic roadway goes after a few zigzagging turns, and more about where the human mind can go if it invests too heavily in the idea. To his credit, Rob had noted my cynicism. He even seems to welcome it. But if our current surroundings are supposed to convince me, he's going to find me more cynical than he anticipated. Rob keeps his hand on the wheel and his eyes on the road. Any attempts at an interview receives a pleasant but curt response. He's not being evasive. His attention is just elsewhere. Before I know it, half an hour has gone by without Rob speaking a word. It seems that a large part of the left-right game involves driving in complete silence. Once again, I'm not sure what I expected, but it's certainly not an earth-shattering start. At least it gives me time to type my notes.
Ferryman to all cars. We stop here.
An uneventful hour and a half passed since we left the tunnel. I didn't notice Rob pick up the receiver, but before I know it, the Wrangler has pulled up on the side of the road, leaving a large space behind us for the rest of the convoy to park up. The buildings are getting few and far between now. It won't be long until we were in the desert proper. With this in mind, I assume Rob is simply stopping to let everyone drink up. I probably shouldn't assume when it comes to Rob Guthard.
Oh. Ow. The dual shot, both middle fingers, and cross your arms like this, and then she hit him with like the action movie pose. Jesus. I could care less about pronouns? Well then fuck yes, guard. I will call you whatever I wish. He, him, they, I have no real preference and don't get offended easily. Beautiful. Do I have anything else in chat? The lovers of the upward facing one. Interesting. But my first time completing Vault of Glass, one of my teammates was telling me how he has yet to get the exotic gun from VOG and that has been doing it for like 3 months. What's the drop rate on that? 3 months of grinding and you didn't get the gun? Oof. Oof. How quickly did you get it, Scarred? And you know what? Chat, I'll say it. I'll say it. You can maybe guess it from me. I was a Titan main. I like playing tanks. I like playing big buff dudes. I like playing big buff ladies. You know, I locked in. You got it when we... Dude, Scarred. That is like the most evil thing ever. Someone trying to get the drop forever, then you just fucking... You spoon feed it. Oh my god. Oh no. Which, by the way, I'm not sure if that's anything outside the RuneScape community. When someone gets a drop that's underneath drop rate, or when they, like before they should get it, they call it spooning. Which, I don't know. I usually like spooning, like being the big spoon, but sometimes being the small spoon's nice. Sometimes. Big Fluffy Dude likes playing big buff dudes, who'da thunk. I could be buff. I could. Back when I wasn't disabled, I was a strong lad. I was the one who they called to do the moving. I still got some muscles. Pah! That's pathetic. I miss you. I miss where you went. I can't even pick up 5-pound weights anymore. Well, I can. It just hurts me. You know, the most pain moaned I've ever... Oh, to spoon again someday. To spoon and to be spooned. Well, hey, you know what? You can get a big old Dakimakura and use that for spooning.
I probably shouldn't assume when it comes to Rob Guthard. Though this is definitely a rest stop, Rob also has some important words for the crew. He gathers us round in a rough semicircle, talking while we eat our provisions.
Now, I mentioned the emails that, at certain points in the trip, you'll need to do some things just 'cause I say so. This is one of those times. Y'all understand?
Yeah, I guess. We get to know what it is, right?
And this is where he tells us to give him our money, right, Rob?
Yeah, I'd rather know what's going on.
And I don't intend on keeping anything from you. Just to be clear, that across this next stretch, you need to follow my orders to the letter.
Yeah, we get it. Just tell us already. Rob takes a few moments, perhaps to lend gravity to his point, perhaps to swallow some barbed words intended for the increasingly impatient Ace. When he does speak, it's in a measured and serious tone. He is clearly adamant we take his words on board.
For about half an hour, the next 13 turns, we're going one by one. We travel in order of formation. Me and Bristol will go first. Then I'll radio the next car to follow. When you reach the Jeep, you You park behind me, then we go as normal. Now, there's a hitchhiker on the road, a well-dressed man with a case. You pick him up, you take him where he needs to go. You do not, under any circumstances, talk to the man. To be safe, don't look at him. Don't take anything he offers you. Don't open the door for him or wave goodbye when he leaves. You do not acknowledge him in any way. You want my advice? Don't say a word till you get to the stopping point.
Why do we have to go one by one?
Guy wrote all the logs, says he don't like choosing cars. I don't know what it means, but I'm lucky I never had to find out. Why don't we just not pick him up? That isn't an option.
I mean, yeah, it is. I don't see why we...
God damn it! You'll pick him up whether you want to or not!
The group is silent. This is the first time Rob's raised his voice. In the ensuing stillness, Ace looks like he'd be more than happy to turn his car around and retrace the route back to Phoenix, leaving Rob in the dust with a few choice words. I can sympathize with him a little. Rob's been treating him as an annoyance, a tag-along who didn't do the homework. But at the end of the day, Ace is doing nothing to fix things. Also, Rob is essentially right. He didn't do the homework.
Oh, well, okay, I suppose we should get back to the road then.
Minnesota.
Well, I suppose we get back to the road then, if everyone's ready.
I cannot do Minnesotan. What game were we talking about? I believe we were talking about Destiny before. I couldn't feel anything but sorry for that dude. I mean, it's pretty terrible. It's pretty terrible. I want my big spoon back. Neo, okay. Operation Sneak Svent into Canada. Come on.
Well, I suppose we should get back on the road then, if everyone's ready. Thaddy has nothing more to say to us. Rob marches over to the Wrangler. Bonnie, Clyde, Apollo, and Eve sit on the floor sharing snacks. Ace loses himself in his phone, and Blue Jay, still maintaining a noticeable distance from the group, takes her car with a copy of US Weekly. Bristol, can we talk? I turn around to see Lilith holding a cell phone with the screen facing me. Yeah, sure. What's up? Have you tried to make any calls since we came through the tunnel? Not yet. Why? Could you try? I pull out my own cell and dial the office. The line's busy, which isn't exactly uncommon. Lilith watches intently, waiting for a reaction. I'm not getting through. They were busy? Yeah. Why? Everyone is. We have signal, we can make calls, but everyone on the other side of the end is busy. Do you think it could just be a coincidence? I mean, really, everyone, Bristol. While he's been driving, I've been calling. My camera's automated, support line 911. You dialed 911? For science, yeah. All of them are busy. I even called this guy at my dorm who was a serious thing for me, and trust me, he is not fucking busy. This is weird, right? It's like we've crossed a threshold into the world suddenly, doing something else, you know? In all honesty, I'm not sure I do know. I don't want to say it, but it still seems like a massive stretch. Luckily, Rob saves me from commenting when he calls me over to his car, clearly eager to get back on the road. I tell Lilith we'll look into her discovery on the other side, and she nods in agreement, reaching to her friend and immediately stealing a handful of apple slices.
Apple slices with peanut butter are the few ways that I like fruit. If you want to appeal to my heart, that is a good way to do it. Additionally, I'm struggling to follow all the names at this point. Would it be better if I announced their names, or I could give like a little preamble before when they introduce a character, I can be like, reminder, this is this. So for what we were just doing, Lilith and Eve, they are the YouTubers. So this like young college age YouTuber is trying to dial out and can't get anywhere. And Bristol, aka the main character, aka Alice, is, you know, the main character. Rob's the southern guy who is the leader. Ace is the asshole in the Porsche. And Apollo is the guy who's big, buff, dark-skinned, and looks fucking sexy. And then we have Bonnie and Clyde, who have barely been in the story yet. I have my data saved over to my Steam account, but the computer I'm using can't run. Oh no! Damn, you gotta get an upgrade, Scarred. Although to be fair, computers are fucking expensive.
I should absolutely try Destiny now that my internet isn't garbage. Maybe? I don't know. It feels like a lot to get into. But, you know, there's always Final Fantasy XIV, my favorite game.
I climbed into the Wrangler and waved goodbye to the convoy. We slowly rolled back onto the road and set off on our way, watching the rest of the group disappear into the background. I feel noticeably more isolated despite Rob's presence, or perhaps because of it. I'm not exactly sure. The hitchhiker shows up about 10 turns later. Just like Rob said, the man is incredibly well dressed, in a well-fitting brown suit with dark green tie. Even from a distance, I can see his shoes are expertly shined, as is the varnished wooden case resting on the floor beside them. He stands on the side of the road and raises his hand gingerly, wearing a look of hopeful anticipation. Who is he?
The hitchhiker.
Is that really all you're going to say?
It's all I can say. You understand the rules here?
Don't talk to him.
I'd say don't talk at all. Not until we stop. When we stop, we're safe.
Rob veers slowly over to the side of the road. The hitchhiker smiles appreciatively, grasping his hands together and shaking them in thanks.
Thank you! Nikki! Oh my gosh, how you doing? Thank you again for the dono yesterday. How you doing? Sorry I didn't show up yesterday. You weren't streaming when I got off work. Yep, so for a reminder, everyone, since it's been a bit, our subathon is slightly different than normal subathons because I have a wife. She gets out of work at 4 p.m. Oh, I should probably move this over. She gets out of work at 4 p.m. And so our subathon is every day between 8 to 4. I kind of want to get my red pointer back and get the brush stroke larger. Oh, that's not what I meant to click. So for the subathon, what we're doing is 8 to 4 p.m. every day. At that point, the timer pauses. That way you don't lose out on any time. And in my opinion, it's a little better than normal subathons because, I mean, a lot of the time just kind of is wasted on subathons with overnight streaming and the streamer sleeping. So now with this subathon, you get everyday streams, and they are going to be nice and chock-a-block full of content. But yeah, how are you doing today, Nikki? You gonna get to stick around? And then I guess I should go over the, it's been a while. Right now, we've hit our 100 sub goal. My wife and I are gonna be playing Hollow Knight this weekend. And at 125, the next one, I get to wear some wife clothing. Which, oh god, oh no, I have to put on female clothes. Who would have thought? Doing all right. I'm glad things are going well so far. They are going fantastic. The subathon went crazy yesterday. People were so generous. And then, of course, one sub, 15 minutes. So even using your Amazon Prime extends the stream 15 minutes. And then like $1 in tips, 5 more minutes. And then same thing with bits. I'm trying to be pretty generous with the time allowed, too. By the way, is the ambient background music okay, Chad? Or do you think it's too quiet? Right. It's for a good cause? It is. Getting my pup healthy is going to be really, really, really good. Oh, and right now, I have a list of things for a wheel of punishments. I have a couple things coming in the mail, like Bean Boozle. So once we get those, we can do a wheel of punishments where if subs are gifted, I spin it and have to do some absolutely horrible things. Like, I don't know, shots of apple cider vinegar, or Bean Boozled, or wearing wet socks for 30 minutes. It's going to be fun. I can barely hear it. Okay, I'll turn it up then. I wanted it to be not too intrusive, because, you know, the story, but it should probably be a little louder then. Okay. There's background music? Oh no. Oh no. I'm turning it up then. I'm turning it up a lot then. Oh no. How's that? Can y'all hear it now? Ever heard of the one chip challenge? Nikki, I love you. That is too much for me. I'm pretty sure the one chip challenge, isn't that banned in some places because it's caused like anaphylactic shock? He'll actually die. Yeah, I'm gonna put something spicy on the list, but I want you to understand, I am not only a white boy, I'm a fucking gringo. You put some spice in front of me, I die. I can do jalapeno, and that's about it. So we'll be doing shots of hot sauce as part of the punishment wheel, but we ain't doing, I'll tell you what, I ain't biting habaneros. I'm a little baby boy. Is it seriously that bad? I wasn't aware.
You're so good, Nikki. You're...
I wasn't poking at you. All right. Is the music loud enough now then? Green Mountain Gringo? Dude, I will to my day defend that salsa. It's made in Vermont and called Green Mountain Gringo. And it is, aside from actual salsa, like it's the best store-bought salsa I've ever had. Doesn't even sort of compare to homemade salsa. But if you're just getting a jar of salsa, Green Mountain Gringo is nice. All right, so recap. We just pulled over and picked up the hitchhiker.
Rob veers slowly onto the other side of the road. The hitchhiker smiled appreciatively, grasping his hands together and shaking them in thanks. Picking up his case, he strolls over to the Wrangler whilst unbuttoning his blazer. See you on the other side. The back door opens, and the hitchhiker pulls himself in the storage area. Finding no seating, he settles himself cheerfully on some of the softer luggage just behind me.
Not much in the way of seating back here, huh?
I have to admit it, I do find a subtle urge to respond. Even after the stern warnings I received, to ignore the man seems almost instinctively rude. I was raised British after all.
So, where y'all from? I'm traveling in from Oakwell.
I glance at him in the rear view. He meets my gaze and smiles. I flick my attention back to the road, counting the white lines. The stranger persists in trying to start a conversation. 10 minutes go by. The silence grows palpable, broken intermittently by yet another cheerful attempt at conversation. Topics include what nice weather we're having, our professions, our hobbies. In response, I busy myself with pointless but occupying tasks. I find myself playing games in my head, thinking of common phrases and making them into clunky anagrams. It seems to work, and after a short while, I start to habituate to the man's small talk. I almost don't notice that he's there. Maybe that's what allows him to catch me out.
You're a fucking disappointment, aren't you?
The statement comes out of the blue. It's sharp, venomous, completely divorced from the idle questioning that I've been turned down. And I'm daydreaming when I hear it, and before I can register what I'm doing, I turn to face him. My lips are already parting as I go, as I reflectively thought... My lips are already parting as I go, a reflexive thought, reflexively vocalized. What? I almost say it aloud. The word is on the edge of my tongue. In a single note, my vocal cords were all but ready to play. Only the sudden, vice-like grip of Rob's hand on my forearm anchors me in the moment. I stare at the hitchhiker, my mouth still open. He's different now. All of the warmth, all of the pleasantry, is drained from his face like running makeup. His smile is malevolent, calculating, and finally, it feels honest. You want to know things? I can tell you. Rob keeps his eyes focused on the road, but his grip on my arm tightens. I can tell you everything you want to know, even the things you never knew about yourself, even the thoughts you didn't know you were thinking. Those little critters all the way at the back. We stare at each other a moment longer before I turn round and back to the road. I don't count the white lines anymore. Now, I'm focused intently on anything our passenger has to say. For the next 10 minutes, ignoring him is going to have my full attention. He only tries a few more times, reverting back to a more innocent questioning. Nothing takes. 5 minutes later, he indicates to a seemingly random point on the side of the road, and Rob drops him off. He thanks us, climbs neatly out, and puts down his case and waves as we depart. When we disappear on the next corner, he still hasn't stopped. Surprisingly, the silence caused by the hitchhiker's presence isn't nearly as intense as the one left in his wake. I decide to break the tension, somewhat ungracefully. To be fair, we are having nice weather. Don't talk. Are you mad at me? I'm sorry, he got to me. I wasn't expecting... You did fine. We don't talk till we stop. I go back to my notes, making a point to write down my current feelings. For the record, embarrassing but relieved. Once I put the words down on paper, however, I feel something else. Confusion mixed with concern. Because at the end of the day,
What was I relieved about? That I didn't talk to a strange man who had tried to talk to me? Was anything really at stake?
God damn. Whoo. That was the longest the ad break. Oh, God. I'm sorry, Scarred. Scarred, I recommend if you can, on ad breaks, go to YouTube or see if you have an Amazon Prime subscription. Because Twitch gives us two options. I can either, one, have pre-rolls on my stream, which means that my stream is effectively dead. Because if someone clicks on your stream, especially if you're a smaller streamer, and they see an ad immediately, they're gone. The other option is every 30 minutes, I have to roll a minute and a half of ads, which they do automatically. And unfortunately, that's the way Twitch rumbles. So if an ad pops up on Twitch and you don't have an Amazon Prime to subscribe for free, switch over to YouTube. I recommend that. This man didn't know that tacos can be soft. Dude only knows hard-shell tacos. Annie, that is a misrepresentation of what I said. I thought that hard-shell tacos were the original tacos, and that soft-shell tacos were, you know, just like a way to eat tacos that I preferred. And I also possibly referred to soft-shell tacos as basically open-faced burritos. It is the whitest thing I've ever said, and I acknowledge that. My manager at my first job made salsa out of some tomatillo. Ooh, that you grew? How'd it turn out? How'd it turn out? God damn. He did say he's a white boy. I am. I can't deny it. I'm a white boy. I was raised in New York. What do you want from me? I ain't near the border. Let me put it this way. Chat. My idea of what Mexican food was what my mom served me, which was overcooked ground beef cooked in the like taco seasoning packets with like no toppings besides cheese. We didn't have sour cream or guac or anything. It was like cheese, overcooked ground beef, and taco seasoning. That's what I thought Mexican food was until I was like a teenager. I only, when I was a teenager, discovered some Mexican food was great. I had like burritos and stuff. And then when I finally like moved out and I got to try the food I wanted to try, it's my favorite cuisine. Mexican food is the most delicious cuisine. All right, so we just finished The Hitchhiker. Let's get back into the story. It was really good. Fuck yeah. I feel like my favorite kind of salsa is like red salsa. I like you know, green salsa, but like a nice red salsa with just some kick. It can't be not spicy. I like spice. I'm a baby bitch boy when it comes to the level of spice, but if my Mexican food isn't spicy, then it's like something's wrong. So I like a medium, like, you know, I like a medium spice. I like jalapeno. So, yeah, I did unfortunately bring that argument to my chat, and I have quite a few Texans / people from like the Philippines, people from Puerto Rico, people from across the border in Mexico. I have a lot of people of Hispanic and Mexican descent in my chat, and they not only schooled me, but teased me, bring it up constantly, and clipped it. Oh, dude, Bonbon, I am very lucky right now. I live in a mountain town. I won't say which state, obviously, but I live in a mountain town in the Northeast, and we have no cuisine near us that's authentic, except we have one Mexican place near us, and it's called Tony Sombrero. And I heard that name, and I was like, I don't want to go there. It's probably just some white guy that runs it. Yeah, I'm Tony Sombrero. Whatever. We end up going. Not only is it authentic, it is so authentic that the guys behind the counter were making the burrito, and his kid comes running out from the back going, "Papi, papi, papi." It was so fucking cute. They have house-made tortilla, house-made salsa. They have like everything is made in-house. And to top it all off, you know when you get a burrito and they toast like one side, maybe two, to like seal it? They spent 3 minutes, 4 minutes toasting every side of my burrito so it had this like beautiful crisp on the outside. Oh God, it was so good. I got dragged to a meat market in San Antonio where no one spoke any English and made the most incredible tacos I've ever had. Oh, I want that. I'm so hungry right now. It's 9:45 in the morning and I'm so hungry. I should stop bullying you for that.
Annie, 90% of this stream is bullying me. If you don't bully me, then what can I do?
Bullying me is the point of the stream. I am the punching bag. But you know, I'm a punching bag in that you and the punching bag are working together. Like, you punching the bag isn't you trying to hurt the bag. You punching the bag is trying to train yourself. So y'all are training your sass on me, and I'm training being like I'm your sparring partner. Oh my God. You made nuggies? Are you gonna share? Bullying Maddie is 90% of the content? Exactly. I'm Afro-American and Puerto Rican, and my favorite food is Asian. I really like soul food and Hispanic food, but the sweet flavors of Asian food captivate me. Asian food is kind of like a broad statement. I'm assuming, are you talking about Chinese food or Japanese, like Korean? Like what kind of, I almost said genre. English major calls different cultures food different genres. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, my favorite genre is fantasy food. Oh, God. We're getting back into the story. I'm getting off track. That never happens to me.
The more I think about it, the more I realize the entire episode with this mysterious hitchhiker reduces the left-right game to two possible states. It's either real or it's an elaborate hoax, perpetuated by Rob J. Guthard. The crazy woman, the tunnel, the malicious left turn, all of those could be explained as rationalizations. But the hitchhiker was far too elaborate, far too difficult to predict. If he was an actor, then Rob is nothing more than an impressive fraud. If he was genuine, I'm not entirely sure what that leaves us. Something in the corner of my eye pulls me from my thoughts. A transient, peripheral object that almost completely passes me by before I turn in a weak attempt to catch it. I only get a few seconds to look before it's gone from my field of view. I face forward once more, sit back in my chair, and let Rob carry us even further down the road. It's not too long before we finally pull over.
You did good. Sorry for grabbing you. I just didn't want you to do something you'd regret.
No, it's fine. I was going to. Do you know what happens if you talk to him?
Not sure. I came close myself once a few years back. The way he looks at you when he thinks he's got you, I don't want to know.
Rob, I saw something a few moments ago. I don't know if you've noticed it.
Afraid I have my eyes forward most of the time.
There was a car on the side of the road. It had crashed off the bank. Have you seen that before?
I ain't never seen that, but random stuff shows up here and there.
Have other people than you run the left-right game?
No one I know of. Whoever it was, they'd probably just rather crash than face that damn hitchhiker again.
He's there on the way back, too.
If you're unlucky.
Well, something to look forward to. Rob picks up the CB radio and messages for Apollo to set off.
Remember, chat, Apollo is the tall, muscly, dark-skinned man who likes to make jokes. Gonna be lurking? Have a good stream? No problem, Scarred. Scarred, I like the cut of your jib. If you want, why don't you join the Discord? It's both linked in the description of the YouTube and below in the panels on Twitch. Lets you know when I go live. I'd like to see you again. As a Hispanic person, I can also say that Asian food is the best. My favorite is Thai and Viet food. I love Thai food. I can never get Thai food because Amanda's not a big fan, but I love Thai food. One thing I've never had and I desperately want is KBBQ. Korean barbecue makes me feel like I desperately want it. I will agree that I am a great fan of Asian food. I am, however, a hater of fish, and a lot of Asian food contains fish. Shmeep. Mainly Chinese, Japanese, and Korean. That's fair. Do some gochujang. Oh, that slaps so hard. Kimchi is too spicy for me, though. I told y'all I'm a little baby boy. Kimchi's too much. KBBQ is awesome. There's a ton of places in Houston. Hey, if I could travel to Texas to visit, I would. Let you take me to all the good spots.
Rob picks up the CB radio messages for Apollo to set off, repeating his warnings concerning the hitchhiker. I feel like everyone's going to get a similar speech before they embark. Ace will probably get it twice. Half an hour later, Apollo shows up. Though he laughs about his ordeal, he's clearly shaken.
The guy should call himself an Uber. You can't shut those guys up. You guys have an Uber in England?
Yeah.
Then you know what I mean, right?
Bonnie and Clyde, they are the older people who are quiet and haven't really spoke much. They're librarians. Are quicker to arrive than Apollo. They pull up at the back. Clyde helps Bonnie out of the car, and they proceed to stretch their legs. Once Apollo joins them, it's clear that everyone has a different story to tell. The hitchhiker offered Clyde travel suites, pleasantly but firmly insisting he take one. Apollo almost got talking about his music tastes after the hitchhiker asked to play something on the radio. That particular story does leave me curious about whether we still get NPR on the road.
Fucking British people and their NPR. Boo! Says the guy who's obsessed with podcasts. I mean Japanese, not JAP, and now my message is being looked over? What? Mainly Chinese, Japanese, and Korean. What do you mean? Isn't that what I... Didn't I read that? Or did you miss it? Texas got some good eats. Okay. Don't you dare bring up Good Eats. I know you just said that, but one of my favorite shows as a kid was Good Eats with Alton Brown. That's going to send me on a whole tangent. We're trying to read a horror story, and you want me to talk about Alton Brown Good Eats? Come on. That, diners, drive-ins, and dives, how it's made, I lived on those motherfuckers when I was a kid. Come on. Thai food can kill me, though, because shrimp. Oh, that's right. I forgot that you're allergic to shrimp. Doesn't your mother-in-law make you shrimp, though? I feel like I remember you saying that. I'm Cherokee and Norwegian. That is quite the mixture. I say my favorite cuisine is probably Jamaican. I like Thai food too, anything that is spicy but not overkill that you can taste other seasoning. Yes, I love spice in my food as long as it doesn't hurt me too much. Let's see. I had, God, what was it called? I haven't had much chance to try Jamaican food, but I had, it was like an empanada. Like a fried empanada that had like this sweet cream sauce dribbled over the top of it. Oh God, I can't remember the name of it. It was so good though. It was like a little meat pocket. He does have my EpiPen on lockdown? Goddamn. Oh, we got caught by Automod. Oh, because JAP is a slur. Gotcha. I don't think they were. I think they just were typing Japanese and they just typed JAP, you know? Oh, another really good one that people may not know is gypsy. Don't use the word gypsy, which I'm using now to explain to you. Because, you know, Hunchback of Notre Dame be dropping that like crazy, Disney movie. That's actually not their name. It was an offensive term used to call them. That's actually where the phrase to be gypped comes from, to be scammed. Like, oh, I got gypped on that. Don't say that anymore. My friend comes from Romani descent, which is their actual name, Romani. And he educated me on that. He's very Disney movie from the 90s. Oh, exactly. But yeah, he's Romani in descent, and he educated me on it. Oh no, the Taco Saga's in clips. No, don't look at it.
Rob customarily greets Bonnie and Clyde, then walks off to signal Eve and Lilith. Eve and Lilith are the YouTubers. He's still sitting in the Jeep when I meet him at the door. Hey, what are you up to?
Just waiting by the phone. Girls are on their way. You need anything?
Maybe. I think Apollo's been affected by the whole hitchhiker thing a bit more than he's letting on.
He seems just fine to me.
I'm not so sure. He's only smiling when people are nearby. Could you talk to him?
Well, I ain't much comfort. I got 4 ex-wives to tell you that. Think I might be coming better from you?
I think this is a man-to-man conversation. I might just get a brave face. Rob doesn't look comfortable, but he acquiesces, climbing out of the car.
The last man-to-man conversation I had, my son didn't talk to me for 3 months.
I watch him wander over to Apollo, who's standing by his Range Rover, staring at his phone. Rob puts a calming hand on the man's shoulder. From a distance, it's actually a sweet moment. I start to feel bad for lying to him. I carefully open the driver's side door and climb into the Wrangler. I'm assuming I have around 20 seconds before Rob comes back.
Picking up the CB radio receiver, I stare at the list of presets, labeled 1 through 9. I don't know which button I press to talk to Eve and Lilith, and I certainly don't have time to call everyone up. Rob handed us all a transceiver before we left. It's what he's been making the all-car bulletins with. Preset 1 puts him in touch with the transceiver in each car. I've seen that in practice enough times. The rest of the presets must access the transceivers individually, and, if Rob is the man I think he is, he gave our radios in order of position. If that's what case, then either Rob or I could be preset 2. Apollo would be next, then Bonnie and Clyde. Without knowing where Rob has placed himself in the queue, the only option which would guarantee me getting through to Lilith and Eve would be preset 7. I think that makes sense. With no time to check my work, I press the button and snatch up the receiver. This is Bristol to Lilith and Eve. Are you guys there?
Oh, excuse me. Dude, that pizza from yesterday is still fighting me, chat. I've been burping up like garlic butter taste since yesterday. Ugh. Brr.
The receiver crackles quietly. I look into the wing mirror and see Rob making awkward small talk with Apollo. Perhaps his 4 ex-wives were onto something. Lilith to Bristol, how's on their side? We haven't seen the hitchhiker. Oh, and by the way, I just phoned Eve and it went through. Could I have your number to test? Sorry, Lilith, I'm phoning you about something else. Why? What's going on over there? Apollo's nodding to Rob. I can imagine him making assurances that he's perfectly fine. I really don't have long at all. I have a mission for you, but you have to keep it secret.
Sounds awesome. What's up?
Once you're past the hitchhiker, there's a crashed car on the road on the passenger side. Whilst you're going past it, would you mind getting some footage?
What sort of footage?
Just zoom in and get as much detail as possible. You don't need to stop, just anything will be useful. Rob's starting to walk back to the car. I shift your position in the seat, still holding the receiver.
Is there something specific you...
Talk to me later now. Talk to me later, not now. Thank you. Bye. I slam the receiver into its holster a moment before Rob opens the door. He shrugs at me.
He seems fine, unless there's something he ain't telling me.
The rest of the day is fairly uneventful. Lilith and Eve pull in, beaming about their experiences with the hitchhiker and bragging about the dashcam footage would mean for the channel. Lilith ends her story by insisting that nothing else happened for the rest of the journey, whilst directing a highly intentional look in my direction. I look away and make a mental note to catch up with her when less people are around. Blue Jay seems the least fazed by her running with the hitchhiker. We do manage to get a few words out of her, though perhaps a few is an exaggeration.
I'm tired.
After which she goes to sit down on her own. When Ace pulls up to the side of the road, he almost falls out of his car. His legs are weak, his face gaunt, he breathes quick and shallow. I try to get him to talk about it on tape, but he shrugs me off, eager to hear about where we're going rather than talk about where he'd been. We travel for a while longer, now at around 486 turns.
I would have absolutely, positively stopped counting after like 40. I am not studious about that. I would have been zoning out. I'm 6 feet from the edge and I'm thinking maybe 6 feet ain't so far down.
I don't know where that came from, I'm sorry. And nearing our first night on the road, Rob signals for our stopping point, a quiet clearing at the top of a hill. Rob clears a sleeping area in the back of the Wrangler, leaving a line of luggage as a barrier between us. I appreciate the thought, but don't really know how to tell him. In the end, I just say, thanks for making room. Apollo attempts to keep everyone from going to bed, issuing vague statements about making a fire, but people quickly shuffle off to their cars. The early start, the subsequent events of the day have taken their toll. I watch Lilith and Eve break away from the group and head to bed. I suppose I'll have to talk to them tomorrow morning when Rob isn't around. I still feel a bit bad for lying to him, and for putting Lilith and Eve into what could be a blatant act of dumb paranoia. Rob seems like a good man, and a reasonable man, as flawed as any of us, but fundamentally decent. But the fact remains that when I talked to him about the crashed car, he clearly said,
"No one I know of. Whoever it was, they'd probably rather crash than face that damn hitchhiker again."
I want to trust Rob. I want to believe him when he says he didn't see the car. He'd never seen a car on that stretch of road. But for a man of so few words, he might have said too much. If he never truly saw the car, how did he know the direction it was facing?
Smooth over on YouTube. Look at you. You're chat hopping. He's multi-track drifting. And yes, both the salsa and the taco saga clips are in the chat if you want to be educated on my uneducation of tacos. Oh, I clicked over. Oops. There we go. I make all my notes concerning the subject on paper and in shorthand, which I'm hoping in Rob's long and varied life he has inexplicably learned to read. Long after Rob's gone to bed, I stay in the passenger seat typing up my thoughts for the day.
That was Sister Moon by Leslie Estrada, another song to calm you folks down as we head into the evening. It's Chuck Greenwald, and I'm with you till the witching hour.
I decided to put the radio on in the end. I was curious, and I also wanted the company. I turned the volume way down so the noise wouldn't reach Rob, and searched around for something to have in the background. There aren't many stations to choose from out here. The clearest one is Radio Jubilation, the local station for a nearby town. The current DJ, Chuck Greenwald, has been playing soulful folk music for an hour.
It's been a busy week in Jubilation as we welcome in our new school principal, a very impressive guy who's bringing some new and interesting proposals to our community. It's got a few people talking about funding for the arts. We got the view. We'd love to hear it.
I'm finishing typing up my latest clandestine notes, and just then realize how tired I am. Wanting to sleep, but not yet prepared to move the single yard between me and the air mattress, I lie back in my seat, listening to Mr. Greenwald address his beloved town.
We're going to go back to your request very soon, and I can tell you we've got some goodies on the way. For now, though, let's take ourselves to the new box. They're gonna hurt now.
Immediately, at the volume of a whisper, Radio Jubilation begins to broadcast a cacophony of bone-rending screams. The noise shreds the air, what sounds like hundreds of people, each contributing to their own voice in a collective symphony of pain and torment. I instinctively move my body away from the radio, suddenly upright and wide awake. The cries are ceaseless, agonizing, punctuated only by half-stifled, tear-choked pleas for whatever is happening to stop. A moment later it does, or, at the very least, the screaming cuts out as the soft tones of Chuck Greenwald take over. I look from the radio over to the sleeping figure of Rob J. Gothard. I can't help but stare at him as a single thought runs through my head. I hope this man's a fraud. I hope he's playing me. Because if he isn't, then there's something very wrong with this road.
Hope you folks enjoyed that. We're going to be bringing you much, much more. This is Chuck Greenwald telling you you're always welcome in Jubilation. Stay with us.
Woo! Ooh, end of part 2. God damn. I love this story. It's so good. It's like such a slow burn. Ugh. The characters all feel so real too. Character writing, I'm an English major on y'all for a second. I apologize. Character writing and dialogue are the hardest, in my opinion, thing to do when writing a story. Making dialogue believable, making dialogue sound like it's coming from a character and not just like, oh, this is dialogue I'm putting down. Making dialogue unique sounding for the different perspectives of the characters, how diction's done, the phrasing, the punctuation is impeccable. It rustles my jimmies in the best way. Hey again, guys. Oh, sorry, I should probably introduce. We're in part 3. Hey, hello again, guys. I finally got around to posting the next log. I would have put this up sooner, but unfortunately I've had bikes to repair. And if I don't do the customers might go online and discover it's not actually that hard. I want to thank you again for the help you've given me in finding Alice. The guy who said he tracked down the mirror shop has given me regular updates on his progress. I've received a whole lot of help going through the American Missing Persons reports. Turns out Alice's works haven't been heard from either, and they're going through their emails of Rob's submission to the show. Everyone's been really helpful, so thank you. I gotta say, I'm slipping worse since this whole thing began. It's strange to think that all this time Alice was out of contact. I was perfectly content. Yet now that she's got back in touch, every day I don't hear from her makes me that much more worried. That's assuming, of course, it was her who sent the email. I really hope it was. Thanks again, everyone, and please, let me know if you find anything. Yeah, that's a good story. It's written so well. And on like a forum, r/no sleep. This, by the way, the woman who wrote this later went on to publish this as a book, as well as has made like several books since then. So she's a very prolific author now. Left Right Game, Part 3. Rice, non-perishable. Soy sauce, non-perishable. Salt, non-perishable. Eggs, well, they're perishable, but I bought them fresh and got a hard-boiled that'll last a week.
It's breakfast time, the start of our first full day on the road. Rob's been out since 7 o'clock, cooking a meal for anyone that wants it. The aroma pulls us out of our makeshift beds and arranges us around his portable stove. Our bowls are already full before we realize there's a catch. The trade-off, the supposedly free food? A 10-minute lecture from Rob about the powers of rice.
See, in the Pacific, our guys used to be terrified of the Japanese. Whole armies marching on grains, thought they were super soldiers. See, the Japanese know the secret. You give people rice in the morning, they're going for the whole day.
After dropping 2 large spoonfuls of his flavorful staple into a bowl and handing it to me, Rob breaks a raw egg over the top. The yolk clouds over as I stir it in. To be fair, the food is delicious. It's fun to watch Rob on his soapbox. At least there's some things he's willing to talk at length about. I stare across the circle at Lilith and Eve, the YouTubers. The latter spilled rice on her top, and her friend is teasing her playfully. Eve sees me looking over and meets my gaze and turns back to Lilith, her tone dramatically muted. I return to my food, making a point to seem attentive to Rob's speech. A minute later, the 2 girls decide they finished their meal, and I quickly realize so have I. Devouring the last few bites, I place my bowl in the small tub of hot water next to the stove and carefully wander over to their car. Lilith and Eve are facing away from me, silently packing up their sleeping bags. They refuse to look at me once as I reach them, in a deeply conspicuous attempt at subtlety. Is he watching? I glance over at Rob. He's still talking to Bonnie and Clyde and Apollo, asking them to guess what breakfast translates to in Japanese.
Gohan, which is also rice.
I think we're fine, so did you see the car? Without answering, Eve reaches into the back seat and picks up a MacBook, repository for all her Paranomicon's footage. She presses play as Lilith and I huddle around her, blocking the view of any potential onlookers. The footage depicts a familiar road. Lilith and Eve must have dropped off the hitchhiker and just made their next corner. I can hear them talking about their experience, both terrified and thrilled at the events of the day. Eve reminds Lilith that they need to look for the car. Lilith swears, and the camera immediately starts scouring the roadside. Look, there it is! I see it!
I need to make their voices more different. I want to say Valley Girl voice for Blue Jay. So maybe I give one of them a southern accent.
Look, there it is. I see it. Slow down, slow down. The abandoned car comes into view, with Eve sloping to a crawl, Lilith maxing out her camera's zoom function. A precious few details can be summarily gleaned. The car's windscreen and driver's side window are broken. The keys are still in the ignition, and once Eve takes the wreck, it's just possible to make out a dark stain soaked into the driver's seat. Stop the car. Just as video Eve starts to slow to a halt, the real Lilith shuts the laptop. I glance behind them, trying to keep my voice as low as possible. You stopped the car? I mean, yeah. Yeah. We don't know you. We don't.
Ugh, God. I'm having trouble.
I mean, yeah. No, you told us not to, but like, really weird, so I went over and you got out of the car. For the record, I was super against it. Anyway, there wasn't much there when we didn't get up from the road, except there was a bag in the back seat. Did you have a look inside? Yeah. Do you wanna? Lilith nods her head towards the back of the car. It takes me a second to realize what she's getting at. It's in the boot! It's in the... what? It's in the trunk! Yeah, obviously. We couldn't just leave it in there. Look, you can watch the rest of the footage at any time. We'll even send it to you, but you need to look in this bag before we hit the road. I check on Rob once more. He's washing up the bowls and cutlery, exchanging small talk with Bonnie, oblivious to what's transpiring mere 5 meters away. Lilith and Eve escort me to the trunk, reforming our secretive huddle before Eve lifts it open. A brown leather duffel bag sits front and center. It looks expensive, but worn, probably a few decades old. The pair gesture for me to unzip it. Just to preface this, I want to say, this whole trip has been fucking weird. The bag isn't exactly full. I rummaged through the loose contents, finding a few sets of good quality men's shirts and a pair of jeans. Further down, I found a small and well-used shaving kit. I started to wonder what Lilith and Eve are so bent out of shape over when my hand hits the hard edge of a straight, rectangular object. Slowly, and with great care, I managed to extricate it from the layers of wool and denim. It's a package, a heavy, square block about the length of my forearm, neatly wrapped in brown paper. It seems completely unassuming, except for a black wire hanging out from the underside, leading to the back into the bag itself. Lifting the wire, the black plug rises out and swings freely in midair. Turn it around. While both girls watching me intently, I turn the package back in my hands. The wire connects to a charging port of an old Nokia 3210, 3210, I don't know what to phrase it as, which in turn is superglued to the packaging along with a few shards of exposed circuit board. Last, but certainly not least, are the words emblazoned on the brown paper and imposing. Last, but certainly not least, are the words emblazoned on the brown paper, an imposing black typeface. C4 explosive. My mouth feels dry. I wasn't expecting that. I know, fuck this road, right? There were tons more in his trunk too. It was insane. Is this dangerous? Not right now. It's basically inert unless you have the detonator. Are you sure? We have a Wikipedia download on the hard drive. It's the only reason Eve let me bring it here. She read this article like 3 times. Anyway, the Nokia's out of battery. I'm sorry, you have Wikipedia downloaded on a hard drive? That's not... Am I media illiterate? How on earth do you have the entirety of Wikipedia downloaded? That seems impossible to me. Anyway, the Nokia's out of battery. Okay, well, I'm not even going to ask how you know that. I don't get why this would... Why? I don't get this. Why would someone bring plastic explosive for the left-right game? I mean, what the hell are we heading into? I have no idea. Do you know if Rob has any? If I have any what? When I look up, Rob's only a few steps away from us. I hide the C4 behind my back, dropping it into my satchel next to my notebook. I just managed to pull my fingers out of the way as Eve instinctively slams the trunk shut. Tips for sleeping in cars. These guys had a rough night. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Just something you gotta get used to, I guess. We're hitting the road in 15-20 minutes. All right with you guys? Yeah, totally. Bristol, you mind helping me pack up? Not at all. I was painfully aware of what's hanging at my side. I step away from Rob towards the now dismantled stove. Looking over my shoulder, I see Lilith and Eva watching us go, their faces awash with apprehension. I can't say I feel the same. Despite my surroundings and the multitude of unsettling events, I don't have space in my head for apprehension just now. All anxiety is slowly being pushed out, its territory annexed by a bolstering sense of resolve. There are far too many strange things happening on this road, and even if it kills me, I'm gonna find out what they all mean. You've heard of that before? It's totally possible? Really? It feels like that it's so much, you know? They provide several compact versions of Wikipedia, some even suitable for small storage. I just figured Wikipedia was so massive that it would be hard to even do that. That's really cool. That's really cool. Oh, I just got dizzy. Oh. Medication's rough, y'all. Medication hurts. Brr. Rob, can I talk to you? We packed everything in the back of the Wrangler, and I'm about to get back on the road when Ace comes up behind us. Rob turns around and I sense an icy shield raising up as he curtly addresses a compatriot. What is it, Ace? Can I ask you something? It's okay if you need me to go home after. The shield thaws. This isn't the Ace we've seen before, and Rob, perceptively enough to notice, he engages, albeit cautiously. To remind you, Ace is the man who drives the Porsche, who's been kind of like combative this whole time. What do you want to ask? Ace shuffles uncomfortably. Suddenly he seems much younger. Does the hitchhiker... Does anything happen if you don't pick him up? Oh, god damn it, Ace! I told you, you can't... Tell me what happened. I was making my way down the road, and
I was angry at how you've been, and when I saw the hitchhiker, I thought I should, do what I said and just drive by. Ace starts to tremble. I'm going to meet Rob's eyes. A minute later, I look in the rearview mirror, and he's sitting in the back of my car. He's just talking about the weather. I mean, I swear, I didn't pick him up, but when I think about it, all these memories come back. I start to remember pulling over, letting him in. It's like, I did it, but I didn't even... Did you talk to him? No. I promise I didn't say a word. Rob says to Ace in silence. Ace hangs his head, like a penitent criminal facing judgment. Feels awful, don't it? Ace finally looks up, confused at Rob's words, searching the man's expression for clues. I did the same as you the first time. Just drove right by. Wasn't gonna let some stranger in my car. Nearly jumped out of my skin when I saw him in my rear view. Rob grins at Ace, who manages to smile shakily back. You ain't got the right gear for this, Ace. I like to run a tight ship, and I gotta say, it pissed me off. If you want to turn that Porsche of yours around, don't think any less of you, but if you want to keep on this road, how about you listen more, and I'll try to be a little less of a hard ass. Rob holds his hands out for Ace to shake. It's an offer of peace, or at the very least an offer of terms. Ace accepts it, grimacing only slightly as he faces Rob's iron grip. About time we hit the road. 5 minutes later, we're rolling into a deep valley, each member of the convoy appearing over the crest of the hill behind us, everyone pressed and accounted for, including Ace. I have to say, I'm impressed. With what? With how you handled Ace. One might presume a guy who's been divorced 4 times isn't the best at conflict resolution. Divorce is conflict resolution. That's a good point. He seemed to be saying that the hitchhiker made him pull over. Is that really what happens? Yep. He always ends up in the back seat, and you always remember picking him up. It's just... that's not scientifically possible. Get used to that. Oh! Are you owing the story or owing me being dizzy? Hopefully not the latter. It's fine. My medication just causes dizziness. Here, a distraction. Is my girl. Oh, goodness. Look at that baby. Look at that blep. This is who we're doing it for, chat. This is what we're doing it for. This is why we stream. What a good baby. What a good baby. Oh, chat, she's so good. Don't worry, I won't keep bothering you. You can go back to Eepin. You can go back to Eepin. Chat, I need like 10 minutes. I'm gonna give you a babysitter for a second.
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet. She decided to go for a run and
We're gonna do a quick daily dose while I sit back and get a second. Can you pause the scary music? Oh, it's off, don't worry.
extreme freezing temperatures.
Oh my lord.
Nej, jag dör, vad roligt. Ja, men alltså, det här är det sjukaste jag varit med om.
Thank you for being so patient. You've been so patient.
Oh, the other one.
Okay, now. Be good.
Oh. Patiently waiting to spit, apparently.
A truck was carrying giant planks of wood when they accidentally fell off directly into this car.
What'd you walk into? What you walked into, Sylvester, is we're taking a brief pause from doing creepypasta. And Dolphin and Sylvester at the same time. Oh my god, I'm getting spoiled. We're taking a quick break from our creepypasta while I'm recovering from a bout of dizziness caused by my medication. And we're going to watch some Daily Dose. Oh my lord!
As scary as that might have looked, the good news is that nobody was hurt.
Oh! Bye,
Does
Frosty.
anyone know what this is? A few days ago, a weird glitch moved across the sky in Texas.
Annie, was that you? Did you do this, Annie?
Everyone else is so
I call that
Crazy
God's
reaction.
butt crack.
New house came equipped with a doggy obstacle course.
Oh!
This guy was out fishing when he realized that he was directly underneath a thunderstorm and it was time to leave.
Ooh! Alright, yeah, that's probably dangerous.
Here's a great way to ruin a Christmas present surprise.
Close your eyes, 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 close your eyes. Oh, what the f?
Brother, they already saw.
Get inside. Get inside. That is not for you. You did not see that. You did not see that.
Brother, you can't sweep it under the rug. They saw it. All right, chat. One in chat if you ever went looking for your Christmas presents. I know at least from my household, my mom hid them very well. I only ever found them once in the years I looked. But every year I looked to see if I could find my Christmas presents early. I was a little shit. Probably not going to stay for too long as I'm going to be heading to uni in about an hour since I have a final. Ooh. Sylvest, good fucking luck on your final today. I forget, what year are you in uni? Oh, I got a bunch of little sneak thieves in chat. Look at you prowling around. Never found them. I always went looking but never found them. My mom was great at hiding. To the point where some Easters, when we did Easter egg hunts, we didn't find all of them until like a month and a half later, just because my mom hid them so well.
Little butt.
Oh. He's offended. That's a raccoon.
You got this? Oh, oh no!
These thieves were trying to steal a slot machine.
Why?
They couldn't figure out why this light pole wasn't working. It turns out that some squirrel completely filled it up with some nuts.
That is so many more than I thought. That squirrel's gonna come back and his entire stash will be gone. I'm a junior since I transferred to community college this semester. My sister did the same thing. She went to community college for her first 2 years, finished out at a university, and now she got her master's as well. And now she's currently applying for her PhD at Cornell. I might have enabled Nisilpong? What? English text is out. I was just curious. What was it? Under El Paso? You know what? I'll forgive you. I'll forgive you, Bon Bon. Top to bottom nuts. Hey, that me.
He put a regular piece of paper in his bed to see how he would react. This photographer
That was
trying
so
to get some
fucking
good
cool.
nature video footage when this happened.
That would not be me. Oh, my lord.
I can't tell which bird is more angry.
Oh, it's molting. Oh, no clipping makes sense. That is so dangerous. The first 2
Poor
years
little
took a
guy
decade.
doesn't know how wheels work.
You did it. Oh. Oh, good job, bud. I had a hamster when I was younger. I named him Lester. And
I'm going to jail now. I'm going to jail. Somebody call the cops. I'm going to jail now. Somebody call the cops. I'm going to jail now because of you.
what?
This kangaroo is trying to...
That felt like a different video. Is that just me? It feels like that was not a Daily Dose video.
But yeah, you did it though, Sylvest. Even if it didn't take you the correct amount of time, a lot of people just don't do it at all. They give up. So I'm proud of you. I'm very proud of you, Sylvest. I graduated a semester late. My wife graduated a semester early. So she she was just better than me.
I'm gonna drown this guy's dog.
Oh.
I'm gonna punch your head in. Look at my dog.
Kangaroos are horrifying.
Merry Christmas.
This poor cat.
That's
doesn't
a
know how
good
to drink
cringe.
water.
Fake crash out? Oh, you're right. It probably is it probably was fake. I am a person who, you can call me gullible. I like saying is the benefit of the doubt. I just kind of believe people. I'm very easy to be fooled.
This is called a mantid fly, which is a type of flying mantis that looks like a
Wow,
wasp.
I hate this so fucking much.
Looks really ominous, but pretty harmless. And is pretty chill too.
So apparently it's not uncommon for food vendors in Thailand to remain open during major flooding.
I mean, yeah, rise and grind. Neko! Oh, by the way, I looked at my Twitch recap yesterday. I have apparently my biggest fans over here. Look who's over here, Neko. Oh, there you go. Float and grind, you're right. Are they standing on a platform back there, or are they also in the water?
I think this pigeon might be a little too close.
It says gullible on the ceiling. It like inverted its head. Oh, I love these things. Where it's just a bunch of shit smashed together, but if you look at it from a certain direction, it's a piece of art. It's so cool. I don't like the Barbie heads, though.
That's enough, Rocky. Back away from the water. Beep, 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 beep.
I have never seen a
my
cat
top
with
streamer?
bad posture before.
I yelled so loud, the mic peaked. Oh, God. Neko!
Say we're gonna be making churros. All right, they're looking pretty fire. Let's go. I'm gonna get the biggest one, so it better taste good.
Some biking schools use a training.
They look like they just did the cinnamon challenge. So much dust. This guy is breathing sand. Lisan Al-Gaib, man. What the fuck? He got the whole plot of Dune in his mouth. If more wasps were half praying mantis, they would probably be more chill. Oh, 100%. Although, I will say praying mantis are horrifying. I watched a praying mantis eat a lizard alive. Got hit with the Pharaoh's curse. No. Dirty joke. He just got hit by the Pharaoh's cum. You know what I'm saying? Bro ain't shooting blanks. Bro's shooting fucking dust.
Some biking schools use a training wheel device to teach people how to safely do a wheelie.
That's cool. That's really cool. That's really cool.
This horse wanted to join in with making a snow angel.
-2, I'll take it. Oh my God. Ooh.
I have never seen a cat experience enlightenment before.
Did it gain enlightenment from Sniffa? Oh.
This is probably the most talented thing you'll see.
I need to run that back. I feel like this person is an anime character. Style points?
Bro didn't get style points. Bro got style fucking marathon. Bro, holy shit.
This is probably the most talented thing you'll see today.
This is going to be Amanda and I when we're doing our Hollow Knight playthrough, but nowhere near as actually cool looking. Bala, what's up, Bala? Oh, you dumbass.
I think I now want a baby rooster.
Is this true, Annie? Do you hold your chickens like this, Annie? Can I pet that dog? When was that last year? Maybe a month, Father? I think?
I have never seen someone run in lowercase before.
I mean run in lowercase. What is that? What?
So this is
what?
pretty run in lowercase.
Run in lowercase?
Before.
I don't get that. Roosters are assholes, or at least can be. Oh, I've heard. I've heard. Literally.
So this is pretty cool.
Oh, small steps?
The oldest
Okay.
albatross in the world is 74 years old and is about to become a mom again.
Oh my god. I didn't know albatross could live that long. I know parrots can live for like 80 years, but
This
damn.
poor seal only has 2 brain cells.
I run on my tiptoes. I don't run on... I don't like... I don't know if you'd call that a different kind of... Seal, you're so me. Like, I don't know if you count that as a different kind of running. Oh, well, that's kind of... Man, that is the highest high to the lowest low. You're succeeding at a skill challenge in front of all your either coworkers / family. You finally complete it, and then you eat shit. Highest highs to lowest lows.
These robots are being used in parking lots in China to deal with illegal parking or bad park jobs.
What, do they like lift your car up or something? Bro, they stealing your ride! Holy shit, they stealing your ride!
That is the end of this video. We hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you guys again very, very soon.
Later. The fact that they didn't touch that cat's belly indicates to me that they are not a cat owner. Because you suffer the claw marks to touch the belly. Oh, can I shit in Detroit? So, for those of you who are coming in that were, when I was watching the video, we have been reading a creepypasta this morning called The Left-Right Game. As a brief summary, we are following a reporter who has sent records of this journey to her friend in London. And the story so far is, as you play this game, you're driving in a car, you take a left, then the next right, then the next left, and so on ad infinitum. And by doing that, you enter into the left-right game. And so far, the 2 spooky things that have happened is a crazy woman smashed her head into a mirror and broke it, but no one seemed to notice. That weren't a part of the game. And a hitchhiker that you cannot talk to, trying to get you to talk to him. And right now, we are going to be starting on the 3rd day of travel. As we go through, I'll reintroduce the characters, because we have some people who may not know who they are, and I'll give you a brief little idea of who they are. Okay? Okay? My cat used to do that, just like on the back splayed. Should I wake up the EP boy an hour and a half early, or should I let him sleep? I feel like I want to be selfish and say wake him up because I like my Sven, but like EP's EP, you know? Jenna, how you doing, girlfriend? It's good to see you. Been a hot minute. It's been like what, a couple weeks? It's good to see you again. How you been doing? My cats grew up with me touching their bellies, so they were used to it, but sometimes they let me know, not right now. Char is very violent. And I don't mean aggressively violent. Char likes to play, but she likes to play with knives out. She just fucking doesn't hiss, doesn't get angry, doesn't already. No, she loves to play constantly. She just does it very violently. So here, let me show you how violently she likes to play. Chat, take off my gloves. Let's see if the camera will show it off. So I got, it's kind of blurry, but got here, here. You got all of these cuts here. We got a big one, which you probably can't, you can kind of see it. It goes all the way up through my knuckle. I have multiple puncture wounds on my arm that you can't really see that much. And the right hand is worse. My cat Sasha was so affectionate, loved all the belly attention. Char likes to be belly rubbed. See, it's not that she's attacking me because she doesn't want her belly rubbed. She thinks it's a great game, and she just kind of on me. She then will roll back, she will roll on her side or on her back so that I will touch her belly so that she can then attack my hand. It's one of her favorite games. All right. So we're starting the third day. We spent the next 2 hours in silence. Oh, spooky music. What kind of a streamer isn't playing spooky music at the correct time? Not my streamer. Yeah, again, leaving up to her keeps her namesake. Yeah, Amanda either was prophetic in naming her Char, or by naming her Char, she took on the Dark Lady's evilness. All cats installed with the feature. All cats are installed with 10 knives. Not 10, 20. They have back feet too. We spent the next 2 hours in silence, with me typing up my notes and Rob navigating the sparse few turns that show up every now and then. Ace's testimony troubles me, perhaps because it stretches my favorite theory, that the game is an elaborate hoax perpetuated by Rob Guthard. I was content that the hitchhiker could have been an incredibly deaf performer, but even if the man was a trained thespian, that doesn't make him capable of mind control. Ace could be insane, or maybe an actor himself, but those ideas sound exactly like the idle rationalizations I decried in Rob earlier. I'm not sure what my theory is at the moment. I keep working, hoping to type my way to a revelation. A few lone trees have started to show up in the distance, towering wild pines with trunks as thick as barrels. Without my noticing, the trees grow slowly more numerous, and, in that creeping way that landscapes change, it isn't long until they span both sides of the road, encapsulating us in a deep, bright forest. Realizing I've recorded everything of substance, and with Rob concentrating on the drive, I have no choice but to lay back in my seat and watch the world roll by. Despite the pervasive strangeness of the left-right game, there's a beauty on the road. Under the light shade of the canopy, the smell of pines permeating the still air, I actually feel myself starting to relax. It only takes 3 words to change that. Those words don't come from Rob. He's as quiet as always. They aren't spoken by the rest of the convoy either. They aren't spoken by the rest of the convoy either. The words are writ large in calligraphic gold paint, resting on a spotless white sign. Even from a distance, with the letters a little more than a blur, I know what they're going to say. Those were the words I've been dreading since I switched off the radio. The words I spent a long, troubled night hoping I'd never see. Welcome to Jubilation. I'm sorry. You want me to hydrate? What if I want to dehydrate, though? Can I do that instead? Let's see. Belle, thank you for heating up my shawl. You can have your blanket back. And now, your streamer boy is entering comfy mode. Oh. It turns out there is room in my head for apprehension. This is ferryman to all cars. We're going to be heading through a small town. No rules here, just keep driving, we'll be fine. Rob puts his radio back to the receiver. I try to ignore the distinct knot in my stomach. What does the name Chuck Greenwald mean to you? About as much as John Doe. Why? He's the radio DJ here. Jubilation? How'd you know something like that? I was listening to his show last night. What do you know about this place? Seems like a good town. Folk but don't pay any attention to you. I just head straight through. You've never seen anything untoward?
Some weird stuff now and again. I like to keep my eyes on the road.
The forest clears abruptly like a parting curtain to reveal a picture-perfect American town, archetypal almost to the point of self-parody. We'd arrived in jubilation. There's no denying the town is beautiful. We're welcomed by a row of vibrantly colored shops spanning the length of a long, wide street. At the far end, an ornate gray-walled town hall proudly surveys its domain. The place is immaculate. I failed to find a solitary piece of litter on the sidewalk, a single smudge on the plate glass shop windows. Every inch of jubilation is pristine, tranquil, and notably deserted. Where is everyone?
I don't know. There's usually some around. Maybe there's a game on.
We take the next right, then another left. The story is the same at every turn. A beautiful, leafy suburban town entirely bereft of its human population. The cafes are free of bustle. The surface of the public pool is still. We even see the school, a row of finger-painted faces smiling at us from the kindergarten windows that we pass by. The building itself is locked up, however, which is odd, seeing as it's noon on a Wednesday. Eventually, the Wrangler pulls onto the first residential street we've encountered. The sign on the corner reads Sycamore Row. The quaint shops are replaced by luxuriant houses, all of them identical, white walls, wide porches, and fresh green lawns cut to uniform length. The road stretches in a straight line for about a mile, creating an eerie corridor of copy-pasted buildings. The strangest thing about the street, however, is vocalized by Rob.
Well, I guess we know where everyone is now.
In front of every house, a dining room table stands in the lawn, occupied without fail by a family of 4. 1 husband, 1 wife, 1 son, and 1 daughter. They're sharing a meal together. A unit on the left clink their glasses of orange juice as they dine on pork chops and salad. The family on the right share a large hunk of meatloaf, broad smiles on their faces. Staring along the road, I estimate upwards of 800 people in neat subsets of 4, all dining at the same time. None of them seem to notice us.
By the way, chat, I am a killer meatloaf cooker. I make some of the best goddamn meatloaf you'd ever have in your life. I make that shit with my own special sauce on it, and by that I mean I add mustard, barbecue sauce, and brown sugar together and put it over the top of it halfway through. But I use a great mix of spices and herbs. I chop up fresh onion, nice and small and diced throughout the meatloaf. I kill it. I kill it. I miss making meatloaf. Are you not able to, Neko? We did have meatloaf recently. It is expensive. We kind of had it as one of our, like, what's the word for it? Cheat meal's not right, because that's like a diet thing. We had it as our, like, 1 meal a week where we kind of splurged a bit. Because my friend was over, so I made meatloaf and mashed potatoes, roasted carrots, and roasted broccoli. Oh, so good. Ferryman to all cars. Looks like we've come during the town celebration. Let's not bother these good people as we pass on through.
Rob lets the car roll slowly down the street. His foot light on the gas pedal.
I thought light as in the thing you see with. His foot light. I don't have a good loaf pan anymore. I cook my meatloaf in just like a 9x13 pan. I do 90-10 if I can for the percentage. But 80-20 works, you just have to drain it more. I usually drain my meatloaf halfway through cooking and then right before it's finished.
Rob lets the car roll slowly down the street, his foot light on the gas pedal, trying to make as little noise as possible. The more families we pass, the clearer it becomes that every single one of them shares common characteristics. All of them are impeccably dressed. All of them consist of the same subset, husband, wife, son, and daughter. Their chosen meals vary slightly. They all share a raucous, almost oppressive happiness.
Small town America, am I right, guys? Reminder, Apollo is good friends with Rob. He's tall, dark, and handsome, and he makes a lot of bad jokes.
Apollo's jokes don't make things any better. I feel claustrophobic, trapped. Some screaming animal deep within me knows that it's surrounded on every side by something it doesn't understand. I don't know if I'm imagining it, but as we've continued down the road, everyone outside seems to be laughing a little harder and celebrating a little more. We've successfully crept up more than halfway down the street, a sharp left turn coming to an end. A sharp left turn coming up at the end, representing the road out of Jubilation. Another street comes up to the right, Acer Road. When we pass by it, I take the opportunity to glance down this new avenue, curious as to whether every street is like ours. I don't like what I see. The houses are similarly prestigious, the walls pristine, but like a spot on a different puzzle, it's the subtle changes that makes the picture. There are no tables, no families in the wide green lawns. Almost every window I can see is broken. Cars lie abandoned in the... Okay, what do you mean the small differences? I'm sorry. What do you mean the small... These seem like pretty big differences. I don't know about y'all. Cars lie abandoned on the road with one smashed into a splintered porch. Above every door, an X has been drawn in red paint, and outside of each house, a small mound of clothes lie on the fresh-cut lawn. A huge collective pile of men, women's, and children's shoes tower at the end of the street, seemingly ownerless. Great going, everybody. Let's get back out there. We've reached the end of the street. I breathe a sigh of relief as I bid farewell to Jubilation. I vindictively see it on my wing mirror as we turn the corner. I immediately wish I hadn't, when, in the split second before it disappears, I glimpse the 800-plus residents of Sycamore Row. They aren't smiling anymore, and they're looking our way. I welcome the forest as the trees rise up around us. The indifference of the nature is a welcome change to the saccharine faux civility of Jubilation.
Sounds like that made me glad I'm a city boy.
I thought it was nice. Wasn't it like Winter Bay? I don't think I've been. Oh, maybe it was Shelburne Falls. Maybe it was Shelburne Falls.
Guys, we gotta keep this channel clear. Bonnie and Clyde are the older librarians, to remind you. We don't really know much about them. We just know that they're siblings. They don't talk much, and they are librarians that came to go on this ride. We gotta keep this channel clear.
We hurry along the next road and turn right. The further we get from the eerie town of Jubilation, the higher our spirits seem to be. How long do we stop?
About another 4 hours. Nothing big in between us and there, though. Shouldn't be a problem.
Good to hear. So, what does breakfast translate to in Japanese?
You heard that?
Yeah, I've been curious all day. Does it have something to do with... I jolt forwards, sharp pain in my neck as my head recoils back into my seat. Rob has stamped his foot on the brake, bringing us to an immediate and shocking halt. Before I can ask why, my question's answered, as one of the colossal pine trees slams into the road ahead of us, blocking our route forward.
God damn it! You all right?
I'm fine. Massaging my neck, I look towards the base of the felled tree. The low end is covered in straight, sharp cuts. Someone has brought this tree down, timing its fall in an attempt to cripple the Wrangler. Rob, what's going on?
Firemen to all cars. Full reverse. Watch out for people behind you.
The convoy pulls away, back down the road towards Jubilation. Rob waits for Apollo to start moving, then backs up himself. There's a second jolt as Rob abruptly stops the car, surveying our means of egress.
Firemen to all cars. Road's done for, but there's a gap at the end. Be careful.
Asagohan is breakfast in Japanese, and yeah, I think Gohan is Japanese for lunch, but also for rice, right? Rob's right. Though the tree has fallen across the tarmac, only a thin treetop lies over the grassy bank between the road and the forest. There's a bit of a valley between the edge of the road and the grass, and Rob wastes no time in showing the others how to negotiate it. Twisting the wheel, Rob dry steers towards the gap and proceeds to cautiously proceeds cautiously towards the roadside. I watch the asphalt disappear beneath us moments before the telltale bump. The Wrangler drops all down the
Hey, Chad, nice to meet you. I'm a professional voice actor, and I can't read. Hi, I'm 27, and I can't read.
I'm not 27, I'm quoting a vine. Rob dry steers towards the gap and proceeds cautiously towards the roadside. I watch the asphalt disappear beneath us moments before the telltale bump. The Wrangler drops down a small bankside and turns around the fallen tree. I watch the needle cover the tip brush against my window as we roll past. With a second bump, Rob brings us back onto the road and pulls up over the far edge, turning the Jeep to face towards the convoy.
Okay, Apollo, make your way. On it, Rob.
As Apollo swerves towards the gap, I hear something. The sound of a running engine. At first, so quiet it almost impossible to isolate from the convoy's own rumblings. It's since grown louder, however, and is growing steadily more noticeable. Rob, someone's coming.
Apollo, get your ass over here right now. All cars, you're on double time. Get moving.
Apollo accelerates towards the gap. His Range Rover shudders, banking on the grassy decline, but has hardly any effort to pull himself around the tree and back onto the road. The noise in the distance grows louder. I can picture the vehicle careening towards the corner, just one turn away from having its windshield locked on the convoy. Though I have no idea what it might be, I don't want to share the roads with anything coming out of Jubilation.
Levine went, I'm Jared, I'm 19, and I don't know how to fucking read. You're right, it was 19. Thank you, Dorella. Vine has always living in my head. It's beautiful. I'm not lying, whenever I see a roadwork ahead, whenever I see a roadwork ahead sign, I go, I sure hope it does. Without fail, every time. It is how you say, a necessity. I take some medication. Ooh. Hey chat. You want some diet meth? It's Adderall. You want some diet meth?
The rest of the convoy can hear the noise now. Bonnie and Clyde roll over the gap and quickly but tentatively push themselves down onto the side. It's clearly harder than Rob and Apollo make it look. After a few moments, they travel across the bank, bringing themselves out on the other side. The vehicle turns the corner. The white truck skids into view, its tires shrieking against the road. A metal beam sticks up behind the driver's compartment, and a hook swings with the momentum of a hard right turn. It's a tow truck, though something tells me it's not here to lend assistance.
All cars, once you're at the side, drive. Wait around the left turn. All ready if I get by me. What about you guys? I'll come around once everyone's across. Now ain't the time for questions. Even Lilith, get your ass over here now.
We still have time to get everyone across, but every passing second feels like a precious fleeting loss. Even Lilith, the YouTubers, are impatient for their turn, dropping onto the roadside and coming back up in a matter of seconds. The truck is gaining with incredible speed. I can just about make out the words Jubilation Recovery scrawled across the hood. The letters are rapidly becoming easier to read. Blue Jay takes her time dismounting the road. In fact, she's almost casual in how she maneuvers, whittling away the remaining seconds we have. A swell.
Excuse me. Will it help numb any pain? No. This is to make me help me focus. My ADHD meds. I wish I had something to help numb the pain. Dear Lord.
My pain is beyond my control. A swell of anger wells up inside of me as her wheels hit the road again. If she's calm about the situation, that's good for her, but I can see Ace drumming his fingers frenetically against the steering wheel, now stranded alone on the other side. I watch Blue Jay follow the rest of the convoy to the next turn, displaying none of the urgency anyone else had shown.
Take it easy, Ace. You ain't built for this.
Ace takes the corner, heeding Rob's plea for caution, but unwisely taking it almost head-on. His front wheel thuds over the edge of the bank, and the chassis hits the tarmac. The drop is a little too steep for the Porsche's clearance. Rob's warning rings in my ears as Ace accelerates on three wheels, his car engaging in a slow turn with little forward motion. Rob, what do I do? Rob? The pickup truck maintains its speed and lines itself with Ace's Porsche, its thunderous velocity defying all logic, all concern for Aces in their own way. Get out of the car, Ace! Get out of the goddamn car! Ace struggles with his seatbelt, stress overpowering his motor functions. He unclasps it and throws the belt to the side. He grabs the door and pushes. It swings open slightly, then immediately slams against the bark of the pine tree. For a moment that lasts all too long, he shares a look with me of pleading terror. The door is slammed shut, crumpling as the tow truck collides with the passenger side of Ace's car. Ace is launched against the door, his head slamming against the window.
The ungodly racket of shrieking metal suddenly gives way to silence. Shit! Rob climbs into the back of the car. Rob, what can I do? Stay here! I hear Rob rummaging among the luggage in the tow truck reverses out of Ace's Porsche. The hood of the tow truck is completely and impossibly unharmed by the impact, as are its two occupants. They park the truck side on us, and hook hanging... I can't read. They park the truck side onto us, the hook hanging a few meters away from the back of the Porsche. The words Jubilation Recovery appear again, now accompanied by a slogan, Here to Help. Two men in white shirts and blue overalls climb out and wander over to the ruined Porsche. They barely seem to register the situation at all, casually chatting together as they throw open Ace's passenger door. The stunned Ace looks like he's battling a concussion, only barely cognizant as he's pulled out of the car. He quickly grows more aware as the mechanics grab him by each arm, struggling against them as his captors talk amongst themselves. Let him go! When I turn around, Rob is stepping out of the Wrangler. Apparently, hidden with those neat stacks of luggage was a loaded hunting rifle. Rob raises the stock to his shoulder and repeats himself, Let him go! The mechanics pay no attention to Rob. They continue to frog march Ace over to the truck, one of them making a quiet joke to the other one as they go. They laugh. An awful bang erupts beside me, and a deep red hole bursts from one mechanic's torso, blood slowly seeping out the wound. Inexplicably, the mechanic does nothing more than look down at his wound, up at Rob, and then back to the matter at hand. He hardly breaks stride as he continues towards the truck, bleeding freely from the floor. I hear Rob set about reloading the rifle. The mechanics arrive at the back of the truck with Ace. There are two short loops of thin chain hanging from the lowest of the hook's chain links. The mechanics feed Ace's arms through one loop each until he's hanging up by the armpits in the front of the hook itself. Chat, I'm gonna warn you, this next part's gonna get a little dark. We're reading a creepypasta. There's gonna be some rough parts to it. Well, see you later, gotta head. Sylvest, good luck. Have a good goddamn day. And I hope I see you again later. The mechanic frees Ace's arms through one loop each until he's hanging by the armpits in front of the hook itself. Rob fires another shot that goes nowhere. The mechanics grab a handful of Ace's hair, chatting as they do, and lift Ace's head up until his lower jaw is just above the hook. In that moment, despite everything, despite all my journalistic ideals and my pursuit of truth, my duty as an observer, I close my eyes. The visual disappears into darkness, but the sound doesn't. The impact and the sorrowful, obstructed groan that follows penetrates my bones, reverberating through my every being. Another gunshot and the sharp thwang of metal ricochet. Ace's cries continue as the engine starts up and carries him back to Jubilation. I hear another gunshot that sounds like it hits nothing but air. As the engine and Ace's whispers grow quieter, a few moments pass before one final measured gunshot echoes around the car. Damn it! God fucking damn it! The Wrangler's chassis clangs as Rob kicks the side with all his considerable might. I open my eyes to see a fallen pine tree, a ruined Porsche, and an otherwise empty road. When Rob climbs into the car, it's clear he's trying to regulate his breathing, an internalized rage lighting up him, barely under his control. We have to go. Rob turns us around, pointing the Wrangler back down the road. The quiet of the car echoes in my ears, along with the other noises I can't hope to forget. I watch the fallen pine grow smaller in the rearview mirror, overwhelmed by a feeling that I'm leaving more behind in this road than I can currently imagine. Bereft of conversation, of logic, of any semblance of comfort, Rob and I do the only thing we can. We take the next left. Bum, bum, bum! And so, the road has claimed its first victim. Ace, we hardly knew him. You know, I didn't want him to die. He was kind of an ass, but I didn't want him to die. I mean, what do we think? What do we think so far, chat? Chapter 3, we're getting into it. First two, you got some creepy stuff. You got the lady, you got the passenger, the hitchhiker. This
And part 4 is when I think it really starts kicking up. I love the jubilation part. Just, oh, it tickles me pink. However, chat, before we get into part 4, a little bit of a cliffhanger, I gotta go walk my dog. So I'm gonna leave you with your babysitter. As always, the lovely, beautiful Daily Dose will be babysitting you while I'm out and about. Ooh, excuse me.
These are the best cat videos from the past 10 years.
All right, chat, I'm going to be walking the dog. I'm going to make a pinned note. Pin. And get my text up on screen. All right, I'll be back in about 15-ish minutes. While I'm gone, enjoy the best cat videos of the decade. And you know what? Let me show off the pup one time before I take her out. Hey, Belle. Want to go outside? You want to go outside? Yeah? Oh, yeah, you do. Oh, here she is. Here she is. You want to go outside? You want to go outside? I bet you do. Mwah. She's like, yeah, I do. Put me down. Be good to each other while I'm gone. Be good while I'm out. Faune, you're in charge of stream while I'm gone.
Ты ко мне лезть. Не надо. Ах ты.
Bully. You can't even. What are you hitting him with? You have no other arm.
What did you just say?
This cat is not being harmed in any way and truly enjoys doing this trick.
It's a little flip.
Part 2, double mom hug. Fatty meters.
Oh, it's cold.
Forgot my phone.
These people use their cat to catch a bug.
Yes, girl. Oh my god, he's gonna get.
She was so endearing.
Oh my god.
Oh. Hi, how you doing?
Babe, are you hungry? Say yeah.
She came home after petting a cat that her cat absolutely hates. This is Aries, who is a cat that was born with hyperextended rear legs. He isn't in any pain and is pretty much a normal cat in every other way.
Are you gonna pray or someone else is gonna pray?
This, you can do it. You can do it, Snowball. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Oh.
This cat seems to have adopted this monkey.
Huh?
I can't find my screwdrivers. Dang
anywhere. Like, where did they go?
This poor cat had an existential crisis.
Why are you doing this?
He was trying to force his cat to love him.
Sit over here. It's not that serious.
Have one. You can have one bite. It's pistachio ice cream.
This chunky monster of a boy. He's not overeating. I know that. Look at.
The streamer's cat really loves her.
I don't know what she's looking at.
He just flung cat litter out of the box. He's probably gonna do it again. Oh my god.
El cielo se cae, hijo chicken little.
Who would you save in a burning building, me or Kenzie?
You?
For some reason, a bat latched onto the collar of this cat. This poor cat was halfway to heaven.
Nella. Girl, stop. Jesus Christ. You want to eat? No, it's not time. You just ate.
They wanted to introduce their new kitten to their older cat.
Stop. Shut up.
This cat was in trouble and yelled for backup from her big brother.
He's gonna laugh at your post. Did you get that? Oh my god.
What do you think is wrong with this cat?
Stop it. Stop. What are you doing?
Do you like your new tie? It makes you look very handsome.
This cat was really upset that they woke up from their nap.
What happened? Did you wake yourself up? No, you are so very grumpy.
Careful, please. Really careful. Not yet. Roger.
A cat got too close to a candle, and its tail caught on fire. The outer layer of fur was protecting the cat, which is why the cat didn't freak out. I have never seen a cat run in cursive before.
Unfortunately, Oliver, as you know, your sales have not increased, for this month. So unfortunately, we have decided that we will need to be letting you go.
This behavior is not professional, and I will be calling security. Security! Ah!
I found a cat that loves sucking on this person's ear. This cat got a little nervous and protective when the baby put their hands over the balcony.
Attempt to make this shoe launch off the desk on its own. You ready?
Hairless cats often need lotion in order to protect their skin.
Let's gotta do your stretches. Gotta show you.
Oh my god.
Pesto chicken pasta?
This guy tossed in his cat to go catch a rat. This person has a cat that walks on the same path every day. This person wanted her dogs to come back inside, but they weren't really listening. The cat saw that they weren't listening and wanted to help out.
Why are you...
What do you think he's going to jail for?
Free the cat! Was hat sie getan? Free the cat! Was hat sie getan? Was hat sie getan? Huh?
This guy was kind enough to save a kitten found on the side of the road.
Someone just... Oh no, it's a whole... Oh my gosh! I can't take y'all. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, there's more. We got a kitten problem.
This cat was confused when she heard her owner's voice come from a security camera.
What the heck?
If you take a wet toothbrush and pet a cat with it, it supposedly reminds them of getting cleaned by their mother.
Hunter, are you hungry?
This cat grabs food from the automatic feeder as if someone will try and steal it.
No, hey, hey.
This cat was caught doing sit-ups underneath a car. I have never seen a cat drink via Bluetooth before. Imagine losing a game of ring toss to a cat.
Go, let go.
I think he can sense that the brain cell is nearby, so he's trying to stay extra still so that he can finally intercept it.
Let's see if Bruce likes cottage cheese. Want somebody? Oh.
This cat has trouble understanding how the screen works.
Chega, Ninho. Ninho. Oh, meu Deus, que gato doido é esse, menino?
I just got off work, so don't look up here.
I have never seen someone that loves corn as much as this cat does. This cat just discovered the new security camera that was installed in the house.
Come on.
You got your clutch, you got your brake, you got your throttle, you got your gear lever, AFR gauge, fan switch, steering wheel. You got all that?
Hey! Мы с Тамарой ходим парой, да? Як це мило.
This cat sounds exactly like a squeaky toy. What do you think he's trying to say?
two doing?
I have never seen such a nervous dog before. There's only two types of cats.
Peanut.
Did hers get her cast off? Look, she. Oh, why'd you do that?
You ate a bee this morning. How do you feel? Thank you.
Well, they only turn one once, and we are doing a whole princess theme, but it's gender neutral, of course.
Loves fruit by the foot. She wants your fruit by the foot.
That's the end of this video. Hopefully you enjoyed this super special cat video that I made, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later. Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. This person wasn't happy with the pizza they ordered, so they decided to protest. This dog scream sounded exactly like a human.
Hey. I am back, my friends. I have returned. The prodigal father has returned. I'm back with cigarettes and milk. Whatever other things your dad told you he was going to get before he abandoned you. Oh. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you, Vark. I'm looking at all the chats from when I'm gone, and it's very funny because I have zero context. I just looking at, hey yo, nom nom, these cats funny. Can I have cheeseburger? He lives, I live. I'm alive. I'm alive. Took me a little longer than I hoped. Belle really wanted to walk more. She's having a good day, which is nice. Her hips aren't bothering her too much. She got out and about. She was actually asking to go on an even longer walk, and I was like, girl, my hip hurts. What are you talking about? My knee's aching. Come on. Rude. All right, walking dog is gone. Pinned message already gone? Who unpinned my message? Oh, maybe I only pinned it for a certain amount of time. Oh, so hey, we watching TV or something, chat?
Non lo guardare o ti vendo una macchina.
Eccomi qua.
Oh.
She accidentally trapped her.
Okay, wow. One day he will learn. I'll never learn. So, I at first thought that woman was a genius, and then I realized no, this is their house. And she just flung her purse over some random person's balcony because she thought it was being stolen. So, I mean, she inherently, I guess, did the right thing, because I know a lot of people on motorcycles steal bags. Sorry, rephrase. A lot of people can use motorcycles. Not a lot of people who motorcycle. Good correction. Was lurking while getting ready? Ooh, you ready now? Yeah, I stopped by the corner store. I got myself a monster. I couldn't keep it up, chat. Sometimes, you know, It's a couple hours and you just can't keep it up anymore. I understand. I understand, chat. Not everyone has these problems, but, you know, some people need to take something to help keep it up. Although I guess I should have gotten a blue monster instead of a white one then.
She accidentally trapped herself in an elevator.
Oh, sweetie. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no.
So, I guess you don't need 2 legs to break dance.
Oh, damn. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Goddamn, boy. Hey, sorry. He has performance-enhancing tools. Oh, no. Help him. Okay, thank God.
They couldn't figure out why their car wasn't starting. She was doing a news report about this giant pothole when this happened.
See, chat, I'm torn. Raccoons are so cute, but also they're like rabies infestation, eat your trash, steal your shit animals, you know? Breaking news, elevator chokes doggo. Luckily, the dog was in a harness, so it seems like they could just slip out without getting too hurt.
Happened.
That's a dog.
Por conta deste pequeno buraco. Ai, meu Deus.
He was big chilling in there. So on that note, when I was younger, I went across the border to our good old Canadian friends. Shout out to motherfucking Neo. And we went to a zoo like this where you drove through it and the animals could come up to your car, called Park Safari. Now, I was a child. I was little. And we had an ostrich come up to the car. My mom didn't want to open the window. The ostrich wasn't happy about that. It started pecking the shit out of our window. We had stickers on the window because, you know, children. And it was attacking the stickers desperately, trying to get at them, thinking it was food. Child me thought this big dinosaur bird, which I'd never seen the like of before, was trying to break through the window to eat me. I was convinced it wanted my flesh. Here, Belle. Good girl. You finish your lunch? You finish your lunch? Was it tasty? Did you have a good lunch? Did you eat all your supplements? Yeah. Yeah, you did. We got her on like a flea and tick supplement, a hip and joint supplement. We got her on like an omega like squirt thing. Ugh. I love those dudes. A jaguar tried to jump on the car and get pets from me. Oh my lord. But did you give the jaguar pets? Did you do it? That's gonna break the light. Yep.
This guy has a trampoline that's all risk and no reward.
That's gonna shred his legs. When I was younger, had my leg go in between two of those metal, like the bungee things, the springs, that's what they're called. And it tore me to ribbons. You managed to pat it before security pulled it off? That's kind of based. Oh, right in the nuts. We have a beanbag like that. It's not as big as hers, but it's I'd say like a third less the size. Amanda loves it. Trampolines are death traps? Yo. Oh!
I think it might be time to lose some weight.
Oh no. Oh no, chubby kitty!
Vets will use tiny eye-punching machines on animals to test the pressure to make sure that they have healthy eyes. So why were they so excited?
That's kind of cool.
How are you guys?
Good.
Okay, I'm out of candy.
Oh.
But who wants the condensed soup here?
Oh,
Tomato
yeah.
soup, okay, gotcha. Cream corn, you look like a cream corn kind of guy. Yeah, you are. Oh, baked beans. Baked beans for you. There you go. See you guys.
That's hilarious. No! Help him! Help him!
I swear if he poops in my truck.
Oh, well.
What?
A website spread news that there would be a big Halloween parade in Ireland with tons of celebrities, but it was fake. Thousands of people thought it was real and waited for a parade that would never happen.
That is evil. Parades by themselves already suck. I am a certified parade disliker. There sometimes parades can be cool. I've been in a couple cool parades. I'm just saying. I'm a certified parade hater. I was actually, to be fair, I was actually in a parade once. I was my grandmother, she was a florist. And she designed all the flower arrangements on this big, like a big float that was going through, and she did that. I was a fairy on the float. She made fairy wings. She took coat hangers and she bent them into the shape of fairy wings, had them like duct taped together in the back. Of course, it was covered. So it was 4 hangers coming off, like 4 wings, and she covered them in spray painted, glittered, and like designed on stockings, so that they looked like they were slightly see-through because of the sheer material of the stockings. It was so fucking cool. Thousands? Yeah, apparently. I mean, hell, they had Mr. Bean there. Mr. Beast. Don't we love Mr. Beast and his sexual harassment and crimes against humanity? Oh no, Bon Bon. Their older brother jumped off the roof? Oh no! He landed on the back of my neck! What the fuck? How did he, being a dumbass, hurt you? This is bullshit. It was a shipping container converted into a shed, and there was an overhanging tree. Oh no. Oh no. You got launched, she did? Oh, goodbye.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess vultures have no problem swallowing bones that are just as big as them.
No way! No way! No! Hey, stop!
This professor made an iodine clock reaction that cycles between 3 colors.
Oh, sorry, I didn't make the joke. Me when she has a big dick. Me when you took me out to dinner and I decided to give you a reward.
This professor made an iodine clock reaction that cycles between 3 colors.
This one oscillates. It cycles between the 3 different phases. Notice it's oscillating.
Yo. See, that's a good chemistry teacher.
Ow! 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 I got you! I got you!
Scout, you better move.
Wait, another ostrich video? Wait a minute.
Oh my god.
So I guess garbage trucks can be pretty violent.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
About a week ago, I showed you the skinniest Jeep in the
They call that the double wide surprise. What the hell? Bro, who built you like that?
world, so here's the widest Jeep.
That's a thick-ass Jeep. Oh, it's gonna fall. Oh, yep, there you go.
The crowd was going crazy because they couldn't catch his dog.
Damn! Little bro's got schmooves. It's having such a great time, too. It's like, ooh, I'm playing with so many people. Brother, what are you doing? I'm assuming he's doing this on purpose and it's not some sort of, like, disorder. Like, you know, much muscular atrophy or, like, Parkinson's. I'm assuming he's just doing that with his arms. Bro looking like fucking spaghetti. Bro looking like spaghetti when it's cooked a little bit too long and it's, like, slightly sticky and it all kind of clumps together. That's what bro looks like. Bro's arms are made of clumped up spaghetti. Speaking of zoos, there's a channel I follow called Safari Sammy. She gets to pat and hug wolves. Oh, cheetahs and lions. That's so cute. It sucked but I didn't get back on the sucker. Neighbor's son had a cast all summer. Oh no. Well, you know what? At least no long-lasting damage was done. Like 3 years from now, your neck just been waiting. They're gonna knock it over.
For some
Nope,
reason,
they just
these
dropped
people
it.
have a really thirsty faucet.
What the fuck? Why is there...
Poor little guy
what
was
the
so
fuck?
confused.
That might be one of the most impressive meow, like kind of like yowling of a cat I've ever seen. I can meow like a cat pretty well. I don't know if it'll come up on the mic, but I imitate Char often. But that man is impeccable. I honestly, I'm not gonna lie, thought the cat in the background was making that noise and that the guy was gonna imitate it. It doesn't sound like it's coming from him.
So I'm not sure if this counts as winning or losing.
Motherfucker, how? How did you get your car there? Oh, sorry, I mean, you can't park there, mate. An anti-faucet? Holy shit. Holy! That is a fucking wave! And he's safe! God damn, that's
Look at how
cool!
This delivery guy delivered this brand new computer.
Please don't throw it. Please don't throw it. Please don't throw it. No, it was damaged when we got it. Yeah, package was damaged before we arrived. Yeah, our post worker just kind of put it on the... Yeah, they just put it there. He was very gentle with it. Don't you worry. Fucking asshole. Cool. Hate your job. I don't give a shit if you hate your job. Go get a different job. If you can't get a different job, then just still be what you can be at your job. I have hated probably 2/3 of my jobs I've ever fucking had. And you know what I did at them? I did my fucking job. I did it. Because I got hired to do it. Because I'm being paid for it. I did my job. I'm not gonna break other people's shit. I'm gonna throw stuff around. Someone would buy a console from me at GameStop. You know what I did? Very gently put it on the counter. Showed it off to them. Very gently put it in the bag. Double bag it sometimes. Make sure that everything looks nice and good. I fucking hated that job. I wasn't paid enough for it. But you know what I did have? Personal pride. So what? Do it because you believe in yourself, not because of all the other bullshit in the world. Don't be a slave to other companies. Do things because you want to be proud of your actions and you want to say, yeah, I did a good fucking job. Oh, Jingle keys, yeah, I got you. Jingle keys are fair. I've never been to I've never been to a beach, really. I'm terrified of water. I've been to, like, the
This guy thought he
shallows
had
of
a
a
ghost
beach.
in his house.
That's so good. I had more than a few FedEx and UPS people fucked. Oh, because of your cameras? Yeah, I don't get it. I really don't get it. Oh, that's, a way.
Poor guy was just trying to get out.
Free him! Free him! Oh my god!
This fox discovered a trampoline.
I just nose punted it.
That is the end of this video. Hopefully I made your day just a little better. And I'll see you guys again very, very soon.
It's not that I haven't... Yeah, I misspoke, Keo. It's not that I haven't been to a beach. It's that I've... Well, actually, I've never been to the ocean. I've been to, like, the beach in terms of, like, lakes and rivers. Like, I grew up in New York, but my dad lived in Vermont. So when we visit in the summertime, we lived... Well, he lived about, like, a 10-minute walk, 15-minute walk away from Lake Champlain. So I did go there frequently, but I never would leave the shallows. I've been terrified of water since I was a child. Let's watch one more Daily Dose, and then we'll get back to the creepypasta. What do we think?
Hello, everyone.
Fortunately, we have games like Subnautica for people like you. Yeah. Subnautica, I'm not looking forward to it, I'm not gonna lie. I'm equal parts terrified and intrigued by deep ocean. I wanted to be a marine biologist and better understand the colossal life in the depths. Interestingly enough, Bonbon, Neo in chat is a marine biologist. She used to, I believe you told me, fist fight sharks. I think that's what your job was, right? You would get in the water with no cage and just fist fight the sharks?
And this is
I'm
your
not
Daily
stalling.
Dose of internet.
Is that Cheese Whiz? Okay, no. It is the web spray. It's just yellow. Oh!
Traffic was so bad.
What do you
that
mean, are
yet
you
again-
okay? You fucking hit him twice! You hit him with the Three Stooge special! What do you mean? You hit him with the poke in the eyes, like block it.
Out to pee, but his friends couldn't stop to wait for him.
Bye, Dave.
That's kind of great. God, truck drivers, 90% of the time, the absolute goats.
I had...
Now that's a good friend. That, God, I was concerned he was gonna, like, make him face plant. No, just fucking couple guys being dudes, couple dudes being gays. I mean, guys, come on. I was surveying sharks? Yeah, surveying them after you fucking pop right in the nose. You're jumping in that water, fist fighting them. I believe, Neo, you were the shark wrestling champion of your job, right? I think you won state a couple times. Oops.
No idea that giving a sick hedgehog medicine could be so difficult.
Oh! That was impressive.
Hey, Dad, you should try some of this dressing. It tastes a little zesty.
State championship. But I guess you have provinces, not states, right? Province. Canadians with your fucking monopoly ass money.
Zesty.
Oh, it is zesty.
Now, who...
I'm sorry, wait. You're a welder? And a farmer. That's so cool, Bon Bon.
decided to put an
Welders
air
are
cannon
badass. Oh! Got the fucking Marilyn Monroe over there.
This giant wave appeared out of nowhere in China.
So So I see it's now pronounced province and not providence, because providence is a different word. And I know that. And I know that providence and province are two separate things. And all I have to say to my Canadian is this. There you go. I hope you take that as my apology. I hope you enjoy that apology. Good job, Mr. English major. That's me. The farm's personal. Welding funds it, basically. Is it, like, what do you produce on your farm? Is it just like a small farm that you have, or you, like, have acreage? Go faster! Oh no.
She put on some makeup that only appears under ultraviolet light.
I do always let Char smell what I'm using when I'm cooking. Fuck! God damn it! So, I'm like 10 seconds behind y'all, or ahead of y'all, so like, y'all say scene, but I don't get the message for like 10, 15 seconds, so, you know, failed streamer, hey. Failing upward, maybe. 32.8, damn! I do kind of want to own a goat eventually. More as like a pipe dream than an actual wanting to own.
She put on some makeup that only appears under ultraviolet light.
Hey yo, how we get an avatar here? Goat milk is good, but it also makes great soap and candles. My wife loves goat milk soap. If we can afford it, we usually get it for her. Back when I had a job. But we give Belle goat milk as a supplement, because goat milk's really good for gut biomes. Oh yeah, goats are there to hurt you. Yo! I've always wanted to be able to walk on my hands.
For some reason,
That was so
this
cool.
neighborhood has some really weird street names.
Stay on the corner of peanut
That was
butter
so cool.
and jelly.
Peanut butter and jelly.
Jelly. Tilly and Jelly, Tilly and jelly. I don't know. Then we got mac and cheese. What street you stay on? Mac and cheese.
What the fuck? Actually, a funny thing is, in Burlington, Vermont, the streets are named after different Ben and Jerry's flavors. I lived in Burlington for a bit. Well, my dad lived in Burlington, and then when I was older and lived in Vermont, I lived right outside Burlington. And you would turn onto like Cherry Garcia Street. Oh yeah. Eggshells for calcium. Yep. We have her on a full body supplement, Jenna, but I believe it contains either eggshells or enough calcium to be an equivalent. Amanda has her on like 4 different supplements that we've been giving her for years. Nice pause. What's wrong with the pause? I'm confused.
Here, I got you a live model. Can you put the kick to the legs?
Oh!
This looks like the most terrifying ride of all time.
The dog was mid-flip. I didn't even notice the dog. I saved them. They were just gently bouncing.
So police dog training is kind of crazy.
Oh, whoa! Okay, so, okay, I feel like everyone has an opinion, that they know is wrong. They know that they are inherently incorrect, but they still believe it in their soul. My mistaken belief that I acknowledge isn't real, I acknowledge this, but I firmly believe I could beat any dog in a fight. Firmly. There is not a single dog that I do not think I could beat in a fight. I mean, cool, but also a jerk. Oh, goddamn. Oh, as you wish.
Are you okay? Are you okay, Claire?
These guys found hundreds of crocodile eyes staring at them.
Jacaré-açu que tem aí, ó, nesse registro. E aí, você teria coragem de pescar aí à noite? Essa aí é a realidade do ribeirinho do Amazonas.
You say that until you try to play tug of war with a pit bull? I said beat in a fight, not beat in a strength contest. Cool.
So,
is that language Thai? Or is that Chinese? I can't tell. I'm not worldly enough.
So, I guess vets test the knee reflexes of cats. The police looked all over the house for this guy that was hiding.
We're trying to go this way. Oh no, yeah, I'll send it my way, yeah. Wait, it's on this side, on it. Chain.
Oh.
Oh, look who's hiding in the sofa. Out you come. Amy, we've got one.
Oh. Hey, chat, I might need to go, throw up. I'll be back in a couple minutes.
I just found out that some birds can eat super spicy food and be just fine.
Should fire or what? Yes, sir.
These guys couldn't figure out why this light wasn't working.
Should I be a dick and walk away right now?
Look at you, Screen Bean.
Oh god.
What gonna do?
Mom. Oh, it's so cute.
She wanted to scare her husband for Halloween.
Stop playing, Destiny. What are you doing? What are you doing up there? Destiny, stop. What are you doing up there? Get down.
Did you do that? Did you throw everything on the ground? Yes? Oh.
They really thought it was a good idea to navigate through a marathon.
Mama. Yeah. Mama.
Essa vez eu podia pegar
Look, Cookie, we're here. We're at the vet. You want to go inside?
He taught his dog to be aware of static shock.
Ouch. Come on.
No.
This guy was determined to beat the high score.
Yo, ja me boksa. Sanga pogodio. Was, opet za jedan. Ja me boksira. Evo ga.
Doing.
So, I guess in Croatia, they just give anyone a driver's license.
Nešto se događa, ne znam čo.
This grandpa was tired of waiting. This bear kept going through this guy's yard and was destroying his fence in the process, so he solved the problem by installing a giant bear door. Sometimes being a delivery driver can be pretty fun. That is the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later. Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. This poor guy was absolutely flabbergasted. I have never seen a cat run in cursive before. This might be one of the weirdest things ever caught on camera because there is a lot to unpack here. This customer walked over to this customer and took his napkin, but this customer thought he actually stole his phone. Trying to avoid eye contact never ever works.
Dang, I didn't know it was raining. I just...
This is what it's like to eat ketchup in space.
Watch him! Watch him! Watch him!
What's going on? I could do it. I could do it.
This guy was spotted trying to cook steaks over a sewer. Sometimes recording in a bathroom isn't a great idea.
Do I know I need to lose weight? 1000%. Do I think I'm ugly?
The police and firefighters were unable to rescue this dog that was in a really muddy area. So they tried one last method. They tied a sausage to a drone to lead the dog to safety. After about 20 minutes, the dog made it back to land where it was rescued. So this is pretty weird. Some guy in the audience dressed up as a runner and jumped the fence so that he could beat the actual winner at the finish line.
No. Dos. Uno, tres.
In Japan, their public toilets have speakers that make fake noise. The super scary cloud was spotted in Turkey. So I guess little tiny bananas are a thing. I have never heard someone laugh in reverse before.
Yeah, look how my mom ties the sneakers.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
We go again? Yep. I still don't remember what we done.
Oh my god, Daniel!
How is his phone still working?
¿Sí?
Sí.
Está muerta, Ole Washington. ¿Está viva o está muerta? ¿Cuál dice que está muerta, no? Está...
So, why does this cat sleep like a hedgehog? This guy found these weird frog eggs on a stick.
Weird, man.
How did you see that?
Something that stands out.
Oh, hold on, you moved it.
Sorry.
This stormtrooper balloon was scaring people in cars.
Jake's getting it right now. There he goes. Oh my god, I got that on video. Did you really? Yes.
Another ghost was recently spotted working out.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
These people were sleeping when they were woken up by a pack of wolves outside of their house.
Crazy.
This is why they usually put water in water slides. She told her boss that she somehow managed to catch a mouse.
Bad. Oh.
Let him go!
Oh. Hi. I've returned. Oh, sorry about that. A little bit of nausea, a little bit of dizziness. It's good. You okay, bud? No, but it's all right. It's kind of what happens when your medication ruins you, you know? Sometimes, sometimes you just have to go throw up. Have I eaten? No, I haven't. And I don't think I could if I wanted to. I'm having a rough time. Oh, hi. Hi. You need to eat before you can take it if you can. I promise y'all, I cannot eat right now. If I put food in my mouth, I might throw up again. Let's just go back to watching. Not all medicines are taken with food. Oh no, my medicine's an injectable.
TV time is canceled.
Oh. Yo. That cat was so cool. Ooh.
The mailman stops to pet this dog every time he delivers mail.
Wait a minute, we're petting dogs? We're petting dogs?
She managed to find a really tiny octopus.
Baby octopus. Neo, I need you to help me out here. Are you here, Neo? How long do octopi live?
Good boy.
Hey, yo. Teach the parrot to drink. Dude, that's impressive. Okay. That is impressive. You don't know? Some marine biologist.
For some reason, this raccoon...
That was so nonchalant. Octopi is not the correct plural. It's not? What's the correct plural for octopussies?
For some reason, this raccoon loves to rub his cat.
Aww. Aww. Like I said, I like raccoons, but also they're also evil. Octopuses? I'm sorry. It actually is octopuses? Really? That sounds like something like a child would make up and you'd correct them, you know? It's like, oh yeah, moose and meese. It's not meese. My sub just expired, hang on. No!
A frog somehow got inside of this guy's coffee maker.
Now, I don't know how
You're
it
good,
gets
Bon
in
Bon.
there. And just because you all want to see the size of him...
Large
like
lad.
That, how does he fit in there?
So why was he being so sneaky?
Give me Prime money, Twitch. The Amazon books, the
In my
Bezos
last
books.
episode, I talked about this comet that passed by Earth a few days ago. Well, one of my subscribers got video footage of what it looked like in real time without any editing. That is Yunda's video. I hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you guys again very, very soon.
Later. Later. Ooh. Tia, how you doing? Tia. I like calling them octopi, but like octopi. Hey, I don't want anyone to octopi on me, thank you. So I'm surprised at my mom with her own character. Nekomon will become a canon to lore. I kind of love that. I kind of absolutely adore that. Say hi to her for me. So Jack, we have two options. The one I'm leaning towards is continuing the left-right game. We can also switch to Subnautica now. The reason I'm leaning towards the left-right game is I'm not sure how much playing I can do with how sicky I'm feeling, but I can definitely play. So what do we think? Do we want to save Subnautica for when I have a better way to dedicate to it and I'm not so like sicky feeling? Or do we want to keep going with the left-right game? She also loved your shout last week. Hell yeah. Octokin. I feel like sometimes I am an Octokin. You know, I need 8 arms and I just don't have them. I'm missing it. Pasta, water, getting hotter. I say save it for when you're feeling better. Keep reading. Neo, are you here? Are you here to answer? Because I know that you're really looking forward to Subnautica. What are you feeling? I feel guilty for changing it. Neo, what the fuck? Why did you just give 10 subs? Why? Why did you do that? Thank you. That's so fucking generous. Please, if you got gifted a sub, I see Smooth in there. I see Chris in there. I see Jenna in there. If you got gifted a sub from Neo, please thank her. God damn. That puts us 15 off of wearing some wife clothes. Ooh. Now, Neo, was that 10 subs because you want me to play Subnautica right now? I can't tell your intentions. Oh. Are your intentions pure for my son? That is me. What are your intentions with my kid? I was about to sub when you did that for real, was checking my balance. Holy, wait, damn, Bon, you got sniped. You got sniped. You do what you want, streamer boy? Okay. I think if I want to enjoy Subnautica, I want to give it my all and actually fulfill the subathon goal, I think it might be better for me to do it on a day where I might not have to go and throw up. All right. Let's get back to the creepypasta then, chat. I'll give you a quick overview of what's been going on so that you don't jump in, with no knowledge. Gotta get our spooky ambient music going. Oh, whoa. So we are currently reading the creepypasta, The Left-Right Game. The whole concept of it is posted on r/nosleep. where a gentleman receives notice from his friend of a bunch of her notes along with a full story of what's happened to her. We're currently on part 4. We're following our main character, Alice. She's British. Ron is the man leading the expedition in the left-right game. And then there's a couple more people. I'll tell you who they are when we get to them in the story. I don't need to overwhelm you. The key events that have happened so far. Left-right game, basically, you're in a car. You take the first left you can, then the next right, then the next left, and so on and so forth. That way, you are now part of the game. We've encountered a crazy woman who smashed her head into a mirror and no one else noticed it. We have met a businessman in a sharp suit that you're not allowed to talk to, and he's desperately trying to get you to. Any trick he can use. And now, we hit the motherfucking gas. Last chapter, one of our convoy members, Ace, was killed and taken away. So now we're entering the left-right game, part 4. Hey guys, firstly, I want to apologize for not being at my laptop the past couple days. I had to attend a wedding in Scotland for one of my uni friends. They booked it midweek, and between you and me, I don't think it's gonna last, which means not only have I neglected you guys, but I've also wasted money on a rental suit and a John Lewis tea set. Is that... Okay, my tea drinkers. Is John Lewis a brand that you know? I want that Blaha nod. Is kind of fantastic. Where'd you get that from, Dorella? I think it's a good call to postpone the water game. Yeah, you're right. It might make me feel nauseous. You're so right, actually. Oh. As always, thank you for your help in my ongoing attempt to find Alice. I'm now in full contact with the radio show she's working for, and they'll be sending over Rob's submission to the show as soon as he can. I've also looked up every town named Jubilation and have contacted residents from each of them. None of them have a particular junction mentioned in the previous log. Sycamore Row and Acre Street. I even combed Google Maps to make sure. I'm not sure what town Alice passed through last February, but it doesn't seem to exist on public record. The guy who promised to retrace the route from Mirror Shop came through. He sent me a few possible addresses for Rob. He also mentioned looking into the game itself more. I'm not sure what he means by that, but I want to be clear. Please, don't play this game on my behalf. I don't want that on my conscience. Okay, without further ado, here's the following log. Thanks again. From Alice Luna Zara's channel? I don't know who they are. Possible opening. I want to address you, the listener, for a moment, with advance notice concerning the following episode. I'm sure it's not been lost on you that every installment of the series so far has played host to some strange, unexplainable occurrence, and spanned a great many miles of travel. It goes without saying that it has been by design. I have surmised the countless hours of uneventful meandering take extra... Bon. Look at you, you absolute Chad. Are you kidding me? Oh, I was gonna sub until I got gifted, so fuck it, I'm subbing anyway. Y'all are just not gonna let me go below 30 hours, are ya? Are ya? 14 off from a little wife dress-up stream. Well, I guess dressing up on stream. Thank you, Bonbon. I really appreciate it. Chat alert! Based Bonbon. I read that as past baton, and that still works. Neo passed the baton to Bonbon. The Bonbon baton, if you will. Man is working while sick to take care of a sick pup. You just got it if you can. Yeah. I'm doing my goddamn best, chat. I'm doing my best. The power of gift subs, power move. It's kind of a pussy out kind of move, you know? It's kind of a what do they say? Serving cunt? Is that good? Are you mothering? Do it for Belle. That's right. Do it for Belle. Look at her. She perked up when I said her name. I wanted the story to be fast-moving, to have a real feel of progress with every chapter. If that sense of exploratory intrigue is why you're listening to the show, I completely understand. I'm certain it's the primary draw for almost all of you. The twists, the turns, the mysterious, strange encounters along an impossible road. But if that's the case, I feel it's my duty to inform you that, apart from a few notable exceptions, there will be almost no ground covered in this segment, and the monsters we encounter will be all too human. Stress, divisiveness, discomfort, and, as one might imagine, grief. If you want to read the synopsis of this episode on the website and wait for the next part, you'll be all caught up. I'm sure we'll be back on our way, heading once more into the great unknown. But I feel it's important to give the aftermath of Ace's capture its own episode, in part due to the significance of the revelations that are unearthed in its wake, but also as a gesture of deference to the man we lost. This is the story of our second night on the road. The happy licking motion? Oh, she's so good. You have a balloon pup emote? I can make one of those. I could do a balloon stream where if someone does a sub, I can make a balloon. The only problem is I'd need like a pump and the balloon. I don't own any. Actually, I realize a lot of you might not know that my dad is a balloon artist. Like he for his job makes balloons. Let me, by the way, preface, we hate this guy, but still, I have good memories of him. Let's see, where's the website? Here we go. Here's some cool ones. So he gets commissioned to do either like big pieces, a lot of abstract art, or he like goes to events and fairs and, you know, makes stuff for people. I don't have a Facebook account. I can't log in. Stop it. I just want to see pictures. Oh, here's a good one. Here's another one that was pretty cool. He did a parade in Burlington, and he made little duck crowns for the kids. He made this big balloon. This, by the way, is not a static structure. Someone is inside of this balloon tower, and they are walking around with it. So it's like a giant moving balloon monolith. It's very cool. But yeah, we hate this guy. Remember, we don't like this guy. He's a bad person. But I still do have good memories of him. Let's see if there's one that I worked on with him that I'm pretty proud of. I want to show y'all if I can find the picture. That's bad lighting of it. Come on, old man. Where's the picture I want to show chat? Ugh. Okay, I guess I can't find it. Point is, I worked on a big balloon megastructure with him. It took him and myself, my sister, my brother, like 6 or 7 hours to make it. It was a giant balloon dragon that spanned the entire ceiling of a nightclub. It was so fucking cool. So I know how to make... I've lost a lot of my skill, but I do know how to make a bunch of different balloons. I can make swords, I can make dogs, ducks, penguins. I have a few I can do. I have a few. Now, one last look, see if I can find it. I do want to show it off. I'm pretty proud of it. But I don't know if I can. Nah, I can't find it. My apologies, chat. But I do have some skills. Hate that guy, but impressive. Yeah, we fucking hate that asshole. No doxing now? Nope. I don't even have a Facebook, so I couldn't dox myself if I wanted to. Oh. EB Boy spotted? Svent? Spent! My friend! Mein Freund! Mein Freund. What were we doing? Were we reading a creepypasta? As we make the left turn, the horrifying space behind us is quickly replaced by a quiet emptiness ahead. The Wrangler crawls, defeated, towards the waiting convoy. The remaining 4 cars are parked haphazardly, taking up more than half the road. Rob drifts to the far end of the tarmac, looking to overtake and resume formation. Both of his hands rest on the steering wheel, his eyes fixed on some distant pointing space. It's not hard to imagine that behind the focus and the quiet control, there's a man in turmoil. A man who can't bring himself to say anything and fears saying too much. This is Bristol to all... Sorry. This is Bristol to all cars. We're heading back on the road. Get yourself in formation and make way for those around you. We got a while to drive before we stop for the night. Bristol? Where's Ferryman? Ferryman's here. Where's Ace? Ace didn't make it across. What? What the fuck? Bristol, where is he? So, as a reminder for those who weren't here, Lilith is a YouTuber, part of Lilith and Eve crew. Apollo is tall, dark, and handsome and likes to crack jokes. Ace is dead. We don't have to worry about him anymore. What the fuck? Bristol, where is he? It would be simple to describe what had taken place, or at least summarize the barest facts. What happened to Ace, where he is now, why he isn't coming back. But for some reason, I can't utter a word about what transpired. Something about the event itself makes it impossible to retell, as if the requisite phrases had been locked behind glass. I think Target's too eepy to fight back.
No, don't do it. Don't do it to me.
We need to get to the stopping point. It isn't safe to stay here. Shortly after we turned to the corner of Sycamore Row, Rob implied that the rest of the day's drive would be uneventful. He had waited just a few minutes longer. He would have been entirely correct. We're on the road for another 4 hours, both of us quietly attending to our own preoccupations as the forest gradually thins out. The landscape gives way to rolling cornfields that stretch out beyond the horizon on both sides. Nothing notable happens, which is ironic, as I find myself typing up a lot more notes than I need. With the sun descends through an orange sky as we pull into a clearing beside a wild grove of apple trees, Rob turns off the ignition and the two of us sit in silence. Rob needs to concentrate on driving had been a good excuse to stay quiet, a good excuse to not face each other. Now the wheels are turning, however, and the true reason for our mutual reticence is all too clear. Do you think he's dead? I don't know. Rob's response isn't reassuring, and I'm oddly grateful for that. There's no comforting words he can give me. Any attempt would be seemingly horrifically insincere, a mockery of the situation's onerous gravity. Anyway, given the circumstances of Ace's capture, I'm not even sure which answer I want to hear. Hey, cover your ears if you don't want to hear something gross. Because they're alluding to it and they're going to talk about it in this episode, Ace was chained to the back of a truck, a tow truck, and the towing hook, once again, trigger warning, the towing hook was put through his jaw, and they drove away while he was still alive. So, you know. Lilith appears at my window, rapping her knuckles against the glass with an aggressive impatience. I'd expect nothing less about now. Everyone in the convoy has been made to follow a unilateral order, my order, without explanation. They've been traveling for hours, accompanied by the glaring absence of another human being. Looking in the wing mirror, I glimpse the rest of the convoy, standing by their cars, watching the Wrangler expectantly. Rob's hands still haven't left the wheel. With a sharp intake of breath, I push the door open and step out onto the grass. The ground is soft below me as I walk over to the group. There's recently been rain. I begin to address the rough semicircle. It almost feels like one of Rob's briefings. What's happening, Bristol? Did, Ace turn back? I meet Apollo's eyes. For the briefest moments, I considered telling them all exactly that. Maybe it would save them from the slow, heavy ache that's currently weighing down my chest. Maybe it would just save me from a difficult conversation. Either way, I know I can't lie to them. They deserve the truth, however unpleasant. No, he didn't turn back. They crippled his car. The tow truck? Did he get out? The answer doesn't come easily. I'm being pressed to say the words aloud, and in doing so, to fully acknowledge what happened. It feels like I'm being driven to a funeral, like I'm being verbally marched towards an open casket. What happened to him? Bristol? He's dead, Eve. Oh, by the way, Bristol is Alice's, the main character's, call sign. Obviously, Eve and Lilith aren't their real names. Rob is the ferryman. So if you hear Bristol, just know they're talking to the main character. Gore to love it. Oh, Neo, you want some gore? Here, I'll give you a couple cracks. Actually, turn your ears away if you don't want to hear neck cracks. Oh. Oh. Oof. Ouchie, ouch. He's dead, Eve. I hadn't heard Rob step out of the car when he reached his group. It's hard to hide my relief as he takes over proceedings, addressing the group matter-of-factly. Now it really is like one of his briefings. 2 guys in a tow truck coming out of Jubilation. They got him. They took him back with them to the town. The way they were treating him, he won't last long. Oh, goodness. What? Rob, what are they going to do to him? I can't tell you. Nothing like this has ever happened before. Well, we need to go back. That ain't gonna happen. We're not gonna fucking abandon him. Lilith, we're going back. No, we're not. Me and Rob can go. You know the place, right, Rob? The kid's dead, Apollo. But he was alive when you last saw him. That's right. So, what point did you decide he was dead? When I saw him being carried away with a fucking tow hook hanging out of his mouth. God damn it! Rob shouldn't have said that. I understand his reasons, of course. He wants to convey an important truth, that nothing can be done, or would have been done, to save Ace. His ghastly choice of words does the job. But it also sends a ripple of disturbance through the crowd, planting in everyone's minds the gruesome image I've been trying all day to uproot. Work time, take care, Maddie. Vark, thank you for hanging out today, my friend. By the way, have you joined the Discord yet, Vark? If you haven't, please do. Can I get a mod, or I guess anyone, to !ORB in chat? Orb. We get a link for the Discord. Ow. Oh. Who wants to replace my spine? Let's go. I guess I need to fix something over here. Bonnie covers her mouth in shock and sorrow. Eve turns noticeably pale, and even Lilith, who's intent on leading the questioning, is taken aback. Did you see this, Bristol? I nod solemnly. The group bristles at my affirmation. I saw enough. I had to close my eyes when it happened. Rob tried to save him until... Before I can finish my statement, my words are cut off by something truly unexpected. In spontaneous response to my words, a harsh outburst of mocking, sarcastic laughter rings out from within the convoy. One by one, we turn towards its source, till we all find ourselves staring at Blue Jay. Her unapologetic chuckling fills the silent night air. Blue Jay, as you all know, has not really been in the story. She's basically been a no-contact following. She is the one that took her time getting around the fallen tree and caused Ace to die. So, hey, we hate her too. My LMT friend approaching you at light speed. Something funny, Blue Jay. Blue Jay tries to speak through her all too slowly waning laughter. It's just, you call yourself a journalist? You close your eyes. Oh my god, there it is. There it is. I'm sorry. Do you close your eyes for magic tricks too? Nah, I don't like that voice. Be more husky. Do you close your eyes for magic tricks too? What the fuck, Blue Jay? come on, this isn't the time. Oh, the time is well fucking overdue. Seriously, are you all morons? The left-right game is a hoax. It's fake. Rob Gothard played you all like little fucking children. Ace is fine. He's probably an actor. Like the hitchhiker was an actor and those townspeople too. I mean, come on. The group is taken aback by Blue Jay's incredulous tirade. She's clearly been holding her tongue since day one. Our reaction to Ace's capture representing just one step too far. I saw Rob shoot one of those townspeople with a hunting rifle. I saw the wound. It was real. It was blood-filled squib. The rifle was probably loaded with blanks. You can buy both from any good theatrical retailer. Seriously, what the fuck is wrong with you people? Okay, firstly, I don't like your fucking tone. God, Blue Jay and Lilith are too close to each other. Deeper. It was a blood-filled squib. The rifle was probably loaded with blanks. You can buy both from any good theatrical trailer. Seriously, what the fuck is wrong with you people? Okay, firstly, I don't like your fucking tone. Secondly, have you noticed that we've been the only cars on the road for almost 2 days? What about Jubilation? Are you suggesting Rob hired out a whole town? That'd be fucking impossible. Oh yeah, sure, that's impossible, but it's totally believable we're driving on a magic road. Maybe this is the highest budget scam that's ever seen, but that's all it is, a scam. And Al Jazeera here is giving him all the publicity he wants. I mean, these people are sheep, but you're a fucking sycophant. Damn. I don't think I've ever been called a sycophant, and I don't think I ever want to be. That seems way too harsh. Pupper wanted to be on her heat pad. I'm tucking her in. Okay, Blue Jay. Oh, my mother used to tell me you can't strike a person from a high road. Staring down the barrel of Blue Jay's darkly self-satisfied grin, I'm more than tempted to make the descent. Okay, Blue Jay, fair enough. I'm not going to pretend to know what's going on here. For all I know, you could be right. But why would Rob spend the production budget of a Hollywood film to trick a radio journalist and 2 vloggers? Trust me, our website does not get enough traffic for... Don't be so self-important. It's not you he's trying to fool. Blue Jay turns to Rob, fixing with a glare of pure, unadulterated triumph. Admit it, Rob. Admit this is a fucking farce. Admit that you knew who I was before I even got out of my car. Rob's face looks like it was been carved in granite. The group looks to him for an answer, but he delivers his response directly to Blue Jay, his eyes locked with hers. It's true. I know who you are, Denise. The atmosphere changes, and for a moment, the night erupts into a foray of whispers. Rob's answer clearly means something to everyone but me. Denise? Denise Carver? No, you serious? Sorry, who's Denise Carver? She's the biggest killjoy in the hobby. Oh, fuck you, you fucking airhead. Damn. Blue Jay be dropping F-bombs like she's in a Call of Duty lobby. Holy moly. Okay, I say fuck a lot, chat, but I don't think I fucking say fuck this much. I don't be dropping the word fuck in every fucking sentence. It's crazy. Denise here's a member of the Skeptics and Rationalist Institute of America, SRIA. She likes to get herself involved in ghost hunting expeditions under a false name so she can debunk them publicly. You may have gathered she don't believe in the supernatural. Actually, I do believe in the supernatural. I believe that it's a billion-dollar industry built on selling comfortable lies to the gullible, and it thrives on shitty journalists and attention whore bloggers who are willing to spread whatever shit they think will get them clicks. That's why you took so long getting around the pine tree. Even when the truck was coming for Ace, you didn't think any of this was real. Did you? As condescending as her delivery may be, her words spark a sudden realization. It's true. That with an unspeakably high budget and a few deaf stooges, you could probably replicate most of what we've seen on the road. Yet without realizing it, I found myself agreeing with Rob's version of events, personally defending the left-right game's validity against its decriers. I set off on this journey much like Blue Jay, as a staunch, confident skeptic, but somewhere between the tunnel and this moment, I've become a believer. Blue Jay notes my lack of protest and turns back to Rob. Chat, I'm actually going to ask you a favor. Because we're all sitting here listening to this story, I know that chats don't happen a lot. But one thing that Twitch looks at for pushing streams and making things go like through the algorithm is chatting. So what I would ask from y'all is some emote spam. If something in the I read in the story surprises you, spam a couple emotes. If something's funny, maybe a different emote. I would say that if you can, emote spam is one of the best ways to help the stream without spending money. Because then Twitch goes, wait a minute, this chat's popping off. Or you could just sit there in silence. Let's see. Blue Jay knows my lack of protest and turns back to Rob. Oh shit, a stretch, thank you. All right, chat. Everyone stand up. That's right, I got a stretch redeemed, so do you. The stretch I always start with is my most important one. By the way, actually, can we talk about this? Look how skinny you boys get. Look at that. This is an XL shirt, chat. About 4 months ago, I was in double XLs. And now an XL shirt is slightly too something. All right, this is my favorite stretch right here. Oh, Bonnie with the resub. That's my girl. Oh, 18 months. God damn. You like me or something? Cringe. Absolutely cringe, just to say, you know. Your shoulders loosened up, chat. Who's stretching with me? I'm watching you. I'm watching you through your webcams. I've hacked them all. If you aren't stretching, I'll know. Luigi seems like a terrible person. Oh, 100%. 100 million %. There's a little belly for you. Oh. Enjoy. Enjoy. Oh. Ads can be really weird on Twitch. What do you mean? You're stretching? Hell yeah, Dorella. Oof. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is Neko not subbed? Wait a minute. Has Neko dodged all the gift subs? Oh, that's right. You weren't able to get to stream yesterday. Oh, the type of ads are out of pocket? What were you seeing? What were you seeing? This stretch, chat, by the way, this is a stretch I was taught by a yoga instructor. I know a lot of times people are like, oh, you gotta stretch your lower back, but they don't know how to. I'm gonna try to show off the stretch for you. So get one knee down. The other leg, you're gonna put out in front of you. Can't really see here. You're gonna put the other leg out in front of you like this. Your toes, pull them towards you. You're gonna feel a really deep stretch from your calf muscle into your thigh. So, God damn it, Sven! Thank you for the gift sub. Neko definitely does deserve it. And then we switch, knee down, leg out. Belle wants to stretch with me. Come here, Belle. Come here. Come here. You want to stretch too? Are we stretching? Oh, stretch. Stretch. Yay. Oh, my good girl. Who's my good girl? Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. Oh. And then, as always, we try to touch our toes. Let's see if we can do it, chat. I believe in you. I think you can touch your toes. Especially if you're stretching with me every morning. You'll get there in no time. All right. Beep. And then the final one, make sure you try to suck your own dick here, chat. Wrap your arms around the back of your knees and pull your torso into your knees. Whew. Sven, thank you for the gift sub, my friend. I appreciate you. I appreciate you so goddamn much. Even while Eepy, he's out here giving love to the community. Thank you. Thank you for the stretch. That's kind of nice, I'm not gonna lie. I'm also glad that I didn't throw up while bending over. One was like sinus pots? Like a neti pot to like pour water through your nostril to get the other one out. They actually work fantastic. They have like a saline packet that you put into it that you have to use like distilled water, I believe. Because, you know, there's potential brain-eating amoeba in water. So you don't want to put, you know, tap water in your nose. Or, you know, whatever else is in it. But yeah, Amanda uses that all the time when she's like sick. It helps flush out your sinuses. And, because oftentimes blowing your nose will just cause more inflammation and swelling. Belle, come here. Yeah, I know. You're itchy. You can go back to your... He's having some bad skin flare-ups today, unfortunately. Oh. All right, let's get back into the story. Blue Jay, the bitch. Blue Jay notes my lack of protest and turns back to Rob. I'm flattered you went to all this trouble. I didn't know my work was so offensive to you. I admire your work, Denise. Always have. That's why I brought you along. That's bullshit. Tell your friend Ace he can't act for shit. Blue Jay pulls a pack of Marlboros from her coat. Hey! Marlboro mentioned. My mom used to smoke 1.5 packs of Marlboro Reds a day. I think she got like different themed Marlboro stuff for purchasing so much. It's hard to remember from back when I was a kid. I think she had like... Oh shit, I think she had like a Marlboro ashtray and maybe like a couple other items. Blue Jay pulls a pack of Marlboros out of her coat, lighting up immediately. He goes to sit on the hood of a nearby car. Madigan remembers back when he was a child, his mother would use soda cans to ash her cigarettes. She left a Pepsi can out, and he decided he would sneak a taste of Pepsi because he knew he wasn't allowed to have it. And instead of a delicious Pepsi flavor, he drank down Pepsi mixed with cigarette butt ash. Madigan has never smoked a cigarette in his life. Blue Jay pulls a pack of Marlboros out of her coat, lighting them up immediately, and goes to sit on the hood of the nearby car. Her demeanor clearly signals that her part in the conversation is over, though her words will leave a bitter aftertaste for everyone involved. To sympathize, it must be exhausting, spending 2 days with people whose opinions are diametrically opposed to your own, having to listen in silence while they corroborate their own seemingly preposterous views. Having said that, however, I'm incredibly glad she stopped talking. Reminds me of a time when we got on much better. The next question comes from Eve. Her voice is quivering. Can we die here, Rob? The quiet voice of her words turns everyone's head back towards Rob. It's clear that others have been thinking the same thing. They're looking to Rob for an answer. It's possible. The Rowan ain't ever killed no one before, and not so long as everyone followed the rules. But you said in your emails it was dangerous. That's right. But you didn't feel like telling us that we could die out here? Rob turns out later, clearly offended by her accusation. In the 1920s, John Edinburgh killed 36 people and violated their bodies. In one of your videos, you guys went in his home in Virginia looking for the man's ghost. Bonnie and Clyde once spent $500 to stay in the Iowa murder house, a place that's supposed to possess its victims and force them to kill each other. If you all honestly believed in what you were chasing, you should be accepting death as an outcome every time you step out. We are looking for evidence of another world. What we're doing here has a scientific significance of the moon landings, the cultural significance of the Columbus reaching the Americas, and a whole lot of people died doing both. If you accepted the risk chasing down the ghost of a 2-bit serial killer, you should be willing to accept the risk of this. Lilith looks like she's been scolded by a parent. There's a fire in her eyes as she observes Rob meeting his criticism with scorn. Oh, and it's Ace's fault? He should have accepted the risk? He did accept the risk. Ace made his decisions. He saw the dangers of the road firsthand and kept on going. I told you, this place could be dangerous, and maybe you didn't take that seriously, but you are not gonna treat me like I lured you out here under false pretenses. We stand for a few moments in the uncomfortable void left by Rob's words. No one's quite sure where to look. Well, what do we do now, Rob? Do we turn around? I ain't gonna make that decision for you. If you want to split off and head back, I suggest you wait till morning and stagger your leaving times by about an hour or so. I ain't never seen nothing like what's happened back there before, but this is the most people I've ever played the game with. Maybe that's doing something. What do you mean by that? Well, it's the only thing that's changed. Truth is, this ain't our world. By all rights, we shouldn't be here. Even when it's one car, the road always tries to discourage you. Maybe it's like bacteria in a vein. One or two might slip by unnoticed, but once it hits a certain point... Hey! The emote spam! Fucking, I love it. Thank you. Thank you. Now you can threaten Sven with the gun. Okay, actually, funnily enough, chat, you are all very violent. I posted this in the Discord, but number one emote, the crab rave, which I think Annie might single-handedly have contributed to 2,000 of the 4,000 times. Next is the dab, which also, you know, the jingle keys, which Neko, you have made one of the best emotes ever. The shoot and the knife. So y'all are very fond of dancing, jingling keys at me, and threatening me and each other. So, violence and dancing is the theme of this chat, it seems. Oh, hey, kitten. Uh-oh, you've stumbled into the wrong room, kitten. You fool. You absolute fool. Father, why are you still streaming, Father? Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh, ooh. Ooh, ooh. Okay, okay, all right. I'm sorry. Put your claws away. Father, I do not wish for the camera. Father, please. She is baby. Don't worry, that's not my butt. That's my back. Twitch, don't ban me. It's not a butt. Oh. She is such a good baby. I love her. Despite the wounds she inflicts. That was a lot of moving. Belle, please leave yourself alone. I know you're itchy. I'm sorry. Unfortunately, we have to wait for the Twitch payout to get you your meds. Let's see. Well, it's the only thing that's changed. Truth is, this ain't our world. By all rights, we shouldn't be here. Even when it's one car, the road always tries to discourage you. Maybe it's like bacteria in a vein. One or two might slip by unnoticed, but once it's hit a certain point, it's like an immune response. You think the road's pushing back on foreign objects. And the bigger the group, the more violent the response. It makes sense until Blue Jay laughs once more. Hearing her... I'm gonna give the pups some Benadryl. Give me a second. I'm sorry, chat. Where are your treats, puppy? Come here. Up, up. My bad. My bad. Puppy needed some medicine. Oh, it's been a weird stream today, y'all. I apologize. Okay, so y'all are having just a dance party while I'm gone, though. I like it. All right, here we go. It makes sense until Blue Jay laughs once more. Hearing her reaction, I reassess what I'm saying, and I can't help but feel a little foolish for the idea. Maybe. It's just a theory. I don't know. Rob collects himself, regaining his composure. Either way, you all have the morning to decide if you want to keep on the road. Bristol, you want to go home? You gotta find someone else to take you. I ain't ready to head back yet. He turns away from the group and marches to the Wrangler. I don't see him again for the rest of the evening, and I have no intention of bothering him. Even Lilith immediately crowd around me, ask if I'm alright, and taking turns to disparage Rob's actions. I can't bring myself to join in. All I can bring myself to say is, can I charge my phone in your car? The group has very little to say for the rest of the night. A deep solemnity hangs in the air, dampening any semblance of good cheer like wet leaves on a dwindling fire. Damn! That's a good simile. I kind of fucking love that. No one offers any conversation. Apollo's reservoir of quips has run dry. Everyone's wondering where they're going to be going. Everyone's wondering where they'll be going from here, pondering the sort of person they are in circumstances such as this. Do they press on towards danger, or back towards safe and familiar ground? It's a question they'll have to figure out for themselves, ideally before sunrise. I already have questions of my own. About an hour after Rob's departure, bidding farewell to the rest of the group, I walk over to Lilith and Eve's car. My bag is resting on the front seat, a black wire leading inside for the charging port. I decided not to tell the pair that I'd been charging the detonator for the military-grade explosive less than 20 meters away from them. If you weren't here earlier in the story, there was a car traveling away from the left-right game, that was crashed on the side of the road with a bloodstain on the inside. In there was a duffel bag with some clothing and a brick of C4 attached to a Nokia. My bag is resting in the front seat, a black wire leading inside from the charging port. I decided not to tell the pair that I've been charging the detonator for the military-grade explosive less than 20 meters away from them. Perhaps it'll come out during broadcast. If you're listening, I'm sorry, girls. I pack up my bag and, checking that no one's looking, make a beeline for the apple grove. I march through the small wood, the air growing still, the sounds of the convoy quickly fading behind me. In the late evening darkness, with the moon shrouded by a legion of crooked trees, I'm puzzled that I'm not more afraid. I've seen what happens on this road, and as I pass through the grove and into the neighboring field, intentionally isolating myself from the rest of the group, I'm quite aware that help won't be coming for me. Even so, as the corn rises up in every direction around me, I find myself almost incapable of fear. The day's events have drained me of emotion, and I'm now, with everything else pulled away, I'm left with only driving directive, an overpowering urge to figure this road out, regardless of what that entails. Judging the distance I've traveled to be acceptably out of range of the convoy, I take the block of C4 out of my bag and place it on the ground. Gritting my teeth, my body cringing with self-inflicted dread, I press the power button on the Nokia and wait for something to happen. My worries of instant disintegration are allayed slightly as the grainy image of two outstretched hands comes to view, swiftly replaced by a menu screen. I work fast, the words on the brown paper package constantly reminding me what I'm putting at risk with every passing second. Firstly, I type my number typo. Firstly, I type my own number into the phone, assuming, or at least hoping, that the mechanism isn't activated by outgoing calls. A few seconds later, my cell phone rings, giving me the Nokia's number. Checking the call logs, I find a second, different number, which seems to have made a call to the phone 3 times in quick succession. If I were a betting woman, which I sometimes am, I suggest that this number belongs to whoever built the bomb, the calls representing an attempt to test the trigger prior to this implementation. If I'm right, then this should be the personal number of whoever was driving the crashed car. My third discovery is a little bit more puzzling. No texts had been sent from this phone. However, there was one solitary message residing in the phone's inbox. It's from a third, separate number, and it reads thus: "Please, don't do this, Rob." As I stare at those 4 words, the new information grating uncomfortably against my already preconceived theories. If this text is to be believed, and my previous deductions are all accurate, that means Rob Guthard was driving the car, that the C4 in the trunk had belonged to him. All this time I thought Rod may have been responsible for something terrible, but what if he was run off the road himself? If that's the case, it leads to an entirely new question. Who was responsible for the crash? As I begin to think it over, the air explodes around me. I'm jolted out of my examination by a powerful voice echoing, which reverberates the very air. The corn is thrown into a frenzy as the noise echoes from every direction, as if spoken by the air itself. I have been watching you question... No. I've watched your questioning. With a second's hesitation, I turn off the Nokia and throw the block into my bag. I jump to my feet and scan the cornfield for whoever spoke the words, backing away towards the convoy. Suddenly realizing how far I am from my friends, I break into a run, my boots pounding the dirt as I flee back into the woods. Less than a minute later, I burst through the trees, my bag swinging with the weight of the block. Everyone in their cars, seemingly fast asleep. I'm starting to think they're onto something. With no one to talk to and a long day ahead of me, I suppose there's no further recourse but to catch my breath, write up my immediate thoughts, and then, finally, get some much-needed rest. I feel the dull pressure behind my eyes as I step toward the Wrangler, quietly opening the back door next to my sleeping area. I carefully hide the block under my luggage, then, silently closing the door again, I wander onto the passenger side where my notes are waiting to be typed. I reach out and grab the handle, gripping it tightly. I don't open the door. In fact, after a moment staring through the glass, I let go. The pressure behind my eyes gives way, and before I know it, I've slid down to the damp ground, my back against the cool, hard metal of the door. A whine catches in my throat as ugly tears stream down my cheeks. My breath shudders as I inhale, and my attempt to breathe out plays into the world as a quiet, declining sob. The tears take me by surprise, and I don't wipe them away. In a bittersweet way, they're welcome, necessary even. They carry with them a familiar sense of heart-rending release. By the time they've run dry, I feel like I might just be able to move on from the events of the day. The sounds in my head are just a little quieter now. I've paid them their due. Are you okay, honey? Picking myself up when I see Bonnie walking carefully over to the Wrangler. I pick myself off, a little embarrassed at being caught. I didn't know you were awake. I'm a light sleeper, and Martin, Clyde snores. You need someone to talk to? I think I just need to sleep. Thanks, Bonnie. My name's Linda, if you're wondering. Alice. That's a beautiful name. Well, Alice, I know I don't talk much, but I know how to listen, if you ever want me to. For the first time since the pine fell, I find myself smiling. It's a weak smile, but a smile nonetheless. Thank you, Linda. I might take you up on that. Have a good night. Have a good night. Bonnie starts to walk back towards the car before pausing and turning around. One last piece of comfort to offer. And remember, everything's gonna be all right once we get to Wintry Bay. I frown a little, unsure what Bonnie means. She smiles back blankly, then resumes the path back to her car. She mentioned that place before upon leaving Jubilation, what seemed like a moment of idle reminiscence. Why she mentioned it just now doesn't seem like reminiscence at all. After everything that's going on, all the suspicion I've been directing at Rob, all my worry for Ace, is something the matter with Bonnie? Perhaps I'm misunderstanding. Perhaps Bonnie misspoke. But all the same, the brief comfort her words afforded me has already faded away, leaving me a familiar feeling of confusion and paranoia in its place. I let myself into the passenger side, type up a few pressing notes, then climb through onto the air mattress. Sleep doesn't come easily. I close my eyes and try to convince myself that tomorrow will be better than this harrowing day. Yet every time I make that particular argument, a voice in my head responds. That may depend on which way you turn. End of part 4. Woo! I know it was a little slower than the last chapter. Wasn't as high octane, but we're setting up for some crazy shenanigans. Forgive me while I put on deodorant. I showered this morning, put on deodorant then, but you know, reading is hard work, dries up a sweat. You know, that and the vomiting, but How are we feeling, chat? Are we sufficiently spooked? Are we getting into the story? How are we liking the story so far? I know that it's a very, like, slow, lore-driven one with a lot of, like, bursts of action. I adore this kind of world building. It makes me feel so good. The unanswered questions, the theories that go through your mind as you're reading it, oh God, it's so good. It's just so good. Spoopy? Oh, yes. I'm assuming the music's helping. Huh? Hi guys, it's been a long week, but I finally got to my computer to post the next log. I've been working overtime to afford both London rent and Christmas presents. It hasn't been fun. Anyway, I can't say much more since the log is one of the longer ones. I'll try to get the next one up a little sooner. Thanks for your help. Man, that's making me sad. We're not going to be able to get a Christmas tree this year, and I feel very guilty for it. The next, or Christmas presents. Amanda and I are going to make a dessert together. We're going to do a nice meal together and then probably make something for each other. I'll probably write her a poem, maybe do like a small thing around the house, like a scavenger hunt. But, yeah, unfortunate. The next morning, everything's the same. It's strange. We're usually so blind to the quiet consistency in our everyday lives, only really taking notice when something changes. Yet, as I stir a spiral of honey into my oatmeal and glance around the group, it's a noticeable lack of change that truly stands out. Since the previous evening, the atmosphere surrounding the convoy and the demeanor of each member doesn't seem to have altered in the slightest. The night has fallen short in its role as a grand meridian, failing to partition the past and the future, and bringing with it neither perspective nor closure. It's as if yesterday has spilled like a toppled brush pot into the next morning, coloring everything with the same temperaments, fears, and divisions. I about near had a fucking mental orgasm at that line. This paragraph makes me... Whew. That's some good writing. Lilith and Eve sit facing each other, their legs crossed on the plastic ground sheet. Neither are saying very much, albeit for vastly different reasons. Lilith is still preoccupied by her own smoldering indignation, while Eve looks overcome with a subtle, pervasive dread. Neither have taken food from our stove, a decision I suspect Lilith made for both of them. Apollo, Bonnie, and Clyde are across from me. Apollo's making conversation, attempting to revive his usual good humor. Bonnie and Clyde help him out, laughing at his jokes and smiling along with his stories. Blue Jay hasn't stepped out of her car all morning, eating her own rations and maintaining a welcome distance from the rest of the group. Her eyes meet mine as I look her way, and I'm treated to a sharp, sardonic dismissal. And Rob? Rob's attending to the practicalities of the road, serving breakfast, then topping up the Wrangler from one of his hulking jerry cans. It's clear that the routine is comforting to him. I can easily imagine this is how he deals with a great many problems, compartmentalizing, recasting himself as a blunt instrument engaged in a set of necessary processes. He's made himself too busy for grief, and will likely remain so until the feeling fades. Yeah, I mean, I can kind of feel that. Throwing yourself into doing something to kind of distract yourself from the grief or the dread. I can feel it. As coping mechanisms go, it isn't remotely healthy. I should know, I'm doing pretty much the exact same thing. Clyde, could I have a few words? Clyde looks up from his food, a little surprised. You want me? Yeah, if it's not too much trouble. Oh, no trouble at all. What do you want to do now? I want to do it now. I'm not too hungry. No, me neither. That'd be great, thank you. Would you mind if we moved away from the stove? Clyde nods keenly, putting my board to one side. I take Clyde to the edge of the apple grove. Nobody looks after us. Reminder, Clyde is Bonnie's brother, I believe? And Bonnie is the one in the last story that mentioned Wintry something. Wintry Grove? How you holding up, Bristol? Getting there. How about you? I'm getting by. So can I ask, why'd you choose Bonnie and Clyde as your call signs? Well, it came pretty easy. We used to play Outlaws when we were kids. One time Bonnie stuck up a bank. Really? Well, no, it was an ice cream parlor, but Bonnie was pretending it was a bank, and then she ran in holding her hand like a gun. Told Miss Guilford it was a stick-up. Wow, that doesn't sound like her. Oh no, she was a wild child, always living in a story. Anyway, we got free Sundays and a new nickname in the town after that. When Rob told us about the call signs, it was the first thing we thought of. It's a good choice. I paused, letting the previous subject fade before launching into the next one. All things considered, this may be the last time me and Clyde are on such casual speaking terms. Bonnie told me she talked to the hitchhiker. Clyde's disposition shifts. There's a sudden alertness that wasn't there before, rushing to the fore in immediate response to my words. In the following silence, at the center of his wide-eyed stare, an educated guess suddenly becomes much more. When did she tell you? I'm sorry, Clyde. She didn't. You just did. I can almost see the stone fall in Clyde's throat. Hit him with the old fucking yoink and sploink. Hit him with the switcheroo. The old got your nose and then bonk you. That is so rude, Alice. It's like, yeah, she told me. But actually she didn't. Get fucked, Clyde. You got absolutely bamboozled. I can almost see the stone fall in Clyde's throat. The deep, burning embarrassment and hurt that comes from being deceived, from a close secret you held getting out in the world. I don't feel exceptional either. Lying to Clyde, bringing him away from Bonnie under the guise of an interview. Beyond the personal abhorrence, it also flies in the face of everything I've tried to be as a journalist. Clyde can't bring himself to talk, so I press forward. I think it might be best if you call Bonnie over here. Nodding vaguely, Clyde wordlessly shuffles back to Bonnie, whispering in her ear. She puts her hand on his shoulder and helps herself up. Whatever he's told her, she doesn't seem angry as she joins us beneath the shade of the apple trees. I didn't want to cause any trouble, and Clyde's been looking forward to this trip for so long, I didn't want us to turn back. I'm sorry. What happened, Bonnie? I just said 2 words. I wasn't talking to him, I was doing what Rob said, but then I just said bless you. That was all. That's it. Well, he thanked me, and then he was just so easy to talk to. I thought, well, I've already talked to him. What will a few more words do? She hardly said anything else. What about him? Did he say anything? Bonnie starts to smile, the same way she did last night, a dreamy, enthused expression glowing with reminiscent joy. He told me about this wonderful place. Wasn't it wonderful, Martin? Bonnie, just a few houses by the sea, but he made it sound so nice. Bonnie, please. What's wrong? I can talk about it, right? When I look back at Clyde, his lips are firmly pressed together, his facial muscles tight. He's holding something back, but what slips through betrays a poignant dismay. It's all you talk about, Bonnie. You mentioned it a few times after, and since Jubilation, you ain't stopped. Are you guys talking about Wintry Bay? Clyde grimaces, and Bonnie grins when they hear the name. Bonnie, are we heading there? The hitchhiker said it's on our way. I'm so looking forward to seeing it. I can't say I feel the same. It's safe to say Clyde agrees with me. Before now, I'd only heard Bonnie mention Wintry Bay on 2 occasions, but it sounds like she's talked about it a whole lot more. I sympathize with Clyde for what he's about to deal with. However, the gross irresponsibility of his actions aren't lost on me either. Does Rob know? I didn't want to... You didn't want to trouble him? Or did you just not want to turn me around? I'm alright, really. Well, either way, you need to tell Rob before we hit the road. Clyde shuffles uncomfortably. I'm not going to do it for you, but too much has happened on this trip already. This place is dangerous, okay? There's no place for lies anymore. She said after lying to him extensively. I hope Clyde doesn't see the irony, given that I've already roundly deceived him. Hey, if I just read 2 more sentences ahead. I hope that Clyde doesn't see the irony, given that I've roundly deceived him in the past 5 minutes. He nods, takes Bonnie's hand, and walks slowly towards the Wrangler. Rob is loading the last of the fold-up chairs in the back of the car. The conversation doesn't last long, but by the end of it, Rob rests his hand on Bonnie's shoulder and sends them on their way. He doesn't look mad. Perhaps he just has other things in his mind. That's the second thing I've done today that's inherently non-journalistic. I was supposed to be a fly on the wall for this story, a passenger, recording events with objective detachment without my own influence seeping into the proceedings. In many ways, I wish I still was. But the stakes are higher now, and though secrets make for good editorial, they are also pointlessly damaging to the safety of the group. Following the incident with Ace, I'm slightly less concerned with an unbiased story than I am with getting home to tell it. Rob looks like he's about to make his morning address. The group wanders over, some more reluctant than others, and gather around the Wrangler. First things first, I want to say that, well, tempers got a little heated last night, and that I'm sorry for my part in that. I want to thank you for coming with me this far. If you want to turn back, well, that's just fine. The group stays quiet. If you're heading back, I'd say you travel one by one to be sure to stay on the radios, retrace the route, and follow all the rules that applied when you were getting here. Now, can I get a show of hands who's wanted to keep going on the road? I observed my compatriots closely. The definites were Bonnie and Clyde, who had already implied they want to continue, and also Blue Jay, who feels she has nothing to worry about from the road. Apollo is in the wind, and Lilith and Eve are probably a split vote. All in all, this could be the moment our convoy splits in half. Blue Jay throws her hands up lazily. Bonnie and Clyde predictably raise theirs. Apollo raises his a few moments later. Hey! I've come this far. That leaves Lilith and Eve. After sharing a brief glance with her friend, Lilith raises her hand and Eve follows suit, albeit with an air of trepidation. I'm surprised no one's turning back. After everything that happened yesterday, but it's clear everyone has their own reasons. I'm just glad I don't have to say goodbye to anyone. It's about time to divine everyone's motives for continuing on the road, but I quickly stop when I realize everyone's looking at me. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm in. I'm going. That way. I just toward the road ahead and raised my hand redundantly. Well, okay. I guess that's everyone then. We got a fair way to travel today, but there ain't much to see. Just, follow the rules and take things as they come, I guess. As we pull out, I start to feel a little restless. The sedentary nature of traveling is beginning to take its toll, and I'm starting to feel overfamiliar with the Wrangler's passenger seat. I'm glad I got a chance to stretch my legs last night. Rolling Elysian cornfields span the roadside for the next 5 hours. Turns are few and far between, but Rob's attention never wavers. I only managed to grasp his attention briefly. Aren't Jeeps supposed to have poor fuel economy? They ain't the best. That's why I always bring gas along. It's just, the fuel gauge hasn't moved hardly since this morning. You noticed that, huh? I was wondering if you were gonna. Why? What have you done to it? Nothing. It's the road. Makes fuel burn slower. Seriously? Ain't just that either. You finished your food this morning? No. Why? Hardly anyone did, except Apollo. More you go, less you need to keep going. Okay. Wait, you said the road pushes against you? Yep. But now you're making it sound like it's helping us along. Yep. So it's also while also incentivizing us? That sounds odd to me. Sounds like life to me. Reasons to stop, reasons to keep going. Damn. I love Rob's character. And maybe I'm biased because I like voicing a southern accent, but Rob's character makes me feel just happy. It's so well written. Chat, can I get a show in chat? How are we feeling? I miss talking to y'all. I miss you. I know I'm talking at you, but I miss you. I suppose that makes sense. Despite his well-documented obsession with the secrets of the road, Rob seems to have a strangely laissez-faire attitude to its internal logic. It's like the road doesn't need to make perfect sense to him, or at least he doesn't expect it to yet. As the fresh, rural air drifts in through the windows, I lose myself in the hypnotic endlessness of the passing fields. I wonder how many eyes have seen these vistas. I wonder where we are, not geographically, but in a grander sense. Are we still in the world as I know it? Are we beyond it? Below it? Have we just slipped through the cracks into some intermediate domain? Just vibing, listening to your voice? Okay, good. I just, sometimes my brain goes, no one likes what you're doing. And I go, no, they do. They do. They've been enjoying it. No one likes it. You're bad. You know, the evil voice in your brain that sounds like the Green Goblin mask talking to you. Rob slows the car down to crawl, a precaution he takes before most corners. My eyes wander gently back into the Wrangler, finally resting on the rear view. There's something behind us. A humanoid figure, shrouded in the soft focus of considerable distance. It staggers quickly toward the convoy, unsure of its own feet. Rob? What is that? Rob follows my gaze into the rearview mirror. His brow furrows. Something new. Rob grabs the transceiver. Before he can make an announcement, the speaker sputters with static, followed by Eve's frantic voice. Guys, there's something behind us. Guys, something's coming after us. Blue Jay, can you see it? Blue Jay doesn't answer. I doubt she considers it worth her time. A squealing panic rings out over the radio as Eve calls again. Is it from Jubilation? Guys? Guys? Stay calm, everyone. Let's pick up the pace a little. Rob lets his foot rest heavy on the gas. The Wrangler gently accelerates with the rest of the convoy eagerly matching our speed. I'm waking up slowly. Tell Willem Dafoe to eat rocks. I love Willem Dafoe. He can only eat rocks if the rock candy. That boy is a treasure. I still do want to see the lighthouse. I've never seen it. Consuming content. It's actually pronounced laissez-faire. What did I say? Did I say lazy-fair? Oh no, did I say lazy-fair? God damn it. God damn it. I made myself so upset I got nauseous. Rob lets his foot rest heavy on the gas. The Wrangler gently accelerates with the rest of the convoy eagerly matching our speed. Who is that, Rob? I ain't so sure. We got a turn coming up. Let's just get ourselves off the road, see if he follows. The figure continues to stumble towards us, its arms hang crookedly in the air, and, as it comes into sharper focus, I can just make out there's something wrong with its face. Guys, speed up, please, please. Calm down. It's coming for us. I can sympathize with Eve's panic. I've had the luxury of traveling at the head of the convoy. I was the first to cross when the godforsaken pine was dropped across the road. Eve is now second to last, relying on the 3 other cars to make their escape before she can follow. Ace had to wait for the rest of us, and it cost him everything. Now Eve and Lilith are the one car closer to being where he was. Its face! Oh my god! Oh my god! Guys, please! Jesus, shut up! Hey, that's not helping. Rob, it's moving pretty fast. We stay on the course. It ain't caught up just yet. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Rob's warnings are cut short by the screeching of tires. Eve swerves out of the convoy's neat single-file line and onto the empty stretch of road beside us. The car accelerates past Bonnie and Clyde, past Apollo. I get a brief glimpse of Eve and Lilith as our windows align. Lilith is yelling at Eve, trying to get her to calm down. Eve is screaming into the air, the puppet of her own frenetic terror. The car shoots past us and down a long road ahead. Rob swears and picks up the radio. The Vega continues to lurch toward us. Ferryman to Eve and Lilith, stop the car right now. Eve, slow down. Eve, goddammit, you're gonna... I stare through the windshield as their car stops. Not a slow, grinding deceleration, but an unequivocal, immediate halt. Their bodies are thrown forward against the safety glass as the car becomes utterly motionless. Rob, what's happening? Told him to be careful. Why? What's... I no longer need an answer. I realize that it's written right in front of me, etched into the side of a road, a brief gap in the endless rows of golden corn, only a little wider than the Wrangler itself. A dirt track that leads off the left, about 10 meters ahead of us, about 15 meters behind Lilith and Eve. I now understand why Rob was being so careful and why Eve should have been as well. They've missed their turn. Ferryman to all cars. I found the turn. Let's make it quick. Eve and Lilith, you stay in the car. I'm coming back to get you both. Rob flicks off his turn signal, preparing the group for the sharp left corner, and slams his foot on the accelerator. Lilith and Eve disappear behind a wall of corn as we pull down the dirt track. Rob keeps driving until enough space is left for the rest of the group. Once they're all safely pulled in, Rob climbs into the back of the car, grabs his rifle, and jumps out of the path. I quickly climb out and follow behind him. When we arrive on the main road, the figure has covered a considerable distance, finally drawing near enough for me to see what's wrong with its face. At a certain point, midway across the crown of the head, running in a straight line down past the cheeks and under the jaw, the head simply stops. It's like the foremost section of his skull has been sliced cleanly off. It's bent inwards, his entire face concave and shrouded completely in deep shadow. A ghastly organic hood that seems deeper than physics should allow. That isn't all that's wrong with the picture, however. The man's outstretched arms are bent in several places. Dark purple contusions blossom at every unnatural joint, as if his arms have been broken multiple times. His leg is also bent to one side, the reason for the irregular walk that still carries him toward us. Rob looks shaken as he raises the rifle to his shoulder, bidding the figure to turn around. The man ignores Rob's demand, continuing its march. Even when a bullet hits it square in its chest, the figure hardly slows down. We're forced to jump out of the way as it continues down the road, even Lilith cowering in their locked car as it approaches. Fear shifts into confusion as the creature passes them by and continues down the road. It's as if it doesn't even know we're here. Rob breathes a sigh of relief, lowers the gun, and runs back to the rest of the convoy. The moment he leaves, my mind notes something peculiar. It's an unnatural, bizarre observation, especially considering the many otherworldly facets of the retracing creature. There's something familiar about it, specifically its fashion sense. The shirt, the dirt-covered jeans, they aren't dissimilar to the ones I found in the brown leather duffel bag resting atop the block of C4. Reaching into my pocket, pulling out my phone, I scroll through my list of contacts. As the man heaves himself down the road, I call the second number I discovered last night, the one in the Nokia's received call list, the number that likely belonged to whoever created the bomb and whoever was driving the car that day. Yes, but you said the Green Goblin telling you dark thoughts. I know that was the old chat. I got really into the story, though. Yeah, the Green Goblin do be talking in my head sometimes. You said laissez-faire? Laissez-faire instead of laissez-faire. Gotcha. Laissez-faire. After a few moments, a ringtone disrupts the creature's silent walk. I end the call, realizing how reckless I've been at praying the strange figure doesn't see my action as an excuse to turn around. I'm lucky this time at least. The dial tone cuts out, and the figure continues to stumble its way towards the horizon. The next thing I hear is a scream. Scanning for its source, I see Eve, her door open and with one foot out of the car. She's frantically pulling her leg, seemingly unable to lift it from the tarmac. Eve, what's going on? With shaking fingers, Eve clumsily unties her shoelace and lifts her leg back into the car. Her boot stays in its place, and it's possible to make out a slight elasticity to the road below it, a depression in the tarmac around its base. Slowly and steadily, the sole of the boot disappears into the road. Eve watches as the dark tarmac slowly sucks the boot down, enveloping the heel and dragging it beneath the surface. Thanks for having your Twitch link in your YouTube stream. Description box. Discord being dumb and only sending me your YouTube stream these days? Weird. That is odd. Hi, Roxy. How you doing, girlfriend? That is odd. Why is it sending just the Discord? Yeah, my Discord announcement's going out. Do you may not have the stream announcement section enabled, possibly, Roxy? Because my announcement went out this morning. Well, I'm glad to see ya. We're doing a horror story today. I give small recaps at the start of each chapter, so don't worry about not being up to date on it. Right now, we are watching as two of our main characters are being eaten by the road. The thought comes to Eve the same moment it does to me. We both fix our eyes in the back of the car, where same soft indent is gradually developing around the tires. Eve's terrified scream is drowned out by the blare of revving engines. I jump out of the way as the rest of the convoy reverses out of the corner and back on the main road. Blue Jay, Bonnie and Clyde, Apollo, and finally Rob park themselves chaotically around me. Rob jumps out and approaches. They ain't pulled back yet? As soon as he asks the question, he sees the sight before him. Only the neck of Eve's boot remains above the ground, sinking even further into the tarmac. The road gradually but voraciously churns at the car's tires, consuming the rubber and swallowing the lowest edge of the wheel cover. I right-click your name from my friend list and hit watch stream. Oh, I gotcha. Woo. In the midst of such an impossible sight, all I can say to Rob is, they're trying. Lilith and Eve hit the gas hard. The engine growls in the road as it furiously attempts to reverse, the undercarriage creaking and groaning from the sheer mechanical strain. The wheels themselves, however, don't rotate an inch. The tires belong to the road now, taken by an unknowable forces that continue to drag them into the earth. The engine chokes, defeated, and I can see Eve screaming into her fists as the roadway calmly continues its work. God damn it, we can't reach him! Tell him to get on top of the car. What's happening, Rob? Bristol, tell him to get on the roof. Rob marches off to the Wrangler. The rest of the convoy gather on the road, just in line with the left turn, where we assume it's safe to stand. Everyone, saving for Blue Jay, looks on in anxious silence. Eve, Lilith, I need you to get on top of your car, okay? Guys, we're sinking. Oh fuck, we're... Eve, I'm trying to help you. Rob's working on something, but we need you to climb on the roof of the car. Don't think about anything else. Open the door, wind down your window, and use it as a foothold. Eve is still deaf with worry. Lilith doesn't hesitate. She places one hand on the upper rim of the open door, one foot on the base of the open window, and her free hand palm down on the roof of the car. The door rocks on its hinges and she puts her weight on it. In one strong motion, she pushes herself backwards until she's sitting on top of the car. The tarmac has swallowed its way to the car's lower chassis. Eve stares, transfixed by the road as it pulls her ever closer towards it. Sarah, look at me! Lilith is crouching on the car's roof, her hand reaching down to Eve. Her friend's voice seems to be the only thing that can break Eve's fearful commune with the waiting abyss. She turns around, Lilith's hand a few inches from her face. Get up here! Her eyes brimming with tears, fought back by rapid, shallow breaths, Eve grabs Lilith's hand. Lilith gets a solid handhold around the lip of her own doorway and heaves Eve up onto the roof of the car. Eve shrieks as little as the door swings, putting all her trust into Lilith's grip. She joins her friend on the roof, just as the road consumes the lower edge of the door, spilling inside the car's cabin like magma. Liquid hot magma. Hey, who gets the reference? Liquid hot magma. Damn it, they're too far away. Rob has returned from the Wrangler, rapidly uncoiling a braid of long, light blue climber's rope. I'd seen it resting in the back of the car during the trip, never once thinking I'd see it used. Rob threads one end of the rope through a carabiner and secures it in place with a tight knot. He holds it to his side and shouts at Lilith and Eve. Okay, listen. We only got one shot at this. I'm gonna throw you the hook, and you're gonna catch it and yank it taut, okay? Then you can hook it onto something and climb your way over. Don't let it fall, okay? Lilith holds pale. She nods before clambering to her feet, stepping to the back of the car. Eve watches on, her hands wrapped around her legs. Well, here goes nothing. Austin Powers, Dr. Evil, yeah! I've actually avoided the Austin Power movies. 1 and 2 are pretty good. 3 is so-so. I mean, if they ain't your steam, then I ain't gonna recommend them. But I had a good time with them. Austin Powers. Oh, I know last week I watched the Streamer Awards. The person, Sketch, if you know him, the Twitch streamer, he was doing the floor interviews and he was dressed as Austin Powers, the full suit with like the puffy chest piece. Nice. Oh, chat, I forgot to mention. Can I get someone to !Patreon? We are doing a Patreon night tonight. We are going to be watching some Dan to Dan. It starts at 7:30 p.m. EST. For those of you who are part of the Patreon, you know it's fucking great. We have a goddamn good time. If you want to join, it's decently cheap, $10 a month. You get 4 movie nights a month. We're doing both Thursday this week and Saturday this week. So I'm pretty stoked to be watching more Dan to Dan. It is a fantastic anime. Some of the best character writing I've seen in a while. It's very good. Very good. Thank you, Roxy. Rob's returned from the Wrangler, rapidly uncoiling I read this already. Well, here goes nothing. Rob begins to swing the rope over his head, a large, undulating circle that quickly levels out as the weight of the carabiner eases the rope onto a flat plane. I instinctively shrug down as the rope passes over my head, swinging faster and faster. Gritting his teeth, his face reddening with the towering pressure of the single throw, Rob lets the rope fly. It arcs in the air like a cast fishing line towards Lilith's outstretched hands. I watch it pass in front of her, the metal carabiner glinting in the sun as it falls. She catches it, grasping the rope in her shaking hands. Despite her victory, I see her face contort with sudden, striking panic. She holds the rope high over her head, staring wildly down at the road between us. Following her eyes, my heart falls. She caught the rope, but she didn't pull it taut fast enough. Even with Rob continuing to hold his end above his head, the rope had too much slack when it landed in Lilith's hands. It's fallen in a sloping arc, the lowest point of which has scraped against the tarmac. It only rests a few precious seconds before Lilith finds herself unable to pull it free. It sinks into the ground. The rope starts to brush gently against Rob's fingers before he thrusts it to the ground. Damn it! Okay, if I just got something else, something we can put down. That's the empty jerry cans. They can step on. Too unstable. We just have to throw them perfect. Okay. The road has claimed almost half of the car now, eating up the license plate as the vehicle sinks lower and lower. Lilith looks helplessly as we deliberate, Eve crying her eyes out behind her. We could get a ground sheet. We ain't got one that'll stretch. Well, what about... I'm going out there. Apollo's blank statement catches us all by surprise. Turning in his direction, I noted direct and powerful confidence in his manner. They aren't going to last much longer. It only takes a second for the road to get you. That's how they got so far ahead before they stopped. I drive out, jump in my car, then we climb back. I ain't got more rope. You got the winch, right? If I drive out with it bunched up on my lap, I can sure it never goes slack. And then I hook it up to my roof bars and we'll get the hell out of Dodge. You got the best car for it, but I should drive out there. You need to work the winch. Bonnie and Clyde can't climb back. He skipped over his rationale for not choosing Blue Jay, not wanting to waste time on a foregone conclusion. What about me? I'm lighter. The climb back would be easier. But you can't help them when they're jumping over. We're wasting time. You know it's a good idea. Rob takes a moment to consider it, his mind fighting for a better solution. You better get back here, Apollo. Don't plan to hang around there, Rob. Apollo grins before sprinting to his rover. Rob, wasting no time, runs to the winch, pushes it to manual and unspools the heavy-duty rope. His hands cross over as he drops a new length under the ground. I turn back to Lilith. Did you hear that, Lilith? Lilith is huddled next to Eve, attempting to comfort her as the car's headlights disappear onto the depths of the road. Her head snaps around when I call. What's happening? Apollo's coming out to you. You have to jump onto his car and climb over, okay? Okay. She hurries back to Eve, grasping her friend's shoulders as she relays the plan. Whew. I joined, but I'm poor till later. You're so good, Roxy. I did enjoy the Austin Powers movies, but they can make me cringe too. Oh, God, yeah. Yeah. I like Austin Powers, but I don't think it's a good movie. I think it's a funny movie to watch with other people to make fun of it and then also, like, get some giggles from dumb people being dumb, you know? It's like, kind of like watching a B horror movie. You're like, oh, this movie sucks. I love it, you know? Like Cabin in the Woods. Okay, that'll hold. Rob's climbing down to the hood of the Wrangler. He's fed the winch cable around and through a lighting rig, ensuring a good level of clearance on the way out, and more importantly, for the climb back. The rope has already been fed through Apollo's driver's side window. Bonnie and Clyde are helping to throw Apollo's baggage out of the trunk and onto the road behind him. Less he has to lose on this trip, the better. I'll set up over here. Okay, See you on the other side, Rob. Apollo slams his foot on the accelerator. The Range Rover bolts forward and powers toward the threshold. The engine roars as he rockets past the left turn and keeps on going into the territory beyond. In the few precious seconds he has, he crosses the distance towards the two terrified girls. The winch rope streams through the window and then suddenly pulls tight. Apollo is thrown forward as the car comes to an uncompromising stop, roughly a meter's distance from Lilith and Eve. The impact looks brutal, but Apollo somehow manages to keep a hold on the rope and, inexplicably, his sense of humor. I don't think I got the insurance for this. Clumsily, still feeling the after effects of the sudden stop, Apollo throws open the door and starts to climb out. Take the slack, Rob! My attention fixed on Apollo, I hear the mechanical whir as the winch kicks to life. As Apollo climbs out of his car and onto the roof, he affixes the hook to the end of the winch to one of his roof bars, securing it in place. A few moments later, the rope is pulled tight. Apollo slips down into the hood of the car, his arms outstretched to the girls. It's a short jump, but not to make it from a lower elevation. The trunk of the car is already sinking to the ground level. Okay, come on, I gotcha. We gotta move fast now. Lilith stands up, helping Eve to her feet before stepping down onto the rapidly disappearing trunk. Okay. Lilith yelps as she throws herself towards Apollo. Her front foot plants itself in the hood of the car, her other leg flailing in the air behind her. Apollo grabs her by the arms and yanks her onto the car, holding her close to him as she gets to a bearing on the smooth metal of the hood. When she's stable, he lets her crawl into the roof where she immediately looks back to Eve. See, Eve? Nothing to it. Come on now. Eve paces back, her hands shaking as she contemplates the jump, fighting against her screaming instincts. Eve squeals as she steps across the trunk and makes the leap across, the toe of her shoe lifting off the car mere seconds before it descends into the murky black pitch of the road. Eve lands short of her destination. One desperate, grasping arm makes contact with Apollo as her legs bang and scrape against the rover's grill, scrambling for every conceivable purchase. Apollo is wrenched sideways by the force of Eve's landing, thrown off balance by the unexpected application of her whole weight. In the gut-churning moments that follow, Apollo tugs Eve up to his chest and wraps an arm around her, his center of gravity passing over the edge of the car. The fall takes a lifetime. Wrapped in each other's arms, Eve and Apollo tumble forward towards the patient, ravenous ground. In the split second before he leaves the hood of the car, Apollo uses his last inch of footing to push himself into a slow turn. The twist continues as they fall until Eve is looking to the road and Apollo to the pale blue sky. In one final action, Apollo pushes Eve's waist, holding her at arm's length. Apollo's back thuds into the asphalt, his head smacking audibly against it. Dazed and concussed, he manages to hold Eve aloft, keeping everything but her feet from joining him on the hard ground. Get back up! Quickly get back up! Her face shredded by fear and guilt and sorrow, Eve stares into Apollo's eyes and whimpers. Collecting herself, she pushes herself off of him, ripping out of her laces and leaving the shoe and a sock behind as she clambers back onto the Range Rover. With every movement, she whispers a quivering apology. It's okay, it's okay. Go on, it's over. He repeats those two words over and over. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. The road elasticates around him, dragging him down into the depths. Eve looks back to him, her face cringing in misery. Bonnie buries her face in Clyde's chest, unable to watch the next few moments unfold. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It's all right. It's all right. It's gonna be okay. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt, really. Apollo's ears sink beneath the road, entering a new world of perfect silence. Apollo sees the end nearing. Oh God! Rob! Rob! I won't play his final moments for your benefit and, ultimately, for his. Before he sinks into the road, Apollo asks Rob to talk to his family. He wants Rob to tell them that he loves them. Rob nods, knowing that Apollo won't be able to hear his responses. After a few cries of panic despair, Apollo's eyes and mouth are enveloped by the road. His screams are drowned by the thick, churning asphalt. Eve watches the rest of his body sink, while Lilith tugs at her sleeve, pulling her towards the roof. Come on, we gotta go. Sarah, we have to go. I'm sorry. Whispering one last heartfelt apology to the air itself, Eve steps up with Lilith and stares at the cable. Whew. Whew. That was intense. I need to stop for a second. Oh, that was intense. Hi, Fro. You came in at a crazy time. How you doing, girlfriend? It's good to see you. Kind of the wrong vibes for this month. Hey, I got creepypasta in the title. I wanted to be spooky today. Actually, to be fair, I should change the title because we're not doing Subnautica today. That's going to be a tomorrow thing because we are sick as dogs. There we go. Yo, Subnautica, it's going to be tomorrow, Fro. I'm sorry. It was going to be today. We were going to spend the morning with creepypasta, the afternoon with Subnautica. But I got really sick. That was so visual. I know. This is why I've told y'all, this was my favorite creepypasta ever. The author writes, mwah, she's incredible. It is creepy story time, girlfriend. Hope you recover quickly. Oh no, it's okay, it's okay. We're sick because of my medicine, not because we're sick. My medicine has some pretty intense side effects because, you know, it kills my immune system. So the day after, I mean, honestly, like a couple days after, I feel pretty yucky. Whew, okay, you know, I think we're good. I think I can get back into the story. Not because of the pizza. That ain't helping, I'll tell you what. Last night I was burping up greasy garlic and butter. It was rough. It was like, buh, buh. I will say, chat, I have been eating a lot less food recently because not only am I on Ozempic, Wegovy, it's the non-Ozempic brand, but I'm on Ozempic, and it makes your appetite much smaller. So, as a testament to how delicious the pizza was you made for me, I ate the entire pizza yesterday. No, it was not the smart thing to do. No, I shouldn't have done it. No, my tummy wasn't happy. But you know what was happy? My soul. Garlic? Yeah, my wife and I are a garlic fiend. Pretty much every 2 weeks, we have to refill a thing of garlic powder like this big. We get one of those big tubes of garlic powder about like this thick around. About as thick as my penis, you know? Got that chode life going. And yeah, we use way too much garlic. That was a crazy thing I just said. Mods, delete the last 2 minutes. What were we talking about? We were talking about someone horrifically sinking into asphalt, right? Penis jokes come from that. Eve watches the rest of his body sink, while Lilith tugs at his sleeve, pulling her towards the roof. Come on, we gotta go. Sarah, we've got to go. I'm sorry. Whispering one last heartfelt apology to the air itself, Eve steps up with Lilith and stares at the cable. Okay, guys, just let yourself down until you're hanging from the rope and work your way across. I got it. You ready? Eve looks at her friend. I don't... Clipping? No! Just watch me, okay? Follow right behind me. Oh, that's the wrong voice. I don't... Just watch me, okay? Follow right behind me. The Range Rover's wheels have now disappeared. With every passing second, the cable's clearance diminishes, and the angle between the roof bar and the Wrangler's lighting rig becomes steeper. They need to start moving now, or not at all. Eve looks across the length of rope. I can feel her mind kicking back at the prospect. I can't! Sarah, we fucking have to, okay? Follow behind me. Lilith wraps her arms around Eve, hugging her stiff, shivering frame before letting go and crouching down the rope, slowly working her way under it, her hands clenching the cable, her legs wrapped securely around it. Lilith starts to pull herself along the rope, shifting her feet up every few seconds behind her, her eyes fix on me as she drags herself to the halfway mark. Is she following? The asphalt swallows the Range Rover's lower chassis. Eve hasn't moved a muscle. Scratch that, gotta go to the VOD later. Mobile Twitch is ass. Yeah, Mobile Twitch sucks. I mean, honestly, going forward, is it a rope or a cable? It's kind of both. Holy shit! Kai, I cut you off yesterday. You said you weren't gonna gift any more subs. Thank you. I love you, but also I'm gonna put you in timeout. I'm gonna put you in timeout, girlfriend. I cut. You know what? Put on Gautier, somebody I used to know. Bet you didn't have to cut me out. Come on. Bet you didn't have to cut me off. Make me stop giving gift subs during the subathon. You cut her off yesterday. That was yesterday. Y'all know what I meant. You know what I meant. If y'all get gifted a sub, even if you're a lurker, please thank Kai. Kai is ludicrously kind. I think that's what, 155? Yeah, you've gifted a total of 155 subs, Kai. God damn. Thank you. That puts us 7 subs away from me putting on my wife's clothes. Oh no. Oh, will I wear her underwear? Oh, who knows? Twitch can't see. Thanks, Kai, but also bonk Kai. Exactly. Oh, excuse me. Is she following? The asphalt swallows the Range Rover's lower chassis. Eve hasn't moved a muscle. The stretch of black tarmac might as well be a bottomless ravine. The Grand Canyon. The idea of hanging herself over it mortifies her. Oh, Roxy, your answer. It is a rope and a cable. It is attached to the Range Rover is a winch. Like, you know, what you would, what you'd use to, like, drag some stuff, you know? Not to tow, because towing you don't want slack, but, you know, it's kind of like a hook that you put on something and you pull it. The timer was under 30. I had to. Kai, you're so adorable. Thank you. Hey, you know what? I get to scold you tonight on a call during Patreon night. Take that. Sarah, it's not. Sarah's not as bad as it looks. Please come on. Lilith crosses the threshold. Her knuckles are white as she continues to cling to the rope. Rob marches up to her and helps her down into his arms, coaxing her hands free but telling her that she's safe. As soon as her feet hit the ground again, they give way beneath her, and Lilith sinks to the ground, crying out, Sarah, come on, please! I can't! Please, Sarah, I need you here! Her shallow breathing quaking with anxiety, Eve slowly crouches down and grips the rope. Slowly, but surely, as the asphalt consumes the car's license plate less than a meter below her, Eve lowers herself down and, with clumsy desperation, drags herself along the rope. She's left it late. Her back hangs mere inches from the hungry ground as she shuffles unevenly towards us, lifting her feet and scraping them up the rope, her arms straining as they stay locked. I'm not gonna make it! You are! Keep going! The Range Rover's windows are now disappearing. Inside, the dashboard has been submerged. With every yard that Eve manages to climb, the lowering rope ensures she stays close to the ground, even over the final few feet. My heart breaks the moment her foot slips. It happens almost too quickly to register. As Eve erratically shuffles her feet along the rope, her bare left foot gives way, swinging underneath her and kicking down onto the ground. Eve tries to raise it in time before discovering she can't. No, please! Thrown entirely off balance, Eve tries to pull herself up. However, with her lower legs seeping into the dark tar, the position can't be maintained. She falls, her body twisting as she falls onto the road. Lilith releases a terrible, shrieking cry. Eve whimpers as the side of her head rests against the tarmac, her cheek already subsumed. I'm sorry. No, please, don't be sorry. I love you. I love you. You, Jan. I love you too. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Eve tries to reply, but half her mouth is sealed shut, encased in the creeping asphalt. Her short breaths finally melt into one long inhalation as her nose and mouth sunk entirely. One remaining eye takes a final, fleeting look at Lilith before vanishing. I look away from it I look away from what is still to sink. The important things are already gone. Lilith collapses to her knees, a screaming of torrent of grief expelled from her burning lungs. Rob is immobile, likely searching for something practical in which to bury himself. Bonnie and Clyde simply look lost as they turn their backs on the sinking Range Rover. Can we get a goddamn moment? God, oh my lord, my heart's beating. Ooh, ba-bum, ba-bum. Think of the Jeep from Jurassic Park. Ooh, you're right. That's a cable. Yeah, I agree it's a cable. Some people call it some people call it rope though. But I personally would call it cable. Rip Sarah? Yeah. I don't know if it's Rip. I know she dead. I don't know if it's resting in peace. I feel like dying by being swallowed by asphalt probably isn't very peaceful. Whose fucking fault is that, Sarah? Yeah, she maybe should have done something. Annie, how you doing? I was talking about you earlier. Everything was positive, don't worry. Welcome back. Blue Jay's reaction surprises me. She stares into the tarmac, the smirk ripped from her face, replaced by a familiar look of shell shock. She repeatedly mutters something under her breath, something that sounds like, well, it's not real. It's not real. We stand in silence for what seems like an age, accompanied by the breeze and Lilith's gradually waning laments. After she's exorcised the imminent torment, her screaming descends into a deathly stillness. Rob makes the first step to approach her. I can take you back home if you want to. No. Lilith wipes her eyes as tears continue to follow freely down her cheeks. When she turns around, she looks enraged. No, I'm still going. I'm gonna get to the end. You know, I can't tell you when that'll be. Lilith stands up and glares at Rob, and looks at Bonnie and Clyde. Are you guys still going? Do you have your seat free? The siblings look at one another. Bonnie nods. You got a place with us if you want. Is the door unlocked? Yeah? Then what the fuck are we waiting around here for? Lilith marches back towards Clyde's Ford and climbs into the back seat. She waits for us impatiently to finish up. Anyone else want to turn around? Rob looks to me and Blue Jay. Blue Jay sends a look of deep scorn his way before marching off to her own car. Bristol? The Range Rover has finally sunk. The road has settled back into a hard, permanent surface. It isn't like Rob to offer me a ride home. I feel overwhelmingly like I should take him up on it. But there are too many questions unanswered, too many unchallenged mysteries weaved into the fabric of this journey. Going back now would be a return. Going back now wouldn't be a return. It would be a retreat. I'm still going. A few minutes later, the three of us remaining cars roll down the dirt track, leaving another incomprehensible atrocity behind us. There's a part of me that can't believe I'm still continuing down the road. A greater part of me is astonished that no one took the opportunity to turn back. As Rob carries me onto the next turn, and the one after that, I realize we all have our own reasons. I've become obsessed with chasing the truth, as had Blue Jay in her own way. Bonnie had her own unsettling motives for carrying on, and Clyde wasn't about to abandon her. Lilith had directed her smoldering anger and grief towards the road itself, seeking deliverance at its end. And Rob? As far as he's concerned, there's only one direction to go. Still, when I think of the sorrows that have already When I think of the sorrows that have already befallen us and the potential for unspeakable ruin that lies ahead, I realize that no one in their right mind would continue down this road. I suppose no one is. Just got out of work, I'll need to rewatch later. Yeah, you do. Although I will say, chat, I am planning on editing my full narration of this into a video for YouTube. So if you want to, cut out silences, cut out breaks, listen to the story, I'm still going to include some of my explanations, some of my thoughts, some of my interaction with the chat, still keep myself kind of podcasty reading it, but I'm going to edit down a lot of the, emptiness, a lot of the breaks, so that we'll be able to have the full story in one block. I think it'll be pretty cool. All right, so that is the end of part 5. There are a total of 10 parts. And they just keep getting better, chat. Whew. Sorry, I'm getting a little nauseous. Give me a second, chat. Okay, we're good. It passed. Depends on your thoughts on horror genre stuff. In terms of? I'm not sure too. It's probably because I haven't ate. Mine's from my medicine, but I also haven't eaten today. So, could be part of it. Hey guys, sorry it's taking a while to get this posted up. I've been busy chasing leads with the U.S. missing persons. I won't make more of your time. Log is below. If you have any information, then please send it my way. Thanks for your help, guys. It means a lot. Oh, whether the story's getting better? Oh, I gotcha. Go do and eat? If I put anything in my mouth, I'm going to throw up. I promise you that. I promise you that. Hey, trust me, chat. Trust me. I've been taking this medicine for... Well, this one I've been on for 6 months. But I've been taking immunosuppressant medicine for over 2 years now. So... and I'm probably going to have to be bumped up to an increased dose. Today I learned a game was based on one of my favorite horror movies. Ooh, which one? Oh, also, speaking of games based on movies, I've heard that the new Indiana Jones game is fucking amazing. He has experience with the medications. I do. So I know what will happen if I put food in my mouth right now. Incantation. I don't think I've heard of that before. What I would really love is some weed. Weed helps settle my stomach and helps with pain. But all of my money is either going towards trying to pay bills, feeding the dog, and getting food for us. I really want to play it. I love the Indiana Jones movies. I think my favorite was Crystal Skull. I think it was the best Indiana... No. I think, oh God, what's the one with the Ark of the Covenant? That might be my favorite Indiana Jones movie. It's a Taiwanese horror flick on Netflix. Ooh, foreign horror movies are so fucking cool. I think a lot of themes are explored in them that aren't really explored in the US because they have different cultures. Last Crusade, thank you, Roxy. One of my favorite movies of all time is... Sven, you degen? One of my favorite movies of all time is I Saw the Devil. I think it's Korean? I haven't watched it in a couple years. It's on Netflix as well. It is such a good horror movie. It's very heavy on like violence in it, so I would recommend if you don't like violence or gore, although you shouldn't be watching horror, you know. But otherwise, I Saw the Devil is so fucking good. Oh, and sorry, Roxy. You degen. Pirates Hopper played Indiana Jones the other day in a sponsored stream. He said it was really good. Ooh. Hey, I just got to get sponsors now, chat. It's been so long since I watched Indiana Jones. Oh, I think the last time I watched Indiana Jones was like early teens. And I'm 30 now, so maybe, hey, maybe we'll put it on one of our community night watches. Ooh, Neko, you seen it? Dude, it's so good. Forgot the names of the artifacts, Maya, the Holy Grail. That's so fair. All right, we are now getting into chapter 6 of the left-right game. I might have to split this into 2 videos, like a part 1, part 2, because we've been streaming for a while. I know, like, we did a bunch of Daily Dose as well, but this is gonna be a long video I'm gonna make. It's funny because Resident Evil cured my super aversion to gore. Exposure therapy apparently works with me. Hey, I'll tell you what, exposure therapy does not work with me. You bring me near an ocean, I'll be afraid the whole time. There's a trophy for knocking out a guy with a fly swatter. What a goddamn game. What a goddamn game. Silence used to be an absolute. That's something I dearly miss. Back in the real world, I would stand self-evident that a group of people saying absolutely nothing, by definition, could not be saying any less. Maybe things are different on the road, maybe I've just never encountered it before, but it's clear to me now that there are degrees beyond silence, a pervasive realm of deafening quiet which, following the loss of Eve and Apollo, our group has unreservedly embraced. Constructed out of our collective trauma, cemented with a cruel mixture of grief, guilt, and a harrowing self-doubt, it quickly becomes apparent that this silence is stronger than all of us. The challenge of breaking it remains unmet for the rest of the journey. We spend the next few hours burrowing through a featureless corridor of maze. The stalks rise far above the Wrangler, leaving only a thin strip of clear sky visible like the painted ceiling of a Renaissance church. I found myself glancing intermittently at the CB radio, half expecting, half hoping, for Apollo's voice to crackle through the speaker, bringing words of comfort, or a much-needed attempt at levity. After I catch myself staring at the radio for the 5th time, I decide it might be best to go on with my work. I plug in my headphones into my notebook, bring up the audio files I've recorded this far, and set about creating a very rough cut of our first day on the road. Everybody knows Rob. Rob's the god! I listened through Apollo's first interview, making notes for the closing paragraph I'll now be forced to write about him. When I have everything I need, I listen to the interview again and then once more. It's not lost to me that I just want to hear his voice, to lose myself in a pleasant digital echo, far removed from the frantic screams that followed him into the asphalt. I listen to Eve's interview next. She bristles with excitement as she talks about her upcoming visit to Roswell, steadfastly attempting to recruit me to the effort. She has no idea what she's heading into when she stepped into Rod's front lawn. Then again, none of us did. Oh, I love Asian horror. They have such a wild vibe to them. I think it's because of their legends and lore. There's so much they got to work with. Oh, 100%. I think it's also just the fact that it's so, like, being steeped in a different culture, creating different things with that, it makes for so much more unique inspiration for different books, movies, any sort of media. It's so cool. Heck, the ocean, who even needs that much water filled with things? But whales? I don't like whales. So chat, remember the other day, yesterday, I was giving you the story about how I set up the HTC Vive in my the VR set in my GameStop, and I helped people supervise it. Well, one of the stories I told was that there was a demo. It was kind of like a proof of concept. You didn't do anything in it. It was visual. And it was under the sea. Under the sea, down where it's wetter, because you pissed your pants because you were scared. So I told y'all that at one point, there is a whale that comes up about this far from your face, and people would scream in the store. Like 1 out of 3 people. It's me. The first time I watched it, I screamed. I may have neglected to share that yesterday. No. Leave your hands alone. Your hands? Leave your paws alone. You're a good girl. You're a good girl. They picked wrong, should have stayed on land. That's right, motherfucker, should have stayed on land. I listen to Eve's interview next. She bristles with excitement as she talks about her upcoming visit to Roswell. I read that already. The thin strip of sky is turning deep orange as I reach our encounter with the hitchhiker. It's chilling to hear his voice after the fact, to revisit the conniving, veiled pleasantries he employed against us. I cringe as I hear Rob's hand grasp my arm, ashamed that I let myself fall for the hitchhiker's trickery. You did good. I'm sorry for grabbing you. I just didn't want to do something you regret. No, it's fine. I was going to. Do you know what happens if you talk to him? Not sure. Came close to myself once a few years back. The way he looks at you when he thinks he's got you, I don't think I want to know. Rob, I paused the audio file, clicking back 10 seconds before pressing play again. No, it's fine. I was going to. Do you know what happens if you talk to him? Not sure. Came close myself once a few years back. The way he looks at you when you think he's... I certainly didn't notice it at the time. I've been so shaken by my run-in with the hitchhiker and so curious about the abandoned car that I'm completely blind to anything else that had come my way. Maybe Rob misspoke. Maybe he meant to say weeks or months. But if it wasn't a mistake, if it was a truth carelessly uttered, then Rob had some explaining to do. The Left-Right game was posted online in June of 2016, less than a year ago. Bah, bah, bah! The plot thickens. Oh, y'all can't even see her right now. She is being such a baby. See, I get you more on camera. I'm giving her neck scritches, and she is just like loving it. Oh, there she goes. There she goes. Ooh, girl. Ooh. One sentence horror story. You look back and see Belle and her human hands. If Belle's got human hands, then she can work. Then she can earn her keep. Pilot got some cornstarch? What? Oh. Chat, sometimes in a boy's life you have to recognize something. Sometimes you have to listen to yourself and think back on what you say and realize that you just said some dumb shit. Some real dumb shit. And I only have one response when I do some dumb shit. I think y'all might know what it is. The plot got some cornstarch because cornstarch is a thickener, and I said the plot thickens. Sven, you are more clever than me today. Actually, honestly, Sven, that's kind of joke of the day. Do I have any more pipe cleaners? I think Char ate them all. Sven, as your reward for getting joke of the day, here is a sweet icing cup from Domino's. I hope you enjoy. This is your reward for best joke of the day. What do you say wrong? I said pilot got cornstarch, and I was like, I don't understand what you mean. Red plot is pilot, and in a very confused manner. Confused. But I'm saying, Fro, if Belle got human hands, then she should be working for her keep. She's sick, and I'm over here sick, streaming. Man, if she got hands, she can play the game for me. I glanced sideways at him, a wall of corn rushing past us as we approached the rest stop. Throughout this trip, every emotion Rob's displayed has seemed genuine. The sadness, the anger, the concern. They tell a story of a man who cares deeply about the welfare of those around him. Yet at the same time, it's strikingly clear there's something he isn't telling me. With every new piece of the puzzle, the car, the text message, the faceless creature with the ringing phone, I'm left with the dilemma of when to confront Rob Guthard with what I know. I feel I've gathered enough to bring before him, enough to demand an explanation, but there's no way I'd be able to truly verify his answer. I have a collection of strange and perplexing notions, lacking in the common thread that could bring me to a workable conclusion. If I'm going to confront Rob, I need to uncover that thread. Much like the greatest journalist of our time, I should know the answer before I ask the question. I'll take the icing and the cinnamon twists. The cinnamon twists, I actually do have a couple left, because I couldn't eat them all, but I imagine they're probably pretty hard. I imagine after sitting in a box for over 24 hours, they're probably a little hard. The Jeep pulls up onto a large green space, staring straight ahead. I find myself puzzled by the way the ground seems to stop, as if the horizon lies only 20 meters away from the car. As soon as the engine cuts out, I unbuckle my seatbelt, climb out and walk towards the grassy verge. The rest of the convoy pulls up behind me as I go. I stop a few steps short of the edge, realizing we've found our way to the top of a sheer cliff. A sudden swaying vertigo takes over, forcing me to take a few steps back. It doesn't feel like we've been heading uphill. The road has been level since Jubilation, yet somehow I'm standing at the edge of a 400-foot rock face, descending straight downwards, the distant earth shrouded by stalks of corn. That's the truly strange thing about this monolithic precipice. On either side of me, the maze runs to the very edge of the cliff, and, at its base, the endless harvest continues until it stretches beyond the darkening horizon in every direction. It feels like I'm standing on the cliffs of Dover, staring over a golden ocean, its waves governed by the evening breeze. I wonder for a moment where it ends. Then, taking consideration of the world I now occupy, I start to wonder if it does. I'm gonna leave your stream running, but I'm gonna go for more sleep. Roxy, enjoy your nap, girlfriend. Take care of yourself. A belligerent scream rips me from view. The source of the noise is blocked by the Wrangler, and the first thing I see as I circle around with the shocked, wide eyes of Bonnie and Clyde. Once I make my way past the Wrangler's hood, my expression mimics theirs. Lilith has pinned Blue Jay up the side of the Jeep and locked a forearm, pressing her chest against the door. Her other arm has been grasped in Blue Jay's hands, desperately stopped before it can strike her across the face. The two of them yell through gritted teeth as Lilith struggles furiously against her, vying to cause her any conceivable harm. Get the fuck off me, you bitch! Get off! I take a few quick steps towards Lilith as Blue Jay attempts to kick her away. For those of you who weren't here or don't remember, Blue Jay is a online blogger who goes to different supernatural kind of events, like haunted houses, people doing stuff like Rob's doing, like doing the left-right game, and her whole goal is to debunk them. So Blue Jay is belligerently unbelieving of what's happening. Reminder, Lilith is a YouTuber and just lost her good friend, Eve. Not gonna lie, I'm mad EP, hardly slept all week. Think I'll fall back to the void now. Neko, what I want you to do is lay down in bed, pop my stream up, and then listen while you fall asleep. I think that sounds like a great and wonderful thing to do. I always fall asleep listening to a content creator, and I think it's the best way to do it. Even drink some water for you. I take a few quick steps over to Lilith as Blue Jay attempts to kick her away. Lilith, we can't do this. Jen. Lilith doesn't even register my presence as she continues her assault. Defended by a bubbling Deafened? Oh. Lilith doesn't even register my presence as she continues her assault, deafened by the bubbling vitriol of every growling breath. Jen, we are not doing this now. Not after... Before I can comprehend what's happening, I'm staring at the sky, my head knocked back by the force of Lilith's flailing elbow. A hot, raw egg radiates from my lower lip as I stagger back, raising my hand over my mouth. Before Lilith can continue her assault, Rob swings open his door and takes 2 short strides over to her. He puts one arm around the girl's waist and picks her up, carrying her safely, but firmly, over to Bonnie and Clyde's Ford and planting her back on the ground. I always seem to forget how strong he is. Damn it, this is not the time. Take it back! Blue Jay has lost her usual snide demeanor, yet her aura still radiates an unbridled scorn. In response to Lilith's demand, Blue Jay walks back to her car and sits in the hood. She takes the Marlboro out of her pocket along with a lighter and ignites a cigarette. I imagine the burning embers are the only company she's comfortable to accept right now. You know what, Bet? Hell yeah. Bedtime story. Hey, and what a perfect one. Just a good one to give you nightmares. Everyone say bye to Neko. Actually, you know what? No one say bye to Neko. Everyone give her the most honorable bedtime salute you can. Give her the jingle keys. Serenade her to sleep with the emote she created. By the time I look back at the rest of the group, Lilith had stormed away. What did she say? I didn't hear it all. What did she say, Bonnie? I heard something about... She said Lilith was... that we were complicit. God damn it. Bristol, can you... I watch Lilith as she sits in the grass and looks over the cliffside. She begins to cry. I get a strong notion that it's not something I should interrupt. It feels like something between her and Eve. A final act of reactionary mourning reserved for them. And them alone. Yeah, don't worry. I'll handle it. Okay. I'll cook us something up. An hour passes. Lilith grows slowly calmer, drifting from cathartic release into a cold, wordless melancholy. Finishing up my dinner, I make my way over to her. It's a strange view. Lilith looks up to me. Her face falls. I cut you. I'm so sorry. It's fine. You should see the other girl. Yeah, I bet she looks like shit right about now. I let myself down into the cool ground, staring alongside Lilith to the ocean below. Blue Jay thinks I'm complicit in what happened to Eve. I heard. She used to think we were morons. Now she thinks we're all in on it. It doesn't make sense. I think she has to believe this place is a lie. She needs to make sense, and the harder it gets for her to rationalize, the more she... Anyway, she shouldn't have said what she said. She's just... I guess the world is troubled. She's a fucking thunder cunt. Okay? She's right, though. I killed her. And I killed Apollo, too. How? Lilith? How you taking the blame for that? Hey, I'm all about blaming myself for shit that isn't my fault. I do that all the time. But this is pretty clearly not your fault. It's pretty clearly Eve's. Eve took every measure to fuck you over. She's the one that drove past the turn. She's the one that wouldn't even get onto the roof of the car. She's the one that fucking... Oh, I guess, to be fair, Lilith did not pull the rope slack at the beginning. So you know what? Actually, Lilith, it's your fault. I agree with you. Hey, you know what? I listen to women. Hey, arrest me, officer. I listen to women. If the woman says it's her fault, I say, yeah, fuck it, girl, it's your fault. I'm a little slap happy. It's hour 6. She's right, though. I killed her. And I killed Apollo, too. I looked at Lilith, concerned, not quite sure what she means. All right, puppy. All right, you're coming off my lap. Someone can't stop eating themselves. So someone is being... Oh, my ears! My ears! They're gone! Someone can't stop eating themselves. So someone is getting wrapped up on my lap. Oh, big sneeze. Big sneeze for a little girl. Oh, there we go. Oh, damn, she's giving me a deep feed. Chat. Oh no, you're almost gonna see my titties. My big old man tits. Oh, let's see. Headphone back in my ears. Scooch back a bit too, so I don't squish the butt. Aw. Okay, chat, you have to see this. I don't know if I can get the camera for you. I got her wrapped up in a little papusa. No, my camera! Got a little papusa. to Lilith concerned, not quite sure what she means. Her eyes remain locked on the impossible horizon. Sarah, she wasn't cut out for this, and she knew it. She wanted us to turn back this morning, but I didn't want to. That wasn't just your decision, Lilith. Yes, it was. She followed my lead. Always, through everything. And I knew why she was doing it. I knew, but I let it continue, because it was convenient. Because it was easy. Because deep down I liked having someone around who jumped through fucking hoops for me. God, it's so fucked. Lilith pressed her head in her hands. She was weak. She was anxious and shy, and that should be okay, right? You're allowed to be weak, but I made her come here. I dragged someone who couldn't swim into the fucking deep end. And the last thing I did was lie to her, and she fucking knew it. Lilith takes a few deep, frayed breaths. What do you mean? I'm not, I loved her, you know, as a friend. It was always this fucking one-way street, and I don't think she minded, but then suddenly she's vanishing right in fucking front of me, and she said what she said. I mean, how else was I supposed to respond to that? I had to say it back, right? Lilith maintains her composure as a steady stream of tears roll down her cheek. I don't know what I'd do in that situation. I could see it in her eyes that she didn't believe me. What? I wonder how many people have died while being told, like, comforting lies. How many of them fucking knew? I think you did the best you could for Jen. I think you did the best you could, Jen. I think you did better than most. You don't need to tell me that. Just... Are you tired? Do you need to go to bed soon? No, I don't need to. There's some beers in, Apollo's bag. Is that, like, looting? Or is that okay? I think he'd want us to have them, as long as he got a toast. Lilith laughs briefly and finally smiles. She walks over to Bonnie and Clyde's car, returning a moment later with a 4-pack. We spend the next hour and a half slowly drinking them. Lilith can't muster the right words for a toast, so we just say thank you to Apollo, raising our cans into the open air. We talk about his tireless humor, his attempts to keep us all up during the first night on the road, how caringly he spoke to everyone, even on the edge of death. We talk about Eve as well, about the pair's misadventures, awkward college parties, and the future of Paranomicon. Lilith smiles. She tells me there's always a place for me on once radio dies out. After everything that's happened on the road, the night can't help but feel bittersweet. Once, on a solitary cliff in the middle of nowhere, it's more sweet than it is bitter. That may not be much, but the end of an awful day is more than either of us could have hoped for. God, the raw emotion. Oh, it's so good. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I spook you? Did I spook you, Belle? Next morning goes quickly. It's amazing how efficient a group of people can be when none of them feel like talking. Not only that, but breakfast has become a noticeably brief affair. I managed to get through half a bag of trail mix before I found myself uncomfortably full. Rob's words about the road's sustaining properties ring in my ears, and I look around the group. Everyone leaves their bowls half empty. Lilith hasn't eaten a bite. But by this point, the launch protocol has been drilled into us. Despite our preoccupations and the fractious rifts developing between us, the cars line up like clockwork as they merge onto the road. In fact, the mood of the group seems strangely procedural. All radio contact starts with the stating of a call sign, followed by that of the recipient. The cars maintain an even, careful distance between one another. We've all seen too clearly what happens when the rules are neglected, and no one wants to take chances anymore. How far away are we? From where? You haven't got to the end of the road, right? I mean, you're still charting it. That's right. Well, how long do we get to, you know, uncharted territory? To be honest, not too long. Fane, I'm so happy that they brought back the dancing T-Rex. When they were announcing they were removing it, I about lost my mind. And then they actually did it with Bible Thump. Oh, Twitch. God damn it, Twitch. Bible Thump was like a core of the community, you know? By the way, chat, if we get 7 more subs by the end of stream, tomorrow I'll be wearing my wife's clothing. Maybe her underwear. Who knows? I ain't gonna tell. Twitch can't see. Twitch can't see. What's gonna happen once we reach that point? We're gonna keep driving until we get to the end? That's the plan. You know, I won't judge if you want to turn around. I'm sure you can talk someone into it. Try talk you into it. Rob smiles. Afraid not. This trip ain't like the others. Road's kicking back like never before. I think it knows I'm coming all the way this time. What is this place, Rob? Rob sighs as we slowly take the next left onto a quiet rural T-junction. I think it's a stray thread running off the spool. The radio crackles. Rob, you just took a wrong turn. An incessant drum of fresh panic hammers in my chest. I stare at Rob and he stares right back. I know he's feeling the same thing I am, though he's doing a much better job of keeping it off his face. He thinks carefully for a moment. No, I've been down this road before. We took a right last time. Yes, the turn before this one was a right, I remember. Ferryman to all cars. Thanks, Bonnie, for giving us the fright of our lives. We're on the correct road. No, that can't be. It's wrong. Martin, tell them. Our mistake, Rob. Let's keep going. Bristol? There's concern in Lilith's voice. I lean over my wing mirror, attempting to gauge the atmosphere in the car behind me. There's clearly some commotion between Bonnie and Clyde, with the latter attempting to gently remove the walkie-talkie from his sister's hands. There's something else, however. Past Bonnie and Clyde, past Blue Jay, an old, dilapidated road sign made of weathered timber stands by the side of the road behind us. I can't read all of it, as the peeling letters grow even smaller, but I can piece together what it probably once said. Wintry Bay, 5 miles. We're gonna turn around, right? 1 second, Bonnie, I'll check the map. I promptly switch off the radio. Are we not passing through Wintry Bay? Rob turns to me, a puzzled look in his eyes. Through where? In the wake of those 2 innocently inquiring words, my mind reels back to the morning of our 3rd day on the road, watching Bonnie and Clyde wander over to Rob to confess their transgressions with the hitchhiker, the quiet conversation that passed between them, Rob's seemingly comforting response. I felt wretched in those moments. A few minutes prior, I had tricked and deceived Clyde, yet I never once considered he might have done the same to me. Is it safe to pull over? What? Why? Is it safe, Rob? Yeah, it should be. Then pull over. I switch the radio back on and grab the receiver. As I make a connection to Bonnie and Clyde's car, it's clear that an argument is brewing. Lilith is asking for me, a helpless passenger caught in the middle of something she doesn't understand. Bristol to all cars, we're stopping up ahead. Rob seems acutely aware that I'm not messing around. As soon as we roll to a halt, I throw my door open and jump onto the dusty roadside, striding over to the rest of the convoy who are just starting to get out of their cars. I'm conscious of a driving anger behind each step I take. You didn't tell him? Bristol, What's going on, Bristol? Rob marches up behind me, more than a little restless to get the grip on my motives. Clyde? Clyde looks around a circle of expectant eyes. When he delivers his answer, he's unable to meet any of them. Bonnie talked to the hitchhiker. Oh, sorry, 1 second. Computer's having a hiccup? Oh god, we're panicking? Technology's against me, the world's crumbling, AI has taken over? Okay, we're good. My screen turned black for a second. I don't know. We're back, though. If you're here, chat, let me know. Bonnie talked to the hitchhiker. Rob's expression shifts, his confusion degrading into a solemn understanding. God damn it. You knew about this, Bristol? I told them to tell you the morning of the 3rd day. I saw them go over to you. I thought they did. I'm getting so many compliments on my shirt today. Drop a pic, Dolphin. I need to see the shirt. If it's that good looking, sheesh. Also, Anyone got a sub for Dolphin? One of my longest time viewers. Bonnie thought you'd turn us around. Well, she's damn right. You see what happens when the rules get broken. You should have told me as soon as you saw me heading right back home. That was before Ace, before everything. I didn't know this place was... There are rules. Sorry, the rules are the rules, Clyde. Is anything wrong? Fuck. The rules are the rules, Clyde. Is anything even wrong with Bonnie? You said she gets confused. Was that a lie? Clyde doesn't answer, avoiding Rob's glare. As I process what Rob said, I have to say I'm surprised. I lost her voice. That is not what she does not have a southern accent. Clyde doesn't answer, avoiding Rob's glare as I process what Rob just said. I just say I'm surprised by the deviousness of the two siblings. When I thought they were telling Rob about the hitchhiker, it appears they instead told him that Bonnie was, to some degree, senile. It was a simple lie, but one that would adequately explain her odd behavior, draw sympathy from Rob, and, most ingeniously, prevent him from telling me about their conversation. A truth buried beneath an unpleasant lie. Its subject matter just uncomfortable enough to head off any chance of discussion. Still, it leaves a bad taste in my mouth. It's a picture of the Costco hot dog that says, "I got that dog in me." Okay, that is a fantastic shirt. Can I admit something to y'all? I've only ever been to a Costco twice. And, more importantly, that was only for my COVID shots. I've never had a Costco membership. I've never had Costco pizza. I've never had a Costco hot dog. I am Costco-less. I'm a Costco-less whore. We can head home if you want. No. The group turns to Bonnie. She speaks in a tone more decisive than I thought her capable. The hitchhiker, he was talking about the village we just passed. I was looking forward to seeing it. That's all. I'm okay. Really. You've been talking about a lot, Bonnie. It just sounded like a lovely place. I was sad that we passed it by. I'm sorry for worrying everyone. Please don't make us turn around, Rob. Rob says to them both. His position has been made crystal clear. We're stopping a little early today. Come the rest of the way with us, rest up, then tomorrow you both go home. You count yourself lucky you get the chance to turn around. Rob marches back to the Wrangler, signaling the discussion is over. Lilith, you're with us. Lilith doesn't even try to hide her relief as she shuffles away from Bonnie and Clyde and climbs into the back of the Jeep. It's a little heartwarming that Rob still has the awareness to look out for her, angry as he may be. It's expensive? Yeah, the membership itself I know is expensive, but having access to like all the decreased prices probably equates if you go there enough, you know? Back when I was in New York, we had Sam's Club, which was kind of an equivalent. It was like a less good Costco, as far as I've heard anyway. By the way, this dog is snoring on me. She is full on snoozing. Her head is resting on my arm, which is holding the mouse. I can barely move my arm right now. As well as his surprising strength, I also didn't forget how perceptive he can be. Bonnie, Clyde, and Blue Jay climb back into their respective vehicles. I catch Bonnie's eye, a moment before she returns to the Ford. She appears truly disappointed, but otherwise resigned to keep going, satisfied to let the wintry bay fade into the distance. It's comforting to hear that she's ready to put the place behind her. It's a pity I don't believe a word of it. It was fucking weird, Bristol. Lilith seems happy to be in the Wrangler, enjoying the sense of security the modern behemoth affords, and also greatly relieved to be away from Bonnie and Clyde. Spent the last 5 minutes detailing the 30-second argument that unfolded between them, charting its disturbing nuances as well as its eerie conclusion. But I swear, she was basically like crying, like she didn't understand how we could be going the wrong way. But then, like, as soon as you pulled us over, she just stopped. Like, I mean, stopped. That must have been disconcerting. You have no idea. So, Rob, when are these cornfields gonna fucking end? Soon, we're gonna rest up for the night in a few turns. Then tomorrow, won't be long until we're on track through the woods. The fucking woods? Are you kidding? Are we talking like Sleepy Hollow, bleeding trees, or what? Wish I could tell you. Yeah, who in chat has a Costco membership? I'm curious if y'all think it's actually like worth it. I don't have one near me. I've never been. And then there's the Costco guys, you know. We bring the boom. I haven't been that far yet. It's new territory. Oh, great. Maybe the cornfields aren't so... Liz goes quiet, transfixed by something in the rearview mirror, before quickly turning around to get a better look at the back window. The car behind us is out of control. Bonnie is fighting to wrest the steering wheel from her brother. The Ford swerves erratically behind us, driven mad by the dynamic power struggle taking place inside of it. Rob sharply accelerates out of the way as the car behind us lurches drunkenly to and fro before skidding to a shuddering halt. Rob hits the brakes hard. By the time I've turned in his direction, he's already slammed the door off the Wrangler, storming across the tarmac to Bonnie and Clyde. Cut the engine! The Ford's engine goes silent, and in the absence of a rumbling growl, new sounds emerge, the sounds of a struggle and of wild, desperate screaming. Stepping out of the car, this for the second time today, I jump onto the road and cover the distance between us. Rob is attempting to pull a screeching Bonnie from the car. Even with his impressive strength, it seems to be a challenge. Bonnie claws at the walls, trying to get all her might to regain her grasp on the steering wheel. Please, please, just let me go, let me go! Rob extracts Bonnie from the car and attempts to subdue her amidst the flurry of flailing hands and elbows. She writhes and kicks as he pins her arms to her sides. Bonnie, calm down, okay? Let's talk this through. He told me he was on our way. He said we passed through. He lied, Bonnie. No, we're going the wrong way. We're going the wrong way. Bonnie lashes out again, striking Rob's legs with her own. Rob holds firmly, his teeth gritted through every impact. It's clear that Bonnie isn't going to let up. I run back to the Wrangler and open the trunk. After a few moments of rummaging through my bag, I find the first aid kit and pull out an unopened pack of white zip ties. Clyde, open the back door. Oof. I have both Sam's... Oh, sorry. Wait, you're doubling up on Sam's and Costco? What's the reason, Annie? Is there something that one has the other one doesn't? I'm the plus... Oh, you're the plus one. Hey, always the bridesmaid, never the bride, he said to the married woman. I want pizza now. I really want a gyro. Oh, I haven't had a gyro in forever. Oh, man. I haven't had Greek food in forever. I don't think I've had Greek food since I lived in New York. Oh, my God. That's like 6 years ago. Oof. Rob seems to be standing with his zip ties. Even in the midst of Bonnie's incessant struggle, he looks at me with an almost questioning air, as if he's wondering how we'll ever arrive at this point, as if he's asking whether we can really do what I'm wordlessly suggesting. Bonnie answers the last question for him. In the slim few seconds of distraction, she slams her head back into his nose, eliciting a disgustingly loud thud and a pained growl from Rob. Dazed and confused, his nose immediately fountaining blood, Rob manages to keep his arms wrapped around her, but it's clear this isn't going to be sustainable, as she isn't going anywhere close to calming down. Clyde has opened the door, stepping back and look on like a frightened child as we carry Bonnie over to the back seat of the Ford. I lean in before him, adjusting the headset until it's pressed against the ceiling, ensuring that it can't be removed from the bracket. Then, I loop the zip tie around each bracket and fasten them. What the fuck is going on? Blue Jay has stepped out of her car, making the way towards us. I realize that, to someone who is fighting to not believe in any of this, the following scene would appear at best to be a melodramatic farce, and at worst, the attempted detention of an innocent and distressed woman. Sadly, I don't have time to field her questions. I climb into the car, Bonnie working constantly against us as Rob eases her in after me, his hands on her head to prevent it bumping against the top of the door frame. Once inside, I leave the second zip tie around the one I've already fastened on the right bracket, forcing her right hand inside of it. I put the plastic tab over the sleeve of her jumper. I hope it's not too tight, but at the very least it's secure enough to keep her in place. Bonnie continues to pull against the zip ties, but it's clear his strength has been sapped from his spirited battle with Rob. Not quite able to look her in the eye, I push a pile of luggage out of the way and climb out the other side of the Ford. Rob and I are both getting our breath back, the former pinching his nose and adjusting stoically to the fresh pain. Hey, what the fuck are... You're not gonna leave her like that, are you? Get back in your car, Blue Jay. Oof. There's a mom and pop Greek place near my house. Oh, I don't want to drive there. Annie, I feel ya. But think to yourself though. A gyro. I should get Greek food before D&D Saturday. Oh, you should, Fro. I heard gyro from my... I heard gyro from my personal computer. What? Oh, you were summoned by the word gyro. I gotcha. God, I have not had someone ever get some tzatziki sauce in that shit. Oh. Hey, Belle. You want to keep hanging out with me, or do you want to be put back in your chair? Mwah. Hi. I like extra sauce, as you should. Hey, I am a sauce man. I'm the sauce man. I love sauce. I don't just love sauce. I adore sauce. Tzatziki or whatever is honestly super easy to make. Really? I mean, it's yogurt, but I don't know what else it is, right? Ow. Oh, that sucked. That sucked. That sucked. That sucked. Madigan, also known as the Saucler. What am I gonna burgle your sauce? I would never steal your sauce, chat. I would never do that. The boss sauce. Boss sauce makes me think of like one of those sauces you see down in like the South, where it's like, this hot sauce will rip a hole in your asshole. Absolute ass blasting sauce. The boss sauce. It's like some spices, cucumber grated, and some lemon. Actually, that's kind of crazy. I hate cucumbers, and I like tzatziki. Goes to show. Makes me think of epic meal. Oh, yeah, the sauce boss. Oh, my God. Holy shit, blast from the past. God, I used to watch, like, every epic mealtime video. Oh, my Lord. I remember when, God, there was the creator boxing, where Aaron Hansen boxed, what's his name? The sauce boss. He boxed the sauce boss. The sauce boss got boxed. Get back in your car, Blue Jay. I walk back to the Wrangler, tuning out Denise's coarse protests. Rob reaches into the Jeep's still open trunk and pulls out a pile of blankets and pillows. In the rearview mirror, I can see him placing them on Bonnie's lap, giving her a place to rest her elbows. She leans her forehead against the back of the headrest. Even with her face blocked from view, I can tell that she's crying. We arrive at the rest stop some 20 minutes later, the vague outline of a deep green forest blooming on the horizon. It's early in the day, and we would normally stop. Rob tells us he wants the entirety of tomorrow to chart the woods, as well as a good time to turn back before nightfall should the need arise. I'm not complaining. I'm glad of the chance to rest up following today's events. For the rest of the day, we take it in turns to keep an eye on Bonnie, making sure she has everything she needs. When the Ford pulled up along us, Lilith, Rob, and I expected to see a quivering wreck tugging ceaselessly at her bonds. We were all surprised and more than a little disturbed to find her smiling. By the time my turn comes around, the sun is already dipping into the sky. Rob has prepared a small pot of miso soup. Damn, bro went to Japan and decided that he was the ultimate weeb. He's like, you know what? Do you know what the name of rice is? Do you know what breakfast means in Japanese? I got this soy sauce in my bag. You know, those Japanese soldiers would march on rice the whole time. Bro is obsessed. If he knew what anime was, he would never go on this road. Left-right game? Why the fuck do I need that? I can sit at home and watch Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. That shit goes crazy. Gohan o tabete imasu ka? Yoroshiku onegai shimasu. I would say I took 2.5 years of Japanese, but really I only took 2 years of Japanese in college. Unfortunately, when I was in college, don't worry. I'm not saying, like, I don't feel sad anymore. I've processed this. My grandfather on my dad's side passed away while I was in college, and I was gone for like a month. And coming back to third level Japanese after being gone for over a month, I didn't understand a single thing. It was the only class in college I failed because I couldn't catch up. I couldn't catch up after that time. And, you know, I was also grieving and didn't care enough to catch up as much as I should have. Robin prepared a small pot of miso soup in case anyone can bring themselves to eat. I finished my bowl, all too aware of how unnecessary each meal now feels, and pour our helping out for Bonnie. I found her in good spirits. How you doing, Alice? I'm fine. How you doing, Linda? I'm okay. Sorry for giving you all such a fright earlier. I feel terrible. It's fine, honestly. I'm sorry about all of this. I adjusted to the zip-tied restraints. Rob has reapplied them, fastening bandages underneath the straps to afford Bonnie a modicum of comfort. Still, the scene rings with a sinister barbarity which no kind consideration can make up for. It's okay. I wasn't myself. I brought you soup. I know you might be hungry. No, I'd love some, thank you. Everyone's been so lovely. Well, we just want to make sure you're all right. I submerged the spoon, drenched up a measure of warm broth, and made to raise it toward her. Oh, no, you don't have to. I can feed myself. She gestured to her bound hands, the clear implication hanging in the air. No, I don't mind. I think it's... Bonnie throws her weight sideways, her elbow jabbing outwards and hitting the bowl out of my hands. Stew spills over my fleece, just a little cooler than scalding hot, and soaks immediately into the fabric. I back away reflexively and watch Bonnie's expression flicker like a faulty light bulb from kind tranquility to utter, burning contempt. It's gone as quickly as it appears, just in time for the rest of the group to look our way. What are you doing with her? Blue Jay storms across from the car, angrily grabbing her from... angrily drawing a marble and forcing the smoke draconically back in the air. Nothing, just an accident. It's okay, Blue Jay. It's okay, Blue Jay, it was my mistake. Did she get any on you? Blue Jay leans in, placing her hand comfortably in Bonnie's before turning to fix me with a murderous stare. It's almost impressive how, even when caring for someone, Blue Jay still manages to be simultaneously venomous to those around her. No, it's okay. It was my fault. It's fine. I'm sorry for causing trouble. Blue Jay laughs at Bonnie's submissive apology, unable to believe what she's thinking. Her eyes remain fixed on me. You're a fucking coward. Look what he's making you do. Look! My eyes follow where she gestures. I have to admit, the helpless figure of Bonnie restrained in the backseat of the Ford rings with an innate humanity, and being forced to stare my actions in the face makes me feel utterly ghoulish. Sorry, chat. I think Dad's gonna be right back. I think Dad's gonna need a moment. I'm gonna put on your babysitter for a second. Ugh. We've watched a lot of these, huh? All right, I'll be right back, chat. I'm gonna hopefully not go throw up, but if I do, pray for me. Oh, here's your pup. While I'm gone, Bella's in charge. Make sure to be nice to her. Why is this at 23 seconds?
Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet.
Yeah, of course.
Birthday to you. Why you keep looking at me, Phil?
Blow out your candle.
These YouTubers opened a fake noodle restaurant. They gave everyone cheap, instant ramen noodles, but served it in a way to make it look fancy.
You know, you go to so many different ramen places, they all sort of taste the same. Like, this one you can tell it's unique.
How much would you pay for a bowl of ramen like this? Be honest, we need your dead on this.
45?
Yeah.
We're going all 3 times.
This kid pretended to be a mannequin in a clothing store.
Because this is about more than business. The industrial grade products you need.
For some reason, this guy's car is full of bees. I think he's a professional water taster. This poor donkey was self-conscious about how he looked on camera.
What you see in the mirror is just your perception, okay? It doesn't have to be like that. Other people see you differently. Don't take it to heart. And also, the camera adds £10, apparently.
A fan was doing a unique dance, so the entire arena decided to join in. A wild coyote found some dog toys in the backyard. A donkey escaped from a farm and decided to join an elk family.
I just bumped these elk, and there's a donkey with them.
That is the end of this video. We hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later. Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. This is the true definition of a sleeper build.
I'm gonna grab some water real quick.
This is absolutely diabolical.
Can I do it again?
Oh.
Welcome to...
I'm back. I'm back. Hi, chat. I'm back. Sorry about that.
This cat tried out cold water for the very first time.
Cause are they enjoying? Are they enjoying the cold water? I can't tell if it's good or not. Neo, that is fucked up and also accurate. I do throw up rainbows. You okay? Do you want me to lie to you, or do you want the truth? Oh!
This is what happens when a drummer loses both drumsticks.
Chad, I was playing the creepy music in the background this whole time. Daily Dose of Internet with an undertone of eerie music. Oh! Both lie to each other and say we're okay. You know what? That's good. I'm okay. What the fuck?
The
Burst pipe, I'm
didn't
assuming.
realize that they put in a new security camera.
Oh.
I just yell this and then watch
Wait,
what happens.
hold on. Let me zoom in. Let
Are
me
you
zoom
ready?
in. No, no, no. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Are you ready? Ready? Oh my god.
That's so cute. Ramen noodles. You little
This
shit.
poor hamster is addicted to his phone.
I will say, both Belle and Char are very polite with food. Char will come up and sniff and go to eat it very, very politely, as if saying, like, if you don't stop me, I'll eat it. But otherwise, she's like, usually doesn't care about us eating food. Belle couldn't give a shit. It was on the ground, though, she'll eat it. But she never asks or begs for food unless we have French fries. She is kind of obsessed with French fries. So demure. Oh. Is that a dog in a
These
tent?
astronauts wanted to hold their own Olympics in space.
That's cute. That ball of duct tape?
This photographer stabilized his camera to rotate with the Earth. That is the end of this video. We hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later. Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of
Hey chat. I know the subathon goes till 4. I might need to call it an hour early. I'm not doing so well. I won't, obviously there's no time going to be docked, but I don't feel good. It's okay, do what you got to do. Are you sure? I mean, y'all pay for this. Like, I don't. See, this is why I I don't usually stream while sick, is I don't want y'all to see me like this. Okay. Please go rest. Go rest. Okay. Okay. I will suppress my guilt. And I will end today a little early. Let's pause the timer. Our timer is currently sitting at 29 hours, 36 minutes. Y'all have been killing it today. Thank you so much for supporting me. Thank you for dealing with me while I'm being sick. It means the world. It really does. Sorry. Oh, not only does it mean the world to me, it also, funnily enough, means the world to Belle. Oh no, what are you doing? Hi, stop it. I can't take it. I can't even thank you properly. Let's get our outro music going, chat, so I can say goodbye proper. Oh, despite everything, I had a fantastic day today. I think today was really fun. Even though I was sick, y'all stuck it out with me. We had a great spooky day reading one of my favorite creepypastas. We will finish it up tomorrow, the last 4.5 chapters of the left-right game. And there's a special someone who wants to say goodbye to the queen of the hour, the woman of the moment, the one who we're doing this for, the one who I'm sacrificing my health for is you, Belle. It's you. Yes, it is. Everyone, say goodbye to Belle. Bye, Belle. Say goodbye to chat. Bye, chat. Bye. Thank you for supporting me today, y'all. I love you very much. I'll see you tomorrow. Mwah. Bye. Oh, bye. Bye.